Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday. Happy Halloween to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. Man, we got a lot to get to today. It's a full show. You hear the cackling in the background. That's not Vincent Price cackling Halloween style.
I don't know. We decided to do some research.
Yeah.
I'm air quoting research because James Harden, for those of you who don't know, the news came down in the middle of the night that James Harden has indeed been traded to the Clippers for basically for no consequence.
Yeah, I'll lay out the details in a second. Okay. Continue.
So I was doing this research. I went to a notable Philly blog, crossingbroad.com, and the only thing I saw, the first article I saw on this was a picture of a Philly fan with a new James Harden T-shirt that they've been selling in parking lots apparently over the last this season so far. It's a picture of how do I put this? It's a man's face with male danglers underneath his chin, like as if he were a boy. It's a slur about James Harden being a certain type of like a jerkhead, but a different word.
Yeah.
And it makes James Harden, but basically,
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
And I think it's James Harden's face morphed with Hitler's face, maybe.
Okay, well, that's
and it says move over Simmons. So it's a Ben Simmons. It says move over Simmons. There's a new jerkhead in town.
Jerk.
And it's a picture of like James Harden's face with other male body parts underneath it.
So I think that answers the question you and I were asking each other before the show. How do they feel about this in Philadelphia right now with James Harden getting moved to L.A.? If that T-shirt is indicative of how people feel about James Harden in Philadelphia, this is probably a great day for the Philadelphia 76ers. They did get some draft capital. They got an unprotected. The big asset they got in this deal is a unprotected 2028 first-round pick that nobody will be around to see that's involved with this deal.
Right.
You think Daryl Morey's still running the Sixers 5 years from now? I say no.
It's 2028 unprotected first-round pick, 2 second-round picks, and a pick swap.
Yeah.
They're also routing the 76ers an additional future first-round pick from a third team. They're getting 2 first-round picks, one of which it's unknown when, and a couple of second-round picks and a pick swap.
Yeah. So Harden has been traded again, and there's players involved too. And the only reason I mentioned the players involved, I'm guessing the players involved are all just sort of roster chum to make the salaries work. That's the way NBA trades work. You got to match up the salaries. The Sixers are sending Harden, PJ Tucker, and something called Filip Petrusev to the Clippers for Marcus Morris, Robert Covington, Nicholas Batum, KJ Martin, and all those draft picks and pick swaps that you just talked about, Seth. This trade, it's no surprise it was orchestrated by Daryl Morey. The players involved read like some sort of Rockets reunion from the last 5 years. James Harden, P.J. Tucker, Marcus Morris, Robert Covington, K.J. Martin. Hell, even Nicholas Batum, when he was drafted into the NBA, if I'm not mistaken, was actually selected by the Rockets on draft night and traded to another team. Hell, for all I know, Filip Petrusev may be Daryl Morey's illegitimate son, for all I know. I have no idea. But practically all these players involved have ties to the Rockets at some point or another. But the bottom line is this, to me, the biggest thing with this deal with Harden going to L.A., I could care less about the Clippers and all that. Like, I'm a Rocket fan, so we're still looking up at everybody in the Western Conference. I'll be rooting against the Clippers because I don't like James Harden. January 12th, 2021, that was the date that James Harden walked into that press conference after a blowout loss to the Lakers as a member of the Houston Rockets and told the media, we're just not good enough. And just like went on about a 1 minute, to call it a tirade, like he was James Harden. So he was just kind of just like sort of morosely mumbling about how bad the team was. And that was really truly the night where the flag was in the sand as far as he wanted a trade. That was
and just to lay it out too, as well as all of it goes. Remember, it was just 2 months earlier that Daryl Morey had stepped down as GM.
Yeah.
So it was Daryl Morey stepped down in November of 2020, and then 2 months later, like it all came to a head with James Harden, where everything was just getting blown up from everything that had been for the previous decade.
Yeah, and Russ got traded, the whole thing. So January 12, 2021, that is less than 3 years ago, less than 3 calendar years ago. January 12, 2021, he has demanded trades from 3 different teams to basically handpick teams of his, and he's gotten his way. You know, I think when he got traded from here, it was going to be either Brooklyn or Philly. The Fertittas did not, I don't think, wanted him to go to Philly to play for Morey. They were not going to trade him directly to Philly and give him what he wanted. So he went to Brooklyn. After a year, he wanted out of Brooklyn, wanted to go to Philly, got his way. After a year in Philly and change, wanted out of Philly, wanted to go to the Clippers, and got his way. Now, along the way, his value just went from what the Rockets got for him, which was multiple firsts and some pick swaps, to what the Sixers got today, which is picks way, way in the future.
Which and a fun group out there with the Clippers, with Kawhi Leonard, who plays whenever he damn well feels like it, and James Harden, who plays whenever he feels like it and eats what he wants to eat. Nobody's going to tell him what to do. Paul George, noted happy fella. And who am I missing there?
Russell Westbrook.
That's right. Russell Westbrook, who somehow Los Angeles residents will somehow convince themselves anew. They'll ignore whatever their neighbors have said about Russell Westbrook in recent years and feel like, oh, Russell Westbrook and James Harden, that sounds like which good big men are there on the roster right now that they can jettison because Russell Westbrook can't coexist with big men on the court?
Dude, I mean, that's another wrinkle.
You're not playing with 5 guards with Russell Westbrook. You don't know what's up.
Russ wanted out of here in no small part because he took a look around after a few months and saw the treatment James was getting. Like in Russ's first year here, I had heard he wanted out at the All-Star break because say what you will about Russell Westbrook, the player. I think he's one of the most inefficient superstars in the history of the league. But the dude does work his ass off. Like he comes to the building with a certain vibe and a snarl to him. And I think again, like he got here, he thought he was stepping into something that it was not. Like he got here and it was the James Harden Country Club, and so now that'll be interesting to see. Like, okay, what is the ethos of this team? You know, Kawhi Leonard, like you said, Seth, he kind of plays when he wants to. Paul George is an aging player. They've got 3 of the top 6 scorers on among active players now of guys who have not won championships. So Kawhi's won 2, and he's won more than, I don't know if he's won 2. He's been 2-time Finals MVP. He won in San Antonio and he won in Toronto. But Paul George, Russell Westbrook, James Harden, 3 of the top 6 active players, active scorers, to not have won a championship. So
that's a hungry team right there, Sean.
Yeah,
quite literally.
Yeah.
Quite literally. James Harden stays hungry,
craving an omelet as we
stays
speak.
hungry on and off the court. That's right.
It's amazing.
Boy,
man.
I can't wait to just root for the Clippers. No, I can. I hope some people, honestly. I knew you and I disagreed with a lot of Houstonians that wanted James Harden back here. Yeah. I hope that kind of in the aftermath of all of this, they've realized like the deep childhood trauma that must have led them to wanting to accept James Harden back. I mean, whatever leads some women to the pole, whatever leads other people to drugs or alcohol, whatever inadequacies or ways you have a void that is unfilled and you go searching for it in places that aren't healthy for you, it's the exact same thing that led you to want James Harden back. Please, Daddy, come back. I need discipline, Daddy. Like, that's what you wanted your dysfunctional daddy to come back home because at least that was some semblance of what you know.
Yes.
You got to work through that, man. You got to work through whatever it was that made you think it was a good idea to bring James Harden back to Houston.
The only thing that made me want him to come back here is I thought it would have been awesome for content. Like, he would have made the Rockets a more talk-worthy topic than they are right now.
He wasn't. No, I don't know about that because nobody liked him. People did. Like You had to talk yourself into genuinely liking him because you spent all your time defending his game and the damn step back and the drawn fouls and everything else. Like, no. If you're an educated basketball fan, you don't mind 478 stoppages in a play in any given game. We love basketball here. Yeah.
You and I are on the same side of that argument. I agree with everything you just said. I'm just saying it would have made them more interesting because you would have had a polarization, I think, within the fan base. And that's, you know what I mean? Like, that's better for what you and I do than it is to go, well, they sure are fighting hard while they're losing by 11 at home to the Warriors on Sunday night.
That's true.
You know?
Yeah.
That's
like
all.
I'm slowly learning. Does Jalen Green and yesterday in an interview, Jalen Green almost sounded like he was awake, and it was pretty. That's a good sign for the Rockets. Yeah. If he's awake and conscious.
You know the thing that was making its rounds on the Rockets yesterday? Like, Draymond Green complimented them after the game on Sunday night.
Jesus. That's the same stuff. Like, oh, come spank me, Draymond. Oh, I just need somebody to give me some attention.
Yeah,
Draymond Green. Everybody, you're going to sit here and take a compliment from somebody that you roundly despise?
Yeah, this is a big deal yesterday. It was the ultimate compliment, Seth, that they don't quit like they used to. This is what Draymond said yesterday to Kelly Iko of The Athletic, or at least Kelly had it in his article. A ton of potential. This team, we would have won this game by 20 or 30 points because that team would have quit. But they're under Ime now. Ime Udoka. That's a different thing. You see how they battled? We pulled away down the stretch because a young team still has to learn how to win, but you see the growth already, and under a coach like Ime, I expect nothing less, end quote.
I feel like Draymond might have a house in Houston or something because he's been sprinkling sugar on the Rockets for a while now. I think he's tasted the sweet elixir of grudging praise from people who formerly despise you.
Yeah.
There's nothing as nice as that's another. I'm playing amateur psychologist to the entire city of Houston right now, but that is something that, like, a compliment from somebody who previously didn't like you is weighted much more heavily than a compliment from elsewhere. So I feel like on his podcast a couple times he said some nice things about Houston, and when he gets all that positive feedback and love from him, he's like, okay, I'm going to keep sprinkling sugar on Houston.
I think you and I know in this business that what you just said is exactly right about praise from people who previously hated you. You know, like
I stay despising those people.
You do?
Yeah, you've seen that. You've been in meetings before, right? Remember our old boss was like, yeah, hey, Seth, one a guy at my church said, he used to not like the morning show because you didn't like Seth. He was too aggressive or angry or something, but now he's been listening and he says you've changed. I said that guy can go die. Like, quite literally, go tell that guy I hope he dies soon.
Go die.
I don't need his praise or admiration. Frankly, it sounds like he's calling me soft. Go screw that guy. I don't care. Die.
And we're off and running on Halloween.
I will never accept love from anybody, Sean.
No.
Never.
This is how you wind up on the poll. You just said it yourself, Seth. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Halloween edition of the show. Off and running.
Halloween.
Spooky, I know. All right, let's get to the Texans. A little bit of news out of the Texans yesterday. Trade deadline today in the NFL. We'll certainly get into that. The NFL, come on, NFL.
The hell?
It's one thing to tell the Texans to cease and desist, maybe.
Yeah.
It's another thing to go after college kids, man. Come on.
College kids, poor, unpaid, amateur college kids.
Settle down,
Love
NFL.
of the game.
They're coming after our local team, the NFL, the Big Bad Wolf. We'll tell you all about that next.
The Texans take on Tampa Bay on Sunday in a big bounce-back game. And thanks to your friends here at
Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday, Halloween Tuesday, trade deadline Tuesday. A lot to get to on the show. Real quick text, because we talked about the James Harden trade in the open. If you missed it, if you're just getting in your car, you're just waking up, James Harden traded from the Sixers to the Clippers. I still think James Harden is somebody who moves the needle here in Houston. A lot of Houstonians, as Seth pointed out, feel one way or the other about James Harden still. To which I say to 5280 on the text page, newsflash, guys, the World Series is going on, and we talk about James Harden. Would you like us to talk about the Rangers and the Diamondbacks last night, sir? Would you like us to do that? Because this is the most boring World Series ever, okay, in terms of cachet. And I blame the Diamondbacks.
Garcia got injured.
Yeah, Adolis Garcia left the game. Yep, and Scherzer left the game with a back tweak as well. The Rangers won. They're up 2-1 in the World Series, and thus ends our World Series segment.
You know, Sean, you remember you're supposed to assume positive intent. That guy might have just meant that, like, oh, I'm noting, like, oh, wow, look at this. Wow. It's notable that even though the World Series is going on, we're talking about James Harden.
I respect what you're trying to tell me, Seth. Any text that begins with the word newsflash.
Yeah. That's
like
true. That's right. Yeah.
That's
a positive intent goes right out the window.
Out the window with that.
Yeah. Right up the wazoo.
That's right. The number one story on the Houston Chronicle this morning is about the University of Houston and the NFL. The NFL's merchant, and Joseph Duarte was the first one to have this story of the Chronicle. So I'll credit Joseph because he went and got the letter that. We're about to talk about here. The NFL sent the University of Houston a strongly worded letter. The Merchandising and Licensing Division of the NFL sent a strongly worded cease and desist letter to the University of Houston to stop any further unauthorized use of the Oilers' trademarked Love You Blue uniforms. An attorney for the NFL threatened legal action if U of H did not immediately halt what the league described as U of H's blatant copying of the Oilers-inspired uniforms, according to a letter obtained by the Houston Chronicle through an open records request. Of course, we remember back on the September the 2nd, the season opener against UTSA, the Cougs wore the uniform, the Love You Blue colors. The whole color scheme was old Oiler color scheme. They were really cool uniforms. They were badass. The NFL has asked the University of Houston, demanded the University of Houston do three things. Stop using the uniforms. You cannot sell the uniforms as merch in the store. We should note that they are not selling it. They've not sold it. They've not sold any of them. They've not even attempted to sell them, is what I'm saying. And they must remove all social media posts and promotional efforts with the Love You Blue colors.
The University of Houston, their big, it seems like the biggest argument they have to counter this is that they're not selling any merchandise. They're not making any money off of this. And plus... So I feel like, we're not going to get into the listen, I know everybody wants this show to be about the World Series and intellectual property law. Those are the two hot topics this morning. But we just can't indulge what everybody wants and talk about intellectual property law for 4 hours.
It's tough.
But it seems like their big arguments are they're not going to sell any merchandise, so what's the big deal? The second one that I can't quite get with, even though I do side with the University of Houston on this, is that, hey, who says this is a reference to the Oilers? This is just a color associated with the city of Houston. Come on, man. Like everybody damn well knows that's a reference to the Oilers uniform.
It is.
I feel like don't bring that one up in court. Don't try to go to the intellectual property attorney and be like, oh, seriously, dude. Okay, come on. Like what? Oh, just because it's kind of close to Columbia Blue, but not really. It's a slightly different hex code, bro.
The big winner in all this uniform stuff going on over the last year with this lighter color blue, because the Texans are on the verge of unveiling new uniforms, or at least a new style of uniform next year that presumably may include some version of a lighter color blue. The big winner in all this, Seth, is the shade of blue that the police cars used to be and the shade of blue that the street signs were in one of the wards. I can't remember which one. Like, hey, man, like this color blue, it ain't just the Oilers. Like this, when people think of Houston, they think of three things: humidity, Tex-Mex food, and this slightly different shade of blue than the Oilers uniform.
And if there's anything that most of the players on these teams would love, it's a memory of 1960s police activity in Houston. Boy, wasn't that a great time. in our city's history. So it's I think they should stick with, hey, we're not trying to monetize this. Yeah. Quit trying to bully us. This is where I really respect the University of Houston. The NFL warned them about this back in February.
Yeah.
February. Almost a year ago. And U of H was like, noted. We hear your little objection, and we're just going to go forth. SOBs.
Yeah. The other thing I like in the article on the Chronicle about this, again, Joseph Duarte was the first one to have this yesterday. Chris Pesman, who is the VP for athletics, he's the athletics director at U of H. He said that they began to discuss the idea of wearing the Love You Blue uniforms a couple of years ago, but it got pushed back because of COVID. And so they thought this would be a good time to do it with the move to the Big 12, an in-state opponent with UTSA in the opener. He also had heard, according to this, I'll read this, in light of U of H's move to the Big 12 and an in-state opponent in UTSA, along with word that Rice planned to wear similar uniforms at some point this season, Pesman said the season opener, quote, felt like a natural and a way to really try and tie ourselves back into the city. I like that this is what I choose to believe. That a little birdie told them about Rice, and they're like, oh, yeah, we got to do this in the season opener. Because Rice ended up wearing similar uniforms, too. Slightly different than the U of H uniforms in terms of logo, but they went with a silver helmet, Rice did. Like, theirs was not nearly the carbon copy that U of H's was, and Rice has not gotten any letter from anybody yet. And I saw Christian Covington, Rice grad, former Houston Texan. I don't know who Covington's playing for.
Where's he at these days?
I don't know. I'm not sure. He played for the Cowboys for a bit.
He's a Canadian by birth, right?
He is.
He could play until he's 40 up in Canada. They love him if he's an American citizen by now.
Right.
Oh, no. If he's Canadian, because then he doesn't they have a quota for how many Americans are allowed. So if you're Canadian and an actual football player, they're like, oh, hell yeah.
You're saying if he's playing in the CFL. Yeah.
But yeah, you don't. Yeah.
So Covington, who went to Rice, tweets yesterday a picture of the Rice Love You Blue color uniforms and the U of H ones, and it was something along the lines of, hey, man, let these college kids use these uniforms. And I felt like saying, dude, they ain't coming after Rice. They're coming after U of H. Stop trying to act like you're some sort of mob soldier and that you're a bad boy, that you're in the crosshairs of the NFL. You're Rice. You're off the radar right now. Enjoy your apparently you've got immunity. I don't know. Maybe they did send Rice a strongly worded letter. But it's the University of Houston. Christian Covington, I'm sorry, we respect Rice, but y'all aren't the bad boys that the Cougs are. The Cougs, as Seth pointed out, they don't care. Big middle finger to the NFL. They're happy to run afoul of the NFL.
I wonder, ultimately what does this in potentially is Tillman Fertitta's potential interest in owning an NFL team someday.
Yeah.
That's how interest in owning an NFL team has kept many a billionaire and or politician at bay. If you dangle that in front of them like, hey, just lay off a little bit maybe on these colors or what you're saying about us in general during your campaign. And maybe we'll sprinkle a little sugar on you in return at some point.
Oh, a little quid pro quo. Yeah, I like that. You know what would be hilarious? Because I'm guessing the Titans are behind this more than the NFL. Like, the NFL probably got a call from Amy Adams-Strunk, and she's like, they're using our colors at the University of Houston. And they're like, all right. Jenkins.
Jenkins. How about you handle this yourself, Adams-Strunk family?
Jenkins, get out the cease and desist form letter that we've got to use. All right, and send it.
The Strunks are upset.
Strunk won't stop calling me. You know what would be hilarious, though? is if the Vanderbilt wore the Love You Blue colors and the Titans were totally cool with it. Like some Nashville-based university wears the Love You Blue. And they're like, oh, okay, well, that's just fine. Yeah, because it's so embedded in the history of the city of Nashville, like the Oilers colors.
You know what they could do, though, Sean, is if they really want to do something, they could disrespect the Adams family to an extreme degree and then claim it under the satire part of the law.
Oh, yeah.
Where as long as you're satirizing something or building off of it, it's okay to use the copyright.
Yeah.
So, dress up like Bud Adams at an orgy or something for your Halloween costume.
Right.
Everybody does that. That's mine. I've had that sitting in the trunk for a while now. But my Bud Adams at an orgy costume is coming out tonight.
Today's your day.
Yes.
You've been waiting for Seth to be dressed.
Go ahead.
Like
Test me on this drunk family.
Yeah.
Strunk family. What a stupid family. Like, why you can't handle your own damn legal bill? Are you that broke after trying? Are you honestly? If you guys squandered away your family's fortune that quickly, that you had to get on your knees and beg for public funding for your new stupid stadium in Nashville, and now you can't even afford your own lawyers to tell the Houston to knock it off. Oh, disgusting.
Someone says the Rocks have these blue style uniforms. Yes, they do. Like, where does it stop with the NFL? Like, I guess it's logical that the teams you would go after in the same sport, that's where you would start. But yeah, do they start going after the Rockets? Hey, this just in. There's high school teams that use these colors. There's high school teams named the Oilers. Like, where does it stop? Where does the persecution stop, NFL? These are poor college kids.
Start coming after people's tattoos.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys here. There's people who work at our station that have Oilers tattoos.
Right.
Are you going to come after them? You're going to hold them down and cut off their tattoos?
Yeah.
Is that what you want? Man. I'm going to assume that it is and talk accordingly. Yes. You're coming after people in this town that have Houston Oilers tattoos on their body. Sorry, Sean. I used to believe in a place called America. Not whatever this despotic regime that the Strunk Adams family hopes to install. Disgusting.
Yep.
Un-American. Just pathetic.
JJ,
pick up and leave. Good luck. Hey, by the way, Nashville, have fun 20 years from now after the Strunk Adams family has left you in the lurch and they're off gallivanting about, I don't know, like Spokane or something, wherever the next expansion league is, telling you you're not allowed to have your tattoos, not allowed to stay married to your wives.
First NFL team in the Caymans.
Not allowed to worship your church because the minister once wore a blue robe. Yeah.
J.J. Watt weighed in on the Love You Blue uniforms when he was on Pat McAfee last week because it was a
good luck. Good, enjoy your time before they censor you,
coming after J.J. Watt next. Here was J.J. Watt on the Pat McAfee show.
The reality of the situation is the people of Houston, the city of Houston, absolutely feels that connection to Love You Blue. They feel that connection to that era, to that team. There was a lot of things that went on at the end of that era and the reason for them leaving town and everything that came along with it. But it's so hard not to be able to wear those uniforms when you're playing down there in Houston because they're beautiful.
They're beautiful.
Yeah, I think that's part of it because people bring up the point. They're like, hey, do people in Baltimore claim that they own the Colts uniforms? I'm like, no, those are the dumbest uniforms ever. Of course you can't claim intellectual property on those because it's like dumb blue and dumb white and with no design whatsoever.
Stupid horseshoe on the side.
If you throw a horseshoe on it or something, then it's notable.
Yeah.
There is something aesthetically about those uniforms. And then because they didn't continue to use them, I think that's, if they had obviously continued to be the Oilers or keep the same uniform but change the name, then you give up the fight somewhere along the way. It's the 20-year hiatus and then bringing it back, I feel, that just opens wounds for a lot of people.
Oh, yeah, nostalgia for sure. The Seahawks wore their old uniforms this weekend, too. I like those uniforms. The old silver helmet.
Yeah. You know what? I saw people clamoring about that, and I've yet to see a Seahawks highlight.
That was my favorite uniform back in the day, back in the 80s. I love that Seahawks uniform. People ask. We'll start talking about the trade deadline. There's a few people asking, guys. The NFL trade deadline is today. Do you expect anything out of the
Flash?
Yes, news flash. Do you expect anything out of the Texans today?
I don't know if I expect anything notable. Like Leonard Williams was traded to the Seahawks. For those of you who didn't see that, the Giants, just to kind of put things in perspective. So the Giants got a second rounder and a fifth rounder for Leonard Williams. Who does he just have 1 year left on his contract? They're going to have to give him a new contract.
Yeah, I'll look it up.
Very, very, very good defensive lineman, but and somebody that could help out the Texans. I don't know if right now is when Nick wants to be giving up a second and a fifth. It is interesting, though, that with D'Amico, so there were rumors that maybe the Texans were involved in this searching for a defensive lineman or trying to trade, and maybe Leonard Williams was one of them. Who knows? I think
you could use him for sure.
Nick has discussions with a lot of people.
Yeah.
I don't feel like giving up a second right now. They gave up. You know who they gave up a lot of draft picks for? Current defensive lineman Will Anderson. And just when it comes to allocation of resources, I don't know if I want to be the team right now that's like spending every draft pick they have available in this and next year's draft to try to bolster the defensive line right now. When like Will Anderson is making very good strides and has done some really good things. He is getting chipped and double teamed a good amount, and still like getting production in terms of pressures and what have you. But I'd rather build through the draft than go out and just throw everything like more future picks away.
Yeah, Leonard Williams is a rental for them, so he's in his last year of his deal. Unless they sign him to a new contract. So that's the only big trade that's been made so far. Last year the trade deadline was popping. We'll see what happens today.
The other problem too, like the other thing I might like is an offensive lineman, but the problem is that there's so many people with injured offensive linemen right now, and depth is so thin. Remember, that was an issue during training camp already. That I'm skeptical that there are guys out there that you'd feel good about just bringing in and giving up a draft pick for, Dalton Reisner or something. Dalton Reisner's a guy. His name was out there. Minnesota signed him. He still hasn't played very much at all for Minnesota, so I don't know what his deal is.
All right, we got a lot to get to. And speaking of that, Seth brings up injuries along the offensive line. We've got updates there with the Texans. Big trade in the NBA involving a familiar name. Monday Night Football last night might trigger something at the trade deadline. The particular performance of one team in that game last night. A lot to get to in headlines, and we'll get to it next. But first, I want to tell you about West Point Lincoln. might be an issue, but we'll see. But the Texans, as far as news goes yesterday, the only major injury to come out of the game on Sunday, the loss to the Panthers, was rookie center Jared Patterson, who played every game, started every game at center for this team, and for a 6th-round rookie, did a really solid job. He got rolled up in the game. It was a nasty-looking injury. Aaron Wilson reported yesterday afternoon. Well, let me back up. When DeMeco Ryans addressed it in his press conference, he didn't say anything about Jared Patterson being out for the year. It's a lower leg injury is how it was categorized. Aaron Wilson reported rookie center Jared Patterson has suffered a fractured ankle. Imaging confirmed today per league sources. What makes this strange is that Jared Patterson himself, in a comment on what looks to be Instagram, said, "I broke my ankle," with 3 question marks after it. So I guess needless to say, he's going to be out for a while with this, whatever this injury is, but that's a strange sort of interchange.
I guess that my only question there is, like, I hate that I have to track this down. Do we know for sure that that's Jared Patterson's Instagram?
It's got a blue check mark.
A screenshot.
I don't think it's got a blue check mark next to it.
Oh, on Instagram, you can't fake it on Instagram the way you can on Twitter.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
It's weird. I wanted because the only reason I asked was his Instagram is jpat____,
right.
which is like seems like Jared Patterson could have gotten himself a better
Unless
Twitter
he's got
handle than that.
people with 1 underscore and 2 underscores trying to be fake Jared Pattersons. Who knows?
It's but it's JPat with 2 T's. Yeah. So anyway, so it's definitely Jared Patterson. So Jared Patterson would seem to question whether or not he broke his ankle, or Aaron Wilson is telling us that his ankle is for sure broken. Yeah. So I guess I'll side with what I believe is Jared Patterson's actual Instagram account at this point.
Yeah, I think the pressing thing with all this, whatever this we know, there's an injury, right?
Yeah.
So I guess whether it's a fractured ankle and whether the reporting's accurate, I mean, that'll be hashed out in time, I'm sure. I think the big question is, what do they do on the offensive line now, Seth? Is Michael Dieter the center for the time being? Because I don't know that it sounds like from what I saw yesterday, Juice Scruggs is still a little bit a ways away from, he'll be back. But it doesn't sound like he's going to be back for Tampa Bay this Sunday.
Yeah, I guess that's going to be Michael Dieter, unless they decide to move Titus Howard to center, because why not? That seems to be the solution, is to just move Titus Howard to wherever your weak spot is at any given moment.
Yeah, so that he can be a D+ at that position. Yeah.
He's fine. No, the problem is, Titus is fine when he actually knows what he's supposed to be doing. It's when there's any kind of doubt whatsoever that things fall apart really quickly. So a lot of times it's when he's pulling, or there was one that Tank Dell tackle for a loss where it looked like the defensive end was completely unaccounted for. It's hard to tell. Texans Cap and I were looking at that. We were texting about it yesterday. It's hard to tell whether maybe Laramie Tunsil was supposed to block the defensive end, or if Titus Howard was actually supposed to pull and block the defensive end. Whatever was happening, it wasn't good at all.
Yeah.
And that's the issue whenever you're shuffling a guy into a new position, is they're not going to feel comfortable with all the ins and outs, and especially the wrinkles they add to it. Yeah, I'm guessing unless they trade for somebody today, that Michael Dieter will end up being center for at least a week or two.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the pattern this year, is that guys that Dieter they signed in the offseason, so he's not somebody they picked up with, like a week left in training camp, but they've had to mix and match, and the word DeMeco Ryans used yesterday was shuffle. He's like, we'll just have to shuffle again along the offensive line. So that's been a problem for the Texans all year. Their rushing attack has not been good, obviously. There's a lot of things to point the finger at. Of the things that they can't really control, continuity along the offensive line, I think, has been a big deal. It's not an excuse. I mean, there are still guys just making Pop Warner-level mistakes out there in the blocking game on Sundays, like inexcusable type things. But the lack of continuity on the offensive line has certainly impacted their inability to run the football, I would say.
That's where it's tough, because sometimes I don't know whether to be frustrated or encouraged by the fact that so many of the errors and so many of the problems with the run game do seem to be correctable. It's not like guys are wholesale just getting physically destroyed or anything. It's just that they're obviously very disjointed at times.
Yeah.
And even against a really, really bad rushing defense like they faced last week, they can only scrounge together 3.7 yards per carry. That's where I know people want them to pass the ball more, and I get it. But even if they do become a team that passes the ball 80% of the time, the problem is they're already facing the defenses they would face if they passed the ball 80% of the time. Like there's no team that's selling out to stop the run versus the Texans.
Yeah.
They're doing just fine. If you see stats about number of guys in the box or anything, and it looks like teams are loading up, it's just because at times the Texans have all of their players right there so they face 8 in the box because all their players are right near the ball at the line of scrimmage. So everybody happens to be up at the line of scrimmage on defense too. Like nobody respects them as runners, and they're not doing a damn thing. They're not doing a single thing to say like, oh, we got to stop the run.
Yep.
So like the problem will be, you could pass 80% of the time. They're still going to be horrendous when they try to run the ball. They got to get some semblance of a rushing attack if they actually want to be genuinely good on offense.
James Harden has been traded again for the third time in less than 3 years. The Clippers acquired 10-time All-Star guard James Harden in a blockbuster trade with the Philadelphia 76ers last night. While you were sleeping, James Harden changed teams again in a trade. Involved a lot of former Rockets. The Sixers sent James Harden, P.J. Tucker, and somebody named Philippe Petrusev to the Clippers for Marcus Morris, Robert Covington, Nicholas Batum, K.J. Martin. The big thing was a 2028 unprotected first-round pick, 2 second-round picks, a 2029 pick swap, and then another first-round pick that's coming from some unnamed third team in all this. The upshot of all this is James Harden got his way again. He wanted to go to the Clippers. He was making life miserable enough for Daryl Morey and the Sixers to where they said, you know what, we've got the MVP of the league on our team. We expect to compete for a championship this year with Joel Embiid, James Harden be damned. We just got to get out from under this thing. So they did. I would say Daryl Morey, if we're Seth, if we're judging who flinched in the battle of two of the most stubborn people on earth, Daryl Morey and James Harden, Daryl Morey flinched.
Yeah. Which that's just kind of what you get when you invite James Harden. And I'll tell you another thing too. This is where I tried to warn people about with James Harden. Even if you had wanted him to come to Houston because he wanted to come to Houston, supposedly, when in fact he was probably just using Houston for leverage in this whole situation. Like, was there any part of you that really expected James Harden to be here for the entirety of 2024? Like, there's just no way in hell he was going to come here and stick around. That's not what he does. Right. He's not the marrying type. You gotta accept him for what he is and let go of it. Okay.
Yep.
You had a dalliance with him in your past, but you gotta let him go if you want to move on.
Dude. Okay? I was thinking about this the other day. Like, James Harden's going to go into the Basketball Hall of Fame someday. Like, he's an unquestioned Hall of Famer. Like, 10-time All-Star, first-team All-NBA, 7 or 8 times, whatever it's been. So say what you will about how he's handled his business off the court, which has been, at times, I think, deplorable. But he's going to go into the Hall of Fame. I wonder if anybody, shows up, other than his family, who shows up on behalf of James Harden, among former teammates and executives and all of those things.
This is what he needs to do. He needs to go in as a Houston Oiler. And in that instance, everybody will embrace him. Yeah. The Strunk family, the Adams family, the city of Houston. Go in as a Love You Blue Oiler.
There you go.
Okay.
Speaking of which, we just got done talking in the previous segment about the NFL sending a cease and desist letter to the University of Houston over the Love You Blue style uniforms that they used back on September the 2nd. Rice used similar uniforms as well, but to my knowledge, they haven't sent a letter to Rice. And I mentioned Christian Covington, former Texan, but I guess for this particular segment, more importantly, a former Rice Owl. And so Christian Covington was like, hey, man, let these college kids use these uniforms. He had the Rice and U of H uniform up on a tweet. And I was like, man, they're not coming after Rice. They're coming after U of H. Stop trying to be the bad boys. Sean, this is a text. Why the drive-by on Little Rice and super nice guy Christian Covington? Also, Rice beat bad boy U of H this year. That's true. Sure, They almost blew a 28-point lead, but still signed one of the few Rice fans. This is not me disrespecting the Rice football program nor what they accomplished in that game. I bet on Rice this weekend against Tulane. So that was a good cover by you guys this weekend against Tulane. I like Rice, but they're not. The fact of the matter is, and I've not heard otherwise, this is a U of H NFL thing. Rice.
But you did very dismissively say that it's a U of H NFL thing because U of H actually has a presence and people care about.
I said
they're
the bad boys. I said the U of H is the bad boys. Yeah.
But you did speak dismissively about Rice. Yeah, you said it's a U of H NFL thing as you were being very dismissive about
the
Rice.
Rice people are in their cars cheering on Seth Payne right now. Get him, Seth. Get him. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Happy Halloween, everybody. That was headlines. Oh, by the way, Monday Night Football last night, Detroit 26, Las Vegas 14, in a game that, quite honestly, like Detroit should have won this game by 30 last night.
It was the notable moments were Devante Adams flipping out on the sideline.
Yeah.
Either saying S of B or he is an S of a B or a dumb stuff. We don't know if he was talking about Jimmy Garoppolo or just frustrated in general. Jimmy Garoppolo, as of halftime, had 3 completed passes, none of them to wide receivers.
Yes.
And Devante Adams looked frustrated. A lot of people felt like they had to take up for Devante Adams like he was a poor innocent child or something. And they forget that Devante Adams forced his way to the Raiders.
Let's get to that because today's a trade deadline, and last night might have sealed the deal on maybe this one of the biggest names being on the move. We'll hear from Devante Adams in the wake of that just abysmal performance last night by the Raiders. We'll do that next. I want to tell you guys right now, if you're looking for the LASIK
Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast on a Tuesday. Sports Radio 610.
I'm going shopping.
Trade deadline shopping?
Yeah, I'm looking at the Giants roster right now. Now that the Giants have proclaimed themselves sellers by selling Leonard Williams at the trade deadline, there's maybe the Giants have that special sauce we need. What about that Odell Beckham Jr. character? Is he still
He's still a Giant?
Is he a New York football Giant or what? Whatever happened to him?
Is Lawrence Taylor still on the team? I hear we could use some edge rushing, I'm told. One name that could be out there, I think has been out there probably, but certainly last night will make this name pick up some steam. We'll talk about how feasible it is for the Texans or any other team for that matter in just a second. Monday Night Football last night, the Lions beat the Raiders. They beat them 26-14. It was
worse than that.
Dude,
yeah. It was way worse than 26-14.
As someone who bet Lions -7 and had to sit there and all night waiting for them to cover, making sure they're covering the spread in a game that they are completely dominating, it was very frustrating, but they did cover. This was the most lopsided 26-14 game I've ever seen in my life. The Lions dominated this game. They lost the turnover battle by 3 and still won. One of the touchdowns for the Raiders was a pick 6 by Marcus Peters. They still lost 26-14 because Jahmyr Gibbs, by himself, with 189 total yards from scrimmage, outgained the entire Raiders team, who gained 157 yards. Jimmy Garoppolo was abysmal, 10 of 21, 126 yards. Just an awful interception that he threw literally the next play after the Raiders recovered a fumble in Lion territory. He took 6 sacks, and it felt like they were all in the fourth quarter. There was a sequence of plays in the fourth quarter where it felt like the Lions were sacking Jimmy Garoppolo every other play. His QBR for the game was 9.7. So you can understand Devante Adams' frustration when he's got Jimmy Garoppolo as his quarterback, and he gets 1 catch for 11 yards last night. Devante Adams, one of the best receivers in football. And as Seth pointed out,
he's been largely absent for the most part since the first couple of weeks of the season. Like they were targeting him like crazy early in the season, and then now it's just fallen off a cliff. Super
frustration, and he showed it last night. If you watched the game or you're watching highlights this morning, you're on social media. There's a shot of Devante Adams at the end of the game after the last drive, just throwing his helmet down in frustration, spewing expletives, probably. Here was Devante Adams in the locker room after the game.
Honestly, I don't know what to say at this moment. I truly don't. I wish I had the words to say something that's not going to get blown up in the media and taken out of context. So I'm going to just, I just don't know.
What are you feeling right now? Can you elaborate on anything going through your mind?
Frustration, but I mean, that kind of goes without saying.
Devante, I know you said that you have confidence whenever you're out there in the offense's ability, but is it kind of hard to maintain that when the results are what they've been?
No, it's not hard to maintain the confidence in our offense. It's just hard to curb your frustration when you can't put it together when you know you should.
He did a pretty good job of avoiding things that could be taken out of context.
When I went to bed, I was hoping for more waking up this morning from him.
What kind of headline could I make with just frustration? Hell yeah, he's frustrated. Hell yes, Devante Adams is frustrated. The ironic thing about all this, I know Raiders fans love irony, it's that the defense that the defense actually I thought did an admirable job last night for the Raiders. It's Jimmy Garoppolo, their quarterback, that just, it was bad
terrible.
Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah.
Jimmy Garoppolo, both parts of Jimmy Garoppolo that keep Jimmy Garoppolo from being as good as his highlight reel have reared their head this season. One is the injury, susceptibility to injury, and 2 is just he's very prone to throwing to the other team.
Yeah.
And teams generally hate that. They hate quarterbacks who love to throw to the other team. And yet Josh McDaniels said, give me some of that. He fits the criteria, which is he has sniffed Tom Brady's jock at one point in his career.
Exactly.
And Bill Belichick has yelled at him. So he must be ready for my system. Only a few are capable of pulling the sword out of the stone of my system.
Dude.
But he is one of them, yes.
The funny things about this, first of all, one funny thing about this, the Raiders supposedly had a team meeting on Thursday with Josh McDaniels where all the veterans got to air out their grievances about what a jerk Josh McDaniels is, I guess. And it was one of those things in the aftermath. Everybody's saying it was good to get in there, and everybody's real honest with each other, and we felt like we accomplished some things in that meeting, and then they go out and do what they did last night. The other thing to me, Seth, is about Devante Adams. You pointed this out before we went to break in the previous segment, which was after the game or at the end of the game when Devante's throwing his helmet down and he's got one catch for 11 yards. There's this groundswell of people saying, "Free Devante Adams, poor Adams. Oh, I feel so bad for Devante Adams." Devante Adams wanted to be traded to the Raiders, and I get it. He wanted to be traded there because Derek Carr was there. But, dude, do you look at what league you're playing in, and do you look at whose wagon you were hitching your star to? Derek Carr. Okay, like Derek Carr is not a forever quarterback for any team. There's very few forever quarterbacks anymore. Even good ones get moved now. Derek Carr is below that threshold. But, dude, you were taking a victory lap last year. The headline on the TV right now, Devante Adams would have lost for words after last night's loss. That's what it says on TV. Dude, you weren't at a loss for words when you got moved from the Packers to the Raiders. You couldn't stop gloating about the fact that you were with your old college buddy playing in Las Vegas. So I'm save it on the poor Devante Adams stuff.
Not just his old college buddy, but he's been a lifelong fan of the Las Vegas Raiders.
Right.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. He went for a logo and a pal.
Yeah.
And he lost, and he's only got one of those things.
Yeah, save it. These people who are like, poor Devante. Poor Devante. I'm looking at his Spot Rack page. There's one thing Devante Adams is not. Poor. I'm telling you right now, because he's set to make $16.8 million next year, which is fully guaranteed. And after that, in 2025 and 2026, he's set to make $35 million. Those years are not guaranteed, and he ain't going to make $35 million, which brings us to the other thing with Devante Adams, Seth. He's going to be awfully tough to move for the Raiders. The dead cap hit, and this is the other thing where you're like, man, if you want out, then don't sign a big contract like this because you've made yourself untradeable. The dead money hit, according to Spot Rack, for Devante Adams to trade him, I'm sure it's some pro rata version of this now because we're halfway through the season, but it's $54 million coming into the season, the dead money hit, to trade him. Like, he's not, dude, unless a team's giving up a whole lot of first-round picks for the Raiders to take a $54 million dead money hit.
Yeah.
And I don't know if they have the cap space to do it. I have no idea. You ain't getting moved.
And it's amazing to me, honestly. I don't even want to pile on Josh McDaniels. I don't think it's his fault. It's just yet another instance where, for the second time, somebody took a chance on a New England Patriots alumnus, which as a coach, it's hazardous for the head coaching. The front office guys from the Patriots have actually done pretty well, but head coaches, man, it has been an absolute mess. And Josh McDaniels had already proven that he was cut from that same cloth. He's cut from that same Matt Patricia cloth. He's got certain deficiencies in his personality or what have you, or he's just trying way too hard to be like Bill Belichick to make it as a head coach. But somebody talked themselves into it again. And then what's he do? He does the exact same thing that all these other guys have done, which have said, they say, well, gosh, I'm so brilliant, and people must not understand my offense unless they were raised up in it, like Jimmy Garoppolo. 7 touchdowns, 9 interceptions on the year.
Dude.
Oh yeah, and he's got injury issues. Like, why? How on earth? How in the hell? Why? Why did you think that was your answer at quarterback? How can you, Mark Davis, be as dumb as your haircut in hiring him in the first place? And how can you, Josh McDaniels, be as dumb as the original Josh McDaniels in the way you manage your quarterback? You Tebow drafting idiot. You Tebow drafting son of a gun. You dumbass. How could you be this dumb? All of you. Raiders Nation, I implore you. How do you allow this to happen? How? How do you allow this to happen?
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
My goodness. I'm ashamed of all of you.
Texans.
You know what they need? They need a Love You Blue jersey.
They need a
good, get them right.
They need a good cease and desist letter. Cease and desist from sucking.
Are you a genuine rebel, Mark, or are you just a little rich boy? Huh?
That's
right.
Mark
Davis? Daddy's little rich boy, afraid to wear a Love You Blue jersey.
Texans good. Text message. Texans
they
good.
drafted Tyree Wilson.
They did. Yeah, who would have wanted him the day of the draft?
Well, no. Sean, what did we say once we found out about Tyree Wilson's injury issues?
Give us Will Anderson Jr.
Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here.
We did.
Yeah.
We got religion at the very, very end of the process. They're getting a few of these now on the text page. Texans, go get Devante. We got a QB that'll throw him the ball. Look, in a vacuum, Devante Adams would be fun as hell to have on the Texans, and I think any team in the NFL could obviously use Devante Adams. It's just it's cost prohibitive to do it, and I'm not just saying for the Texans and what they'd be bringing in salary-wise. I'm just saying the cap hit that the Raiders are going to have to take to move him. I don't think they're moving him. We'll see.
Can get. I mean, it's all these things. As soon as you say something like that, people will tell you, "Yeah, but you can do anything with it." Yes, you can, but it doesn't come without cost, and it would be really tough for them to do it, and for the Texans also to the Texans. That's the other side of it. It's one thing I don't want to give up draft picks, but I also don't want to leverage the future in terms of extending some guys that you might not be super comfortable. I don't know. 2 weeks ago I said, hell yeah, extend Dalton Schultz. Give him an extension. Now I'm like, oh man, I don't know if this guy gives a single damn about blocking, which is fine. You don't have to be George Kittle, but my God, he's just giving a little gentle nudge at guys so he can get off into his routes on passing plays to a team that really needs some help with its blocking in general. That bothers me. That annoys me. So I don't want to extend Dalton Schultz just so I can bring somebody else in and give up draft picks right now.
I think if you're looking for a rule of thumb for today, if you're the Texans, if you're a Texans fan, you're going, okay, what could they do today before the trade deadline hits? I think it's 3 o'clock today is the trade deadline, something like that. It's this afternoon. It'll happen during the afternoon show, so those guys will have anything that breaks really, really late. I think a rule of thumb to use, Seth, is if the Texans are going to give up either a first or second round pick to get a guy, given where they are in their rebuild right now, they're not a Super Bowl contender right now. If they're going to give up any high draft capital, it's going to be for somebody where the answer to the question, do they contribute to this team in 2025, is yes. If they're going to give up a high draft capital thing, it's got to be for somebody. It's got to be for something beyond 2023. Now, whether that means also giving that person a contract extension, whatever, if they're comfortable doing that and they've got the cap space to do it, so be it. But don't give up anything like a first, including a first or a second round, or certainly multiple picks, if all it's affecting is 2023. You're not at that stage right now.
And I'll tell you another thing. I know the Texans are rumored to have been looking at defensive linemen. Leonard Williams gets traded to the Seahawks for a second rounder and a fifth rounder.
Yes.
And he's on an expiring contract, so you'd have to give him a new deal as well. This is where I am. Look, the Texans already spent their draft picks on a defensive lineman. That defensive lineman is Will Anderson. You've already spent a boatload of draft capital on a defensive lineman, and I'm happy so far with Will Anderson's development. But I don't like just how much help does the defense need right now, as opposed to the offense and your young quarterback. I like that. I build through the draft on defense, get a free agent in the offseason, but you need that. This offense needs some work, and they need guys look at. I do believe Robert Woods' absence has been a little bit under-discussed, perhaps, at least from what I've read and listened to. I think Robert Woods does make a difference on that offense right now. Is there a reasonable trade for a veteran wide receiver out there? It's not going to be DeAndre Hopkins, but somebody else out there to help develop your young quarterback. It's what I'm interested in right now is how can I help develop my young quarterback?
Absolutely. Text message, in the spirit of Halloween, the logical little angel on the one shoulder tells Caserio to stay put at the deadline. But he did pull that surprise at the draft with Will Anderson Jr. Any chance the little devil on the other shoulder convinces him to go nuts and make a deal? Chris in the ATL sends us in. He says, in this scenario, I see Belichick as the little angel and a fired-up D'Amico as the devil.
Ooh.
Fired-up D'Amico. Do it. Do it.
Little role reversal right there.
Yeah.
I worry about Belichick sometimes up there by himself in New England with his girlfriend having ditched him.
Yeah.
Or maybe he ditched her. Who knows? But that's what they're talking about up in New England is the absence of his girlfriend and whether that's affected him or not.
Beats talking about football up there right now.
Bill's had some drama in his romantic life throughout his career that's gone, at times scandalous almost. So, my dad was like this, Sean. He was like a ladies' man and yet was always he was also what's the phrase you use when you're always monogamous? Well, supposedly monogamous, but you've always got somebody. You're always partnered up with somebody. A serial
whipped. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, he wasn't. No, he was not whipped. No, he always had a wife. His fourth and final wife. He had a string of wives from the time he was 19 until a few years before his death. it's not like he was the best husband ever,
Right.
but he was always partnered up with
Had
somebody.
to be with somebody, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Hey, next segment, going to be giving away tickets to this Sunday's game between the Texans and the Bucs. Front row in the bullpen, so be listening during the next segment. It could happen at any time. Your chance to win tickets to see the Texans and the Bucs this Sunday at NRG Stadium. Noon kickoff right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, up next with the Texans, how are the fans feeling right now? Are they more hopeful because of the teams the Texans have beaten in their 3 wins, or are they more fearful, maybe even angry, over the 4 teams they've lost to? I put it to the people in a poll yesterday. How are the people feeling? That is next.
The Texans took a tough loss.
Release from DNM.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Texans have had a really strange season in this respect. If you take they're 3-4. I don't think that's strange. They feel like about a 3-4 team right now. But if you take the games against the Texans out of the mix for the 7 teams that they've played, so the non-Texan games that their opponents have played, the 3 teams that the Texans have beaten have a combined record of 14-6. So they've beaten, by that metric, they've beaten anywhere from probably average teams like the Saints to really good teams like the Jacksonville Jaguars, and also beat the Steelers, who are, I think, an above-average team. The combined record in non-Texan games of the 4 teams they've lost to, 10-17. Now, granted, a big chunk of that is the Panthers being 0-6 in games that the Texans, games that they didn't play the Houston Texans. Still, the other 3 teams that they lost to are below 500 combined in games not involving the Texans. So I asked you this yesterday, Seth, and I thought it'd be a good idea to ask the people what they think. And by the people, I mean my Twitter followers. And so I said, are you more hopeful over the 3 wins the Texans have had, the quality of those wins, or are you more fearful over the lack of quality, I guess, of the 4, or the poor quality of the teams that you've lost to 4 times? What do you think the people said about this?
I think the people are happy about the quality of the wins, given that it's still even people who I think have gotten ahead of themselves a little bit in terms of the expectations of the Texans still feel like, yeah, okay, this is a different trajectory than the last 2 years, where you're just kind of begging for scraps. This feels more like, okay, you can build on these wins, and yeah, the losses suck, but it's because we expect more of them. It's just a different feel than the last 2 years. So I think that they're more focused on the positivity of the wins.
I'll give you the results here in a second. The other thing I would add to what you said, because you and I are of the same mind. You and I are both in the first category, hopeful.
Yeah.
I would say the 2 losses also, while they weren't to great teams, Atlanta, the 2 most recent losses, Atlanta and Carolina, which is not a good team, the fact that they lost on last-second field goals in those games. Like, these are garden variety NFL-style games that happen every weekend.
Yeah.
Play here, play there. 2/3 on the nose. 2/3 of the several hundred people that voted in this poll hopeful over the 3 wins. Literally 66.6%.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Because I've gotten a couple comments from people that it always surprised me, and then I got to remember that, like, the day after a loss, myself and everybody else is a little bit irrational, and you're a little bit extreme. But when I see people say things like, quality teams just never drop a game the way the Texans did to the Panthers, I'm like, yes, come on, you watch the NFL, like, that, like, the Chiefs got beat by the Broncos. It sucked. It was a bad win. Don't get me wrong, but you can't look at losses like that and act like, well, everything was a sham. It's obvious that this is the worst team ever in the history of football. Nobody loses games like that. It happens every single year in the NFL. Really, really good teams much better than the Texans, lose to horrible teams every year.
This season, it happens every week.
Yeah.
Like, it's like
the Eagles losing to the Jets.
Two weeks ago, the Niners lost to P.J. Walker and the Browns, and the Eagles lost to Zach Wilson and the Jets on the same day.
But at least the Browns have a really, really good defense, and not to mention the Jets are 4-3. Yeah, 4-3 also.
4-3.
So that's okay. That goes against our point then. But as far as but it's still even in that loss to the Panthers, it was a game that you easily could have won. You're not looking for moral victories versus the Panthers or anything, but it wasn't like a complete non-effort where you just got destroyed and dismantled. They've been competitive in all these games.
I actually think that the Jets
Other than the Colts.
Right. I actually think the Jets being 4-3 plays into our point in a way, Seth, which is it's still really early in the season to use the old Bill Parcells, you are what your record is. Did you watch the Raiders? Did you watch the Raiders last night? I know you did. I'm rhetorically asking the did you watch the Raiders last night? That's a horrible football team. It's a terrible football. Other than Max Crosby and Devante Adams and Josh Jacobs, that is a terrible football team. They have 3 wins this year. Okay, so I think we're still at the stage of the season where a lot of it's the eye test, and I think the Texans are. I think the eye test with the Texans is I think they're hovering around being an average football team, which is major progress.
You know what I like to think about is in terms of if we're looking outside of our own biased view on this. What are the good teams or the competitive teams who lost to the Texans? how are they framing that right now? Like, if I were to listen to a podcast about the NFL at large, and they're talking about the Jaguars and how good the Jaguars are now, I listen to a lot of different podcasts and different radio shows around the league. I think maybe one of the biggest measures of respect is I haven't heard a single person say, well, yeah, they dropped that one to the Texans, but like that's flukes happen all the time. Yeah. I do feel like people look at that Texans game and that loss and look for actual reasons above and beyond just it was a non-performance by the Jaguars. And I think CJ Stroud brings a lot of that to the table. Just the fact that CJ Stroud is there, even though CJ honestly wasn't the reason that was such a lopsided victory. There were some big plays in that game. I think the Texans have a level of credibility now where teams expect them to compete with other teams. Yeah. Like you can put the Texans up against any team in the league and people aren't going to say like, well, obviously they're going to destroy these guys.
That's right. And I haven't heard anything out of the Steelers. It's hard when you lose 30-6 to a team and they lead you wire to wire. Like it's hard to really go back and say anything about that. Yeah. It's an interesting one about Jags because these two teams play again in Week 12, the Jags and the Texans. And I do feel like there were some elements of that game that the Texans were there were elements of that game that were a little fluky. You know, you had the back touchdown kickoff return that came at a really critical juncture in the game when the Jags were kind of closing in on the Texans in the second half of that game. So It's a great question, Seth, because as soon as you asked that, I said, boy, if I were in Jacksonville and I was on the air down there, how would I be framing it? Given what the Jags have done since that Texans loss, I might be framing it as that was exactly what we needed. Like, we needed the wake-up call. We needed that. No disrespect to the Texans. They're obviously a better football team than they've been the last couple of years, but that might have been just what the doctor ordered because they've won 5 in a row. They've been on their P's and Q's since losing to the Texans in Week 3. The Jags have. Have we not made enough out of this cut from CJ Stroud? I heard the afternoon guys talking about it yesterday. We're going to play it here in a second. You said you talked to Brandy after the show about this particular cut from CJ Stroud, right?
I did. Yeah. I wouldn't have necessarily brought that part of it to the air. So, yes, I did. She thought that...
You bring up Brandy on the show before. Like,
I know, but now I'm like sticking her... potentially critical of CJ Stroud take out there, which was she thought that there was when she heard CJ Stroud mentioning that they needed to take more shots downfield or open up the offense a little bit more. She felt like that was more notable than we treated it like
Gotcha.
It was.
Will it make you feel any better? Amy went out on our balcony, shook her fist, screamed at CJ Stroud about this.
Yeah.
She's not allowed back in the building anymore. Here was CJ Stroud yesterday when he was asked, what do they need to do to be more consistently explosive?
You can point the finger everywhere, but, I mean, me personally, I point the thumb. I'm not saying that I'm playing terrible, but I'm not making the plays I want to make. And sometimes, I mean, it's just I have to take what's there. A lot of teams are being smart and playing back. And even when I do take the check down, and this team was knocking it down, and I thought we could have got some first from that. But, I mean, it is what it is. But, I mean, I feel like the talent we have, man, we got to use it, and we got to be explosive like we want to be, and that starts up front running the ball. I think those guys did a good job there, but on top of that, we got to take some shots. We got to be more explosive and do some things down the field. We can't just let people dictate what we do just because we're not throwing the ball short. And I mean that's me getting more trust from the coaches and the guys getting their depth in their routes, and so it's a whole team thing. But, man, I definitely think we have the talent to be explosive, and I think we've shown, man, we're, if not a top 5 defense, top 5 offense, top 10 offense. I mean, we've showed it, and we can do it. We just, got to go out there and call it and run it and execute. So, I feel like that's why we haven't been consistent. Just too many nickel and taking the ball short and not having enough explosives, and it's hard to play on third down, too. So, but I think Bobby's doing a great job calling it, trying to be better with us and getting used to how we like calls and things like that. So hopefully, we start being a little more explosive.
The question is he critical of the coaches in a very subtle, professional kind of way?
Right. And whenever you start talking about needing to take more shots downfield, this feels so much like the journey of any young quarterback in the NFL and having to learn to take what the defense gives you and all of those other things versus no, we need to air it out and throw downfield. And this is sometimes the part where you run up against, listen, this isn't Ohio State with 5-star recruits, coming out of the seams of your program. It's it's not so simple to just take you don't have the equivalent of 5 first-round wide receivers on this team where you can just take shots downfield regardless. You got to find that balance. The first thing I honestly thought when he said that was, dude, you took a shot downfield early in that game, and it was a wild misfire to Nico Collins. So, let's not – and I know he's pointing the thumb at himself there. The old saying is if you point your finger – the old saying is if you point your finger, there's 3 fingers pointed back at yourself.
Yeah.
The thumb is kind of usually it's somewhere off to the side. I'm pointing my finger at you right now, and my thumb is pointed off to your left. I'm basically blaming the Twin Peaks waitress there on
right. Yeah. Not the breakdown I expected, but yes, you're absolutely right.
The 3 fingers pointed back at yourself is what he was talking about there. But he kind of, after he pointed out, listen, no disrespect intended. And what was the old segment that you guys used to do, Sean?
All due respect.
With all due respect. Yeah. With all due respect, I don't mean this is a shot at Bobby Slowick at all. But Bobby Slowick's got to call more shots downfield. This is where I'd go back to when people say, they want him to throw 80% of the time. And maybe there's some merit to that. But it's not 80% where all of a sudden teams are going to start playing you differently or anything. They're playing for the pass. They're not one bit concerned about the run. Everything CJ was just talking about right there was they're sitting back and just forcing everything to come underneath because they don't feel genuinely threatened by this offense. The rushing attack doesn't scare anybody at all. So honestly, the best thing you could do if you want to actually pass 80% of the time is you've got to somewhere along the way figure out how to run the ball because they should have easy pickings right now in the run game, but they're awful at it. And this is where Bobby Slowick's big test as an offensive coordinator is too. Your quarterback looks like he might be unhappy with the play selection, and B, so how do you manage that? And B, you're a passing game coordinator whose offense is awful at running the ball right now. You got to stop. You got to focus on that. Even no matter what percentage of the time you're passing the ball, you're not running the ball well enough to do anything. So they got to counterbalance that somehow.
He used the phrase "be explosive" or some version of explosiveness or downfield. I counted a half dozen times in that 45 to 50 seconds that we just played. That that is a little telling to me, just in terms of what he's wanting to do in this offense. So you use it that many times in that cut. Be explosive, throw downfield, attack.
Yeah, and they do. I mean, it's not it's not a dink and dunk offense the way some offenses in the NFL are. I mean, they're putting it on him, and he makes some hard throws downfield. That's not a criticism. It's not like he's unable to do it. It's just that they're saying those throws are going to get harder and harder. You saw the level of difficulty on those throws out of that Panthers defense. For some of the stuff that had been easy money previously, it's starting to get tougher. Teams are starting to understand what the threats are and where they are. And things are a little gunkier over the middle. Those out routes just aren't quite as open. The throw's got to be that perfect. So running the ball, it's as boring as it could be, but running the ball, because that's what teams are giving you, is the answer to a lot of that.
It is boring. The problem is it's super boring when you suck at it. That's the problem with a lot of people. It's boring when you're good at it. It's super boring when you're terrible at it. Up next, one of the biggest developments, I'm going to give the tickets away here, Ben, don't worry. One of the biggest developments in college football this year, coaches getting chippy at people that should be inconsequential and insignificant to them. We got 2 of them in the same conference this past weekend. To add to Ryan Day from a few weeks ago going after Lou Holtz. We'll do that next. But first, let's give some Texans tickets away. Texans Ticket Tuesday, baby. The Texans take on the Tampa Bay Bucs Sunday. Big bounce-back game for the Texans coming. You can be sitting front row in the bullpen watching the action. Just be caller number 5 right now, 713-572-4610. It's your first of 3 chances to win all day today. Of course, you'll get a chance during In the Loop. You get a chance live with Stoerner and Hughley. Make sure you're listening in the noon and 5 o'clock hours during their shows for your chance to win a pair of tickets. It's Texans Ticket Tuesday only on Sports Radio 610. Crybaby college coaches next.
The Texans take on Tampa Bay on
Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Happy Halloween, kids. Hope you have a great day today. College football coaches, they seem to have rabbit ears more now than ever. I don't know how much of that is Dion, who hears everything, and now all the college coaches feel like, you know what, Dion fired back, so we're just going to fire back at everybody that's critical of us. Doesn't it feel like there's way more of this now, Seth, than there used to be?
I feel like it's college coaches understanding more and more, like any publicity is good publicity in some ways.
Showmanship aspect to it.
And it's not just recruits that you're trying to appeal to anymore. It's the transfer portal.
Yeah.
So that, I do. I think almost they're living in that world where things are happening on social media. Like kids are making decisions about where they're going to transfer based on social media. And in a lot of respects, okay, they're gonna embrace that life. There's a lot of college coaches do a good job of trying to keep up with the kids. And right now, the kids are very much about social media.
Yeah, as a wrestling fan, I think it's the greatest thing of all time, just so you know. Here was, just to recalibrate here, I mentioned Ryan Day. Like, Dion's in his own category for me. Like, Dion will just say anything about anything. It feels like Ryan Day, some of it is like who's exactly getting under the skin of these guys. Lou Holtz, back before Notre Dame played Ohio State. Remember this? Lou Holtz said that Ohio State wasn't physical. I don't know if he used the word soft, but he certainly implied they're soft. Here was, if we recall, here was Ryan Day after Ohio State beat Notre Dame.
Coach, you knew this one wasn't going to be easy, but it came down to the wire. And what can you say about the performance from your quarterback, Kyle McCord, to finish that drive?
Toughness, that's it. Physicality, across the board, finish it off, having guts. You know, I like to know where Lou Holtz is right now. What he said about our team, I cannot believe. This is a tough team right here. We're proud to be from Ohio, and it's always been Ohio against the world.
All right, so that was Ryan Day.
You're afraid you're going to rile up Ohio again, are you? Yeah. You don't want to. You needed to censor Ryan Day there.
Yeah,
he was playing to the crowd there. You could hear them in the background.
That's Ryan Day's making me nervous. So that was earlier this season. It happened again. It's happened twice now in the last 5 days, where college coaches are getting publicly agitated with people that really shouldn't be publicly agitating them. Probably the closest thing to what Ryan Day experienced with Lou Holtz happened with NC State this past weekend. College Game Day was in Utah for the Oregon-Utah game, and Steve Smith, former wide receiver for the Panthers, who lives in Charlotte, that's important to this story. But he went to Utah, so that's why he was doing the picks. One of the games they were picking was the NC State game. I don't recall who NC State was playing, but they did win the game. Here's Steve Smith before the game doing celebrity picks.
Look, Clemson has been struggling. They're not the Clemson we've loved over the years. But NC State, unfortunately, they're waiting for basketball to start.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so that was his little quip about NC State. Keep in mind, Steve Smith lives in North Carolina. Dave Doran is the head coach of NC State. NC State beat Clemson this weekend. We'll get to Dabo Swinney in just a minute. NC State beat Clemson this weekend. Here was Dave Doran on the field after the game.
Tell Steve Smith in the studio this ain't a basketball school. He can kiss my ass.
Okay, that was on the field. And then, this is kind of a funny drive-by.
Steve Smith's starting so many feuds all over the place.
So funny. He's
him and Jerry Jeudy were getting into it a couple weeks ago.
Steve Smith's he's paying a lot of rent inside people's brains these days. And then Dave Doran's still on the Steve Smith kick in the press conference after the game.
Yeah, I mean, for a guy that lives in Charlotte, he's got his head faced west to Utah all the time, which, I understand. And no disrespect to him, but he disrespected our program. And I'm not going to let people do that. These kids have worked their butt off. We've won a lot of football games here. And in my tenure, I think we're second or third in the ACC in wins in football. So, he can take that and put it where it belongs. But this is not a basketball school. This is a great, great school that has great sports, and football is one of them. And so, if he wants to come see me, we can talk about that. But, do your homework before you start talking.
If I'm recruiting against NC State as a basketball coach, That's right there. Hey, this is not a basketball school.
Look at the
what
quote.
Are you looking at? You know, for all those kids that are trying to decide between Duke and NC State, like that might be the thing that tips them over the edge.
Yes.
Oh, you can't figure out whether you want to go to UNC or NC State. Is that right? Well, let me tell you, I've got news for you. Yeah.
Doran, NC State, not a basketball school. Even their football coach says they're not a basketball school.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. Boy, obviously those guys used Steve Smith and Lou Holtz as rallying cries for their team, either the pregame speech or what have you. So I feel like for the same reason it works before the game, it works after the game maybe even more effectively because recruits watching that or alumni love it when you're sticking up for your team against outsiders, all of that. So I would wholeheartily endorse the strategy and the tactic.
Okay.
If I'm Ryan Day, I don't know if I choose Lou Holtz to be the guy I'm going after. That's a little bit like, all right, it's like if you choose a rap battle with some old dude, you know? Yeah. I'd like to.
I'm the big hostie. Don't mess with me. I'm the baddest coach this side of D.C.
I'll tell you what. What's her name? Debbie Harry. Remember they did that song? Didn't Debbie Harry do like a joint song with rappers at some point?
Blondie?
The band Blondie did some song with rappers. I tell you what. Debbie Harry out there saying, I ain't got no bars. I'm going to show that old hag something. It's
funny. Speaking
Debbie
of
Harry
Clemson.
would still get. Yeah, what's that?
Speaking of Clemson.
Yeah.
Dabo Swinney is the latest coach to do this. He had a coach's show, as do a lot of the coaches, and they take calls on the coach's show. He had a caller to his coach's show that basically said, why are we paying you so much money? You're 4-4 or whatever his record is right now. Here was Dabo Swinney telling that caller, go ahead and apply for my job then.
Why are we paying you $11.5 million to go 4-4? And it's not just this year. It's been, just the refusal to accept.
All right. What's this guy's name?
Tyler.
Hey, Tyler. I've listened to enough of you, Tyler. Listen, you can have all your opinions that you want. All right. I don't know how old you are. Don't really care. All right. But let me tell you something. We won 11 games last year, and you're part of the problem, to be honest with you, because that is part of the problem. It's people like you that all you do is the appreciation. The expectation is greater than the appreciation, and that's the problem. And so, we've won 12 10-plus win seasons in a row. That's happened 3 times in 150 years. So if you want to know why, Clemson ain't sniffed a national championship for 35 years. We've won 2 in 7 years. And there's only 2 other teams that can say that, Georgia and Alabama. Okay? Is this a bad year? Yeah. And it's my responsibility. Take 100% responsibility for it. But all this bull crap you're thinking, all these narratives you read, listen, man, you can have your opinion all you want. And you can apply for the job. And good luck to you. All right?
let me point out one thing, and then I get your take on it, Seth.
I like that was a good part. The part, honestly, about okay, go ahead.
Real
the
quick
part about you can apply for the job. That's
you go ahead and do it real quick. You guys heard part of the caller there at the beginning. There was 2 minutes of this caller leading up to that question. Like this, they let this caller go for an ungodly amount of time leading up to him finally bringing up the salary and why are we paying you kind of thing. Like Dabo's frustration was probably like, I got to sit here and listen to this Tyler guy for 2.5 minutes tell me why I suck at my job.
I feel like the problem is I guess without having heard because I actually read an article about this before I wanted to listen to it on air.
There's more.
For the first time.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm trying to put myself in Dabo Swinney's position, and I've actually thought about this before because you remember. It was Rush Limbaugh being interviewed by somebody. I want to say it was Barbara Walters or somebody. And this is whether matter which side of the aisle you're on, this is instructive in the way that this happened. Her first question to Rush Limbaugh was, "Hey, you're getting paid such and such $1 million a year. Why?" And it kind of caught Rush Limbaugh off guard. In such a way that the answer simply was I make that amount of money for the for the people
Network.
that pay it.
Yeah.
I make more money than that. For like the people who pay that to me are making more money than that. Like that's why it's worth it. It's a simple economics lesson. So like to try to just detach yourself enough to just explain the simple economics of it. So for Dabo Swinney, you're trying to be rah-rah college guy, but at the same time, like that's the going rate for coaches that can that people hope can bring a national championship.
That's the correct
That's why
answer.
I'm getting paid, young man. Like if you want a lesson in economics in a capitalist society, that's the answer. But that really isn't relevant to like this season right now.
Dabo kept going, and look, I'm about to play some more Dabo for you. There was parts of Dabo that wound up on the cutting room floor. Otherwise, this would sound like the Dabo Swinney show. He went off that long on this caller, but this is the other part that got a lot of attention is Dabo pointing out, as far as salaries go, at one time when he first took the job, I believe they had fired Tommy Bowden and they made Dabo the interim, if I'm not mistaken. He was the lowest paid coach.
I started as the lowest paid coach in this freaking business. All right, and I'm where I am because I've worked my ass off every single day. And I ain't going to let some smart-ass kid get on this phone and create this stuff. So if you got a problem with that, I don't care. All right? I work for the Board of Trustees, the President, and the AD. And if they're tired of me leading this program, all they got to do is let me know. I'll go somewhere else where there is an appreciation. All right? It's not just winning. It's how you win. And we are this is a tough year, but we've had 12 10-plus win seasons in a row. 12. We lost to Tennessee last year. They won 11 games for the first time in like 20 years. We've had 8-11 win seasons in whatever, 11 years or whatever. We've won 2 national championships. Clemson went 35 years. All right, probably since before you were born, your whole freaking life. And we've won 2 in 7 years.
Yeah, he got too triggered by like the kid who was obviously like asking a troll.
Yeah,
question.
dude.
Like, why are you like? It's obvious. Did he display anything in the 2-minute lead up to this question, Sean, where he sounded like a kid who would be dumb enough to not understand why Dabo had that kind of, like, you can disagree with the economics of college football all you want, but like asking the question, why are you getting this money? Like, that's the dumbest question I've ever heard.
Yeah.
Other than if you're asking it rhetorically as a criticism of the college football play system or something. That's a whole other discussion.
Yeah, sure. No, the caller's main point in leading up to his question was that something turned after the 2018 season. Like after you won the national championship in Trevor Lawrence's freshman year, something changed, and you guys haven't been the same since then. And what changed? And then ultimately it was the question that you heard Dabo react to there. I like that Dabo's just like spewing his resume at this kid, like because Dabo's got an impressive basically, this is what Dabo is saying to the kid. He's basically saying this. Acknowledge me to the kid. That's what he's saying. You show some respect to Dabo Swinney is what he's saying.
It's hard because Dabo's also been, like, he plays both sides of the cards, too. Like, he talks, whines and complains about college players getting paid. Well, he's making $11 million a year. Like, that's the whole hypocrisy. And that's where I would side with the kid or other people in a lot of respects. But that's not the discussion you're having if you're talking about what's wrong with the football program.
Dude.
Like, as far as the economics of it, that's the going rate for guys who football teams think can bring them another national championship. But as far as that somehow being the issue with this year's season or anything, it's a whole other story.
Well, real quick, and the difference between we played Ryan Day and we played Dave Doran in that segment, the difference between Dabo and those two guys, Ryan Day and Dave Doran are sticking up for their players. Dabo is letting some Tyler in Rock Hill, South Carolina on a mobile get under his skin while he's sitting out at Joe's Barbecue 2 miles from campus doing his coach's show to stick up for himself.
Right. Yeah. Which is like he's understandably probably feeling a little bit threatened.
Maybe.
Or just not threatened, just it's a blow to your ego. Look at Sean Payton. Look at the way he's reacted since realizing that he might have a tough go of it.
He might not be good at coaching anymore.
Freaking out a little bit. You've got all these, Sean, over a lifetime, you know this. We build up these certain illusions about ourselves and the way we believe we are, and sometimes they make you feel really good. And then when you're a football coach and you've actually got records and trophies to back it up, when all of a sudden that's threatened, it shakes your whole foundation.
No doubt.
So there might be a little bit of foundation shaking going on there with Dabo, the poor fella.
Could be.
Pray for him in this time of need. My goodness, you cold-hearted cat.
Yeah. All right, you're listening to KILT HD2 and Odyssey.
I'll tell you another thing, youngster. I got a buyout that could buy 29 houses for your whore mama. Yeah.
Hey, Tyler, I've listened to enough of you.
Who's that?
That was Dabo.
Talking to Tyler?
Yeah, Tyler.
Milner?
Yeah, no, talking to Tyler.
Oh,
no, the caller's name was
Tyler.
Tyler.
I've listened to enough of you.
That'd be awesome if the caller was Tyler Milner. Jeremy in Deer Park won the tickets to see the Texans and the Bucs. Jeremy, congrats. You guys can win tickets to see the game this Sunday in the noon hour and the 5 o'clock hour today. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. Get to the top 8 at 8, the Ocho. 8 stories you need to know. Let's start with the Texans. Injury report. Jarrett Patterson, starting center for the Texans in all 7 of their games this year. Reported by Aaron Wilson yesterday to have a fractured ankle, confirmed by an MRI that his ankle is fractured. The weird thing about this is that Patterson himself questioned that on Instagram by saying, I have a broken ankle. So we don't know what to make of that, okay? What we do know.
Hell, man.
I love 2020.
Honestly, what the sweet hell?
Yeah.
Sean, I don't make $11 million a year to come in and have to try to figure out and divine for myself like exactly whose report is correct. Either Aaron Wilson or Jarrett Patterson himself, all right?
Man, wild times we live in, man. This we do know, that the Texans are going to need to shuffle once again after, I think, 2 or 3 weeks in a row of actually starting the same 5 guys on the offensive line. They're going to have to do some. They're going to have to do some shuffling again. I would imagine it'll involve Michael Dieter at center, if I had to guess.
It was a golden age of O-line stability, wasn't it?
3 weeks.
3 weeks that we had.
It's a beautiful thing.
Of guys that we didn't feel all that great about, but still, it was the same guys.
Same guys, yeah. So we'll see what happens. That'll start to take shape on Wednesday. I guess the big question Texan fans have today, Seth, is trade deadline activity. Do we expect the Texans to be active on the trade deadline? I think maybe the bigger question, we'll talk about the Texans. The bigger question, I think, is how active is the trade deadline going to be, period?
Yeah, who's out there selling? The Giants we know are selling.
Yeah.
They just sent the Leonard Williams off to the Seahawks for a second rounder and a fifth rounder.
Okay, I saw an interesting one. Let's treat this as number 2 here. I saw an interesting one on TV they were just proposing on ESPN. Ryan Tannehill to the Jets.
Oh, Ryan Tannehill to the Jets.
To the Jets.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, what do the Jets actually feel about Aaron Rodgers' chances to come back in the playoffs, or perhaps even sooner? Because right now, he was out there in the rain before the game this weekend, taking a drop and throwing the football. That was actually, I've been a little bit skeptical of just how amazing some of the stuff he's been doing is, because they get people up on their feet and walking around a lot quicker for most surgeries than they used to, orthopedically. Mm-hmm. But yeah, that was kind of alarming to see. So, do they bother trading Ryan Tannehill when they think that they might actually have Aaron Rodgers coming back at some point this season?
Well, if they feel Aaron Rodgers is coming back, then the answer is no, unless they feel like they need Tannehill to just get into the postseason.
To bridge through to the postseason. But they've got a winning record right now, and they feel like probably maybe with Tannehill they could actually do it. Tannehill himself is banged up and injured, though, too. So I would say no. I don't think that happens.
I don't think so either. For the reason you said, he's got an ankle problem right now. I guess I'd throw Minnesota in there as another team that might be looking at quarterbacks. That might be the one thing for the Texans if you're looking for. Oddly enough, a team that I think feels like they've got a shot at making the postseason. The thing to watch for might be if Minnesota makes a phone call about Case Keenum or something like that.
Right. I've seen that suggested a couple times, mostly because people remember Case Keenum had a good season up there. Took him to the playoffs, had the Minneapolis Miracle. And statistically, I think it was one of Case's better seasons as a pro.
Yeah.
Ended up getting a contract out of that eventually with the Broncos, right?
Yep.
So that's right. Thanks, Ben. That was
Case Keenum, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Case Keenum.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's how it went in Denver for him.
That was I don't know. If they were to give us Dalton Reisner, the offensive guard, as the Texans now have issues at both left guard and center, Is that would you give up Case Keenum for Dalton Risner, just an even swap, or would you need draft compensation?
You brought his name up a few times, and this is what I'm curious about, is that, okay, he hasn't played much for the Vikings, right?
Right, he just played the last couple weeks, I think.
Okay.
He was out there as a free agent. Nobody was touching him. He got in some kind of sideline altercation in Denver at the end of last year, remember?
Yeah.
And then he was injured, and then he was a free agent, and nobody touched him.
Yeah.
And he finally got signed by Minnesota eventually. But, they haven't used him much. I don't know what his deal is.
Yeah, I don't know how good he is right now. Like, if he's who he's been as a, if he's generally what he's been since he got into the league, sure. I mean, the Texans need guards right now, absolutely. So we'll see what happens.
I would say I think Case is too valuable to the development of CJ Stroud. I'd rather let go of Davis Mills at this point for Dalton Risner plus a draft pick.
Okay, there you go.
3.
All right, James Harden was traded. We were looking at the NFL trade deadline, what might happen. What did happen last night, James Harden traded to the Los Angeles Clippers. He got his wish again. James Harden did, traded to the Clippers overnight in a package that included P.J. Tucker and Philippe Petrusev. Those three go to the Clippers for a slew of players, a bunch of former Rockets, Marcus Morris, Robert Covington, Nick Batum, K.J. Martin. A 2028 unprotected first-round pick is the one asset in this deal that has everybody chalking this trade up as, probably the best Daryl Morey could do under the circumstances. There's a couple second-round picks, a pick swap, another first-rounder coming in from a third team. There's a bunch of stuff in this deal. The bottom line, Seth, is that Philly is out from under the whole James Harden dark cloud. They don't have to kick him off the team flight anymore like they did a couple days ago because they didn't allow him on the flight. They wanted him to go back to the work. He didn't get drunk and grope a stewardess or something.
He was on the side. He was courtside for their last game.
Yeah. Street clothes. But he's an LA Clipper now, and James Harden gets his way for a third time in less than 3 years.
Yeah, this is the dance you've signed on to attend when you bring James Harden into the fold, or you give him a contract that he allows to, after he opts in and then claims that you're SOB for just not doing whatever he wants. He goes and badmouths you to a billion Chinese folks and their despotic communist regime. They're not even communists. They're just a damn. They just damn tell you what to do. Yeah, that's what you get.
Mm-hmm.
Sean, would you hire somebody knowing that, okay, this person's going to call me a liar to the entire country of China? Would you sign on for that?
No.
And he's going to force his way out of your organization for less than he's probably worth.
We'll talk more about this later in the show, but one big angle of this we haven't really touched on, like Daryl Morey's got to feel like just like stabbed in the heart by a relative with this whole thing. Like nobody went to the mattresses more for James Harden when it came to protecting him from criticism and whatnot than Daryl Morey did for the last 10 years.
No, and that's where, and I feel bad for people in Houston who had low enough self-esteem to want to bring James Harden back. To be like, hey, all is forgiven. Mm-hmm. Do you still think I'm pretty? Please, okay. I'll let you do whatever you want. I won't ask any questions. Just come and claim that you love me.
Spoon me.
Please.
Yep.
4.
All right, the NFL has sent a strongly worded cease and desist letter to the University of Houston. Why? Well, because the University of Houston used what the NFL, and I'm assuming the Tennessee Titans feel, are knockoffs of the Love You Blue Oiler uniforms in their season opener against UTSA. According to the letter, the NFL would like the University of Houston to do 3 things. Stop using the uniforms. Don't sell them as merchandise in their team store or bookstore or whatever online. Just real quick note, they're not. They haven't sold any of the merchandise. And 3, remove all the social media posts or anything promotional having to do with the University of Houston wearing these colors. Somebody's texted in a good thought on this earlier, Seth, because obviously it feels to me like this is the Amy Adams Strunk, this is the Adams family behind this, because we know they're very protective of those colors. We know firsthand here they're very protective of those colors. Like, okay, this is the University of Houston. It's not a team that plays in the NFL like the Texans are. I can maybe understand getting agitated if it's the Texans because you're in the same league with them, whatever. I think even that's a reach. But, man, why can't you let a bunch of college kids celebrate the history of the city in those colors and be like, that's a cool tribute to our franchise? This feels very petty.
I guess, to play devil's advocate is because I do think that it feels petty as well, Sean. Mm-hmm. to play devil's advocate, yes, the University of Houston hasn't sold T-shirts or jerseys or anything with those colors, but they have used those colors and that image and basically evoking the memory of the Oilers to sell tickets or to try to boost TV ratings or whatever it might be. It's all part of the promotional purpose of it. So, again, I don't want to get into intellectual property law. They have a claim. It's just a matter of whether they should be pursuing it or not, or if they just come off basically like the children of their father, Bud Adams, who was notoriously would drive over. Never mind that one. He was a penny pincher. Okay, so it comes off like all the worst elements of Bud Adams. It sounds exactly like a crew that wouldn't let you tailgate so they could sell more concessions. Right? No joy for you, University of Houston. Not without our healthy commission coming to us.
5. Monday Night Football last night. Detroit 26, Las Vegas 14. The game played like a 46-14 game. Detroit dominated this game. Jahmyr Gibbs himself had more total yards from scrimmage than the entire Raiders team did, 189 to 157. Jimmy Garoppolo was awful. It turned into just a sack fest in the that sounds terrible. But in the fourth quarter of the game.
Depends on hygiene.
Devante Adams.
About hygiene with that.
Devante Adams was the other big story in this game. He only had one catch for 11 yards. Today is the trade deadline. Here was Devante Adams following last night's game.
Honestly, I don't know what to say at this moment. I truly don't. I wish I had the words to say something that's not going to get blown up in the media and taken out of context. So I'm going to just, I just don't know.
What are you feeling right now? Can you elaborate on anything going through your mind?
Frustration, but I mean, that kind of goes without saying.
Devante, I know you said that you have confidence whenever you're out there in offense's ability, but is it kind of hard to maintain that when the results are what they've been?
No, it's not hard to maintain the confidence in our offense. It's just hard to curb your frustration when you can't put it together when you know you should.
All right, so Devante Adams, clearly frustrated. Dude, I have a hard time feeling like you're going to get moved today. You've made a lot of money that's going to be on the Raiders' cap if they decide to trade you.
They would have to come up with about $8 million extra cap space, which isn't impossible by any stretch of the imagination, because it would be a $16 million net hit, okay. I think, right now on their cap.
Okay.
And they have $8 million of cap space. So it's possible. I just don't think that, the Raiders shouldn't. Are you going to sit there and think, well, what we really need to do is find a way to get Devante Adams out of here versus, wow, we really should have done something different than Jimmy Garoppolo this offseason. That was dumb. So I feel like the latter is the proper answer, and there's something you can do about in the short term. I wouldn't be carting off Devante Adams, no matter how upset he was, just because there's still time to A, salvage this season to a certain degree, and then B, do something about quarterback in the offseason.
Yep.
6.
Real quick update on the trade deadline. Only one deal so far in the last day or so, coming off of week 8. Leonard Williams, defensive lineman for the Giants, he heads to the Seahawks for a second-round pick this year and a fifth-round pick in 2025. And I guess maybe an indicator, Seth, that the indicators we have so far is that the Giants look to be a seller, and the big thing they have that people might want is Saquon Barkley. And the Titans sent Kevin Byard out, but maybe Will Levis and the performance he had on Sunday changes the calculus for the Titans' appetite to trade players away like Hopkins and Derrick Henry?
Yeah, and I wonder with Byard, that was an older player on a contract who's expiring, and obviously that's what DeAndre Hopkins is an older player on a short-term contract, but he's an older player who can help their young quarterback in Will Levis. I wouldn't be surprised if the Titans they're going to stay in that mode where you can't quite figure out whether they're really aggressively moving towards the future or trying to win right now. I think if they like Will Levis and they think they can build on what he did this last weekend, then maybe they still let go of anybody else on the roster who buy at the right price, but they're going to keep the offense intact as much as possible.
I hope he duped them. I hope Sunday's performance was a total outlier.
one of those DeAndre Hopkins touchdowns, they lifted the play off of the Texans where Dalton Schultz had hit the safety with the double move in cover 2, and in the Falcons versus the Falcons. The Falcons safeties no less aggressive than they always have been. Bit yet again in DeAndre Hopkins with a touchdown. So you're welcome, DeAndre.
Yeah.
You're welcome for one of your first 3 touchdowns.
You're welcome, Tim Kelly. Tim Kelly cheating off of Bobby Slowick and CJ Stroud's paper. That's what that is.
Tim Kelly plagiarizing.
Yep.
You know what? You know who would want royalties for that, Sean? The Tennessee Titans.
That's right. That's right. We should countersue.
Yeah.
We should countersue on behalf of U of H. Your OC is a plagiarist. Yes.
Is this just a matter of, like, I wonder if, shouldn't the Titans have just said, hey, University of Houston, okay, just give us our royalties on these uniforms and we'll be good.
Well,
we'll just license them to you. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah. 7. Rangers take a 2-1 lead in the World Series against the Diamondbacks. They beat the Diamondbacks 3-1 last night. Max Scherzer left with a back injury. Adolis Garcia left with some sort of muscle strain. So we'll see what happens.
Oh, no.
Yeah. You heard
a muscle strain, you say?
Strain. Yeah. Symptomatic of...
Remember back before they started testing for steroids, how guys would have, muscle pulls and tears a lot more often?
Oh, yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah, that's strange. 8. All right, last one. Jim Harbaugh. We're still waiting for this sign-stealing story to play out with the University of Michigan. One thing that reportedly has been made clear to Jim Harbaugh, that if he gets suspended because of the Michigan sign stealing. And for those who don't know, Michigan has been reportedly filming the sideline of opposing teams, of upcoming opponents, using staff members at various games around college football, and then stealing the signs and then using that information to help win football games. They've won a lot of them the last couple of years. That if Jim Harbaugh were to get a suspension, Seth, the NFL would not be a safe harbor for him. The NFL would enforce whatever suspension the NCAA were to come down with for him. The NFL would enforce, theoretically, the same suspension on Jim Harbaugh if he chose to go to the NFL next year.
They did this with Jim Tressel at Ohio State when the NCAA had suspended Jim Tressel. He went off to the Colts because the Colts love to hire every former cheater. Didn't they have Greg Williams on board for a little while, too?
Probably. He's coach for every team but Houston, yeah.
I'll just assume that they did. But they enforced that he was like a consultant with the Colts, so they had to. They couldn't use him as a consultant for the first 8 games of the year. Would that even prevent a team that's really, really desperate and hungry from going after Jim Harbaugh?
No, I don't think so. Well, it depends on the suspension. If it's for a year or something like that, then maybe it would. But
yeah, it's tough to hire a coach. Hey, Josh McDaniels, listen, we're hiring Jim Harbaugh. Don't worry about it, okay? He's just got to serve a year. No, you're cool. You're fine. Don't worry about it. He's just going to be hanging out for a while.
I think the threshold would be 5 games. If anything less than 5 games, I think an NFL team would weather that storm. Probably. Jim Harbaugh's a really good coach. I think that's
well. Yeah, when he's got former Marines spying for him on the sideline,
he's pretty good at the Niners, I would say. He did a good job there.
Do we know that he wasn't doing anything shady
we
there,
don't.
Sean?
Nope,
no, we don't. We don't have a clue.
Good point. Good
right.
point. Yep. Why am I a Harbaugh honk all of a sudden? Yeah, check yourself, Sean. All right, let's start looking at Tampa Bay. The Texans have the Bucs this week. This is a wounded Bucs team right now. So can the Texans get well? Titus Howard, man. Titus Howard, he's not playing left guard very well. I don't know if I would have taken this tack on social media if I were Titus Howard over the last 24 hours. That is next.
The Texans.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's start digging in. Tampa Bay coming to town this weekend. The spread is out on this game. The Texans are 2.5-point favorites against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So basically, the odds makers view these two teams as basically even on a neutral field. Texans getting 2.5 probably for playing in Houston. The Bucs are a wounded unit right now. They've lost 3 in a row. They started out 3-1. They've lost to Detroit 20-6. They got beat on a last-second field goal by Atlanta in Tampa Bay. I was at that game. And then they were at Buffalo on Thursday Night Football last week. They lost 24-18 to the Buffalo Bills in Buffalo. So Seth, I guess the one wrinkle with this game is that the Bucs have a little bit of extra time to recoup and prepare for this game. They're coming off sort of the quasi bye week sort of situation, Thursday Night Football. Yeah. So they've got that going in their favor right now. But this is a football team that's not exactly playing its best football right now.
No, they're not playing their best football, and this is an opportunity, I think, for the Texans that, as CJ Stroud pointed out, they weren't taking a whole bunch of deep shots in the game this past Sunday versus the Panthers. I do think that that just might be what the Texans end up having to do until they establish a run game, because the Panthers very decidedly said, well, we're not going to give you anything deep. Like the average air yards per attempt for CJ on the season, he's got the third highest average air yards per attempt. So if you just think about that, don't worry, that's not a super analytical stat or anything. It's just how many yards does the ball travel in the air past the line of scrimmage? It's not like actual GPS yardage or anything. It's just how many yards past the line of scrimmage is it? The Texans have pushed the ball downfield. The Panthers said, like, no, we're gonna try to inhibit that as much as possible, and I'd imagine the Bucs are going to do the same. So even though the Bucs are very willing to blitz when they feel it's appropriate, I just think they're going to play more conservatively, and it comes down to CJ. Okay, can we be more efficient, and can we actually run the football?
Yep. Neither of these teams can run the football. Spoiler alert. The Bucs are one of the few teams in the NFL that are actually statistically worse at running the football on a per carry basis than the Houston Texans. These are two of the worst teams at running the football in the entire NFL. So the upshot of this might be that the game lasts till about 4 o'clock. You got two teams that can't burn any clock, two teams that are putting the ball in the air, presumably maybe a little more than the average team would. We'll see. Titus Howard was spending his day yesterday jousting with people on Twitter over this game.
He got mad online?
Yeah.
Oh man, don't do that, Titus.
Yeah.
Focus on the good stuff, man.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Stop me if you've heard this before. He was replying to a couple people that were talking about I believe the receiver. Here we go. Baker Mayfield. Oh, well, it started with Titus just out of nowhere on Sunday night saying, "We will be better next week. On to the Buccaneers." And then someone named Kyle on Twitter says, Baker Mayfield about to sauce our defense, unfortunately. Titus decides to reply on Sunday night, no chance, our defense going to box him. All right, so Titus putting a little chip for the shoulder of Baker Mayfield out there on Twitter.
Yeah, that's real. And honestly, okay, yeah, despite everything else, it might get personal or not personal or anything on social media. I do feel like Titus is a little too casually putting bulletin board material out there. Just to flat out.
For the other side of the ball.
Right, yeah. Talking trash on behalf Titus. Of the defense, yeah.
And so that got retweeted by somebody else saying, oh, you mean like we boxed Desmond Ridder, right? Who's been awful since he beat the Texans a couple of weeks ago. He got benched this past week. And this turned into a whole big back and forth with Titus saying, I'm just trolling these guys, blah, blah, blah. Probably, though, when he wasn't like saying, well, I'm just trolling and trying to have fun on here, back when it appeared to be somewhat serious, the guy who brought up Desmond Ridder said, you've been in the league 5 years and never made a Pro Bowl. Titus Howard says, how many years you been in the league? You got another man as your profile pic, LOL. That says enough, LMAO, with a bunch of crying emojis. Here was this person's reply, same person. You got 14K followers as a professional athlete. That should tell you something, bum ass. Laughing emojis. Okay, now here's where
it's so man.
Here's where no, dude,
nobody looks good in this,
dude. It's about
those guys, Titus, you and me. This is all bad.
It's about to get worse for Titus because this guy says you got 14,000 followers on here as a professional athlete. This is on Twitter. That should tell you something, bum ass. Titus's reply: 14,000 on Twitter. 70,000 on Instagram. Like he's a Kardashian or something with 70,000.
I will say 70,000 on Instagram is more, especially for that generation. That's more important than the Twitter following. Twitter is just kind of like a pleasant diversion for a lot of guys that age. It's not taken seriously except by hardcore sports and political people for the most part anymore. That's our little weird niche in the world.
No, I get it. I get it. Like, but 70,000 for an NFL player, I'm guessing, who's active on it, like Titus is, probably isn't that big a number. And that's neither here nor there. I really don't care what their numbers are, but Titus is bringing it up in an argument. And that, to me, when someone brings up, I have 14,000 here on Twitter, but 70,000 on Instagram, that feels like if someone came after and said, man, y'all won 2 games last year. Titus is like, 3 games and a tie, which is a semi-win, according to Michael Irvin. 3 wins,
yeah, that's the hard part.
Semi-win.
Semi-win.
Yes.
This would be me dispensing more advice about confrontation that I myself wouldn't follow, but I know the right thing to do. Just like I said with Dabo Swinney, like Dabo just shouldn't have even really engaged on the whether or not he's worth his salary. Likewise with Titus, there's certain things that, like, all right, like, don't even engage. When people start just bringing it down to like the pure basics, like social media slugfest, just don't engage. You're not going to win. There's always, no matter how many fools you defeat on social media, there are more waiting behind them. It's a never-ending onslaught of zombie murderers. Okay, so you're never going to win. Although I will say, from the ones I saw, it seemed like Titus was staying pretty lighthearted through all of it.
He was after that guy. I mean, you're right. Like, they all had laughing emojis at the end of it. You use that to convey tone, I suppose.
Yeah.
I would just
or
say,
at least they're pretending to be lighthearted about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not normally this guy, I would say, but Titus did not have a good game on Sunday. Normally I'd say, okay, well, these tweets probably took a total of like 20 minutes out of his day, maybe a half hour out of his day.
It's the psychic energy that they can command.
Well,
and again, I'm giving advice that I don't usually follow or at least I'm not 100% at following it, but like that's one of the penalties you pay on anything social media is that it sticks with you. It either affects your mood for a certain amount of time afterwards, or you get up, go to the bathroom at 2 a.m. and you think about something somebody said that day, and it's not. You gotta try to find that balance to where you're completely disengaged from it if you can.
Yeah.
It's hard though. It's hard.
I know.
I'm just saying. I'm telling you what you should do, not whether I successfully.
Well,
do.
and some of these tweets at Titus were very personal about his physique and the quality of his play and things like that. But what I was
say about his physique?
One of them called him fat or something like that.
What, you son of a bitch?
Yeah.
That's by offensive lineman standards.
I don't know.
I feel like Titus is doing all right.
Whatever time. No, he's doing. He looks like an offensive lineman. Yeah, exactly.
Titus will be one of those guys that when he's done playing, slims way down, like a Wade Smith type. I think.
Yeah, he was a quarterback at one point in his late teen years.
See, Wade has lost a lot of weight, but still looks good and healthy. Some guys lose a lot of weight, offensive linemen especially. They lose a lot of weight, and it looks like
you're worried about him.
Like you should light a candle for him or something.
Right.
I think Titus is just like a good fit dude.
Yeah, I think so too. Now, in the meantime, I'd like him to stay chunky for another few years and earn this contract he just got this past offseason.
Did he end up on good terms with any of these people that he was sparring with?
Yeah, he wound up committing to play Madden with some of them after the season was over. He said he doesn't do Madden leagues during the season, is what he said.
I saw a lot of the smack talking was more about Madden than anything else.
Yeah, you got to page down a little bit to find his. The best one is, no, dude, I've got 14,000 on Twitter, 70,000 on Instagram.
Is 70,000 on Instagram? That's hard to get. It's harder to get followers on Instagram than it is on Twitter.
Yeah.
So I feel like for an offensive lineman, maybe that's pretty good for Instagram.
Fair point. Yep. Fair point. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on that's our early preview on the Bucs game. Titus Howard is putting a chip on the shoulder of Baker Mayfield. We'll get more actual analysis as the week rolls on. We promise. All right, as we roll on here, top of the hour, we are going to do power ranking of the power rankings. They come out on Tuesdays. Where do they have the Texans following the loss to Carolina? I'm more curious where they have Carolina now after beating the Texans in these power rankings. Is that enough to get them some respect?
Yeah, where do the Panthers move up from the very bottom depths and dredges of the league?
Yes.
And where are they? You know what? That's a good question. I was thinking about this earlier. Like, what are the Panthers exactly as a football team? And are they? I don't think they're as bad as the winless team that they were. And I said that going into last week's game. But Bryce Young specifically, and what can he do? My biggest thing that the impression I came away with from Bryce Young was I didn't think he was a wimp, but that dude's a tough little SOB.
He took a lot of hits.
I knew he had taken some hits, but I mean, he got it. Jalen Petrie had him dead to rights, and Jalen Petrie made a manly football play in just destroying that running back that was trying to block him. But he had a hold of Bryce Young, and Bryce Young ran away from him and made a nice throw downfield.
Yeah, my opinion of Bryce is definitely higher after that game. So we'll get to that top of the hour. What does it sound like when a former NBA player finds out that his wife is on OnlyFans? We've got the audio for you next.
Baywish.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, top of the hour. Power rankings are in from the 5 that we subscribe to on this show. And we'll see where the Texans are at the top of the hour. We power rank the power rankings. They averaged out at about, I would say, 14th or 15th, somewhere in there last week. We'll see how much goodwill they forfeited with the in the eyes of the power rankers with a loss to the Carolina Panthers. And we'll see if the win over the Texans gave the Panthers any oomph in their power rankings. They've largely been considered the worst team in the league through the first 6 games of the season, so we'll see how that goes. Joe Smith, former NBA player with maybe the most ordinary name of any former NBA player, Joe Smith.
One of the most ordinary people that's made $60 million from playing basketball in his career. You're right, yeah. So Joe Smith did well. Financially as a basketball player, and but it came as a surprise to him that his wife had an OnlyFans account. By that I don't mean she had signed up for OnlyFans and followed somebody. She'd signed up for OnlyFans and put her own content on there.
So let's set this up here because you need to know who his wife is, I think, for proper context in this story. Joe Smith, former number 1 overall pick, by the way, back in 1995. Joe Smith was the number 1 overall pick in the draft. He, as Seth pointed out, made a lot of money in the league, hung around for a while, never made an all-star team, but was just good enough to hang around for about 15, 16 years in the league, made about $60 million. His wife's name is Keisha Chavez. Now, some of you out there, if you're old school, because I did the research on this yesterday, Seth, once I found out what her stage name is.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so Keisha, that's not her. Okay, okay.
Her real name is Keisha Chavez.
Yeah.
She is probably better known by people who were into adult films in the mid-'90s as Yasmin Pendergast. Now, I don't know what that is. Ben, I don't know if I just said something that needs to be dumped. You know how somebody...
Yasmin Pendavis.
Yeah, Pendavis. I don't know. Is that a body part? I don't know.
It's on IMDb and everything. I think that's just whatever.
Sore dirty things, Seth. I just want to make sure that her name is not some... there's certain things where you just say somebody's name.
She starred in such notable films as The Crack of Dawn, Down for Business.
Yeah. Some classics.
And NYDP Blue and others in the 19...
No way. You made that up.
No, it's on IMDb.
NYDP Blue.
I'll tell you what, they don't make the film titles the way they used to.
Yeah.
As far as I know. Nobody even looks at a film title anymore. That's the problem. The film titles used to matter.
I liked NYDP Blue 7. I found NYDP Blue 8 to be a little misunderstood.
There used to be titles for these videos, kids.
Yeah.
Back before it just... Now every title is just the name of the niche with the name of an actress.
Right. And what number film it is. It's amazing. Number 57. Yeah. So let's get to the good part here. So Joe...
It's like the adult film industry has turned into if Hollywood were just lots of car chases starring Tom Cruise.
Exactly.
People break up, starring Nicole Kidman.
Drug busts, 28. Yeah. So Joe Smith knew who he was marrying. Let's just put it that way. Now she's not made a film in a long, long time. I think she got out of the business when she married Joe Smith and has not made a film in a long, long time. And they've just been living their lives. You'll hear in this audio, clearly she has some business endeavors that are outside of that industry because Joe Smith has fallen on some hard times financially. That he doesn't have that $60 million sitting around anymore. So she needed to make a little extra money. So she started up an OnlyFans account. She still looks great. Even these many years later, she looks fantastic. She started up.
The title of her latest movie would involve kind of a category of what age she's in.
Right. Grandmother.
Possibly whether she's a grandma or something.
Right. So she started up an OnlyFans account where subscribers subscribe to watch her do things. And Joe Smith did not know about it until this bit of audio.
I have an OnlyFans page, and he's mad because he's just now finding out about it.
Of course I'm mad I'm just finding out about it.
I'm not doing it with anybody but myself, so why should I have to tell you my choice, my body, my fucking choice?
Your partner, you're supposed to come to me and talk.
Joe, I've been talking to you about mad things. I've been asking for solutions.
Okay, hang on, pause. Pause.
Yeah.
Ben thought he heard. Seth thought he heard something.
Yeah. Okay, maybe I didn't. Okay.
Well, Ben just dumped it.
Okay. All
Ben
right.
just dumped it. All right. So do we want to start? We want to pick up where we left off?
Pick up again, and I'll tell you whether to dump it or not.
Well, no. We'll just start it because there's still a good, healthy chunk left. And it sounded like you were bleeping things, Ben, in that, right? I heard a bleep. Okay. So pick it up from where we left off. All right.
You knew who the I was when you met me.
Before,
and I thought that I would never have to go back to anything like this again. But unfortunately, that's not the case right now.
After that, everything's supposed to change.
Everything did change.
No. Obviously, it hasn't.
No, it had to. I had to do something.
It hasn't. You stood out there showing your body. You stood out there doing stuff like this on camera.
You act like that's the only thing that I do. I have mad jobs, but they're not facilitating everything that needs to be done. So I got something extra. OnlyFans be breaking me off. What the f***?
Come on, Keish, with that. It don't matter what they breaking you off. It's the disrespect that comes with it.
What disrespect?
You couldn't come and talk to me about it.
Okay, well, we're talking about it now.
Because I had to find out on the fly.
All right, then. But now, okay.
No,
so wait.
I had to find out on the fly.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, honestly, that whole part of it, because obviously there's a whole lot of history there and some kind of an agreement that she wouldn't be doing it again, but he was okay with her past. So like that's a discussion to be had. But the fact that she's filming this part of it and that she hadn't discussed it with him at all, my first instinct is that, yeah, I feel like Joe Smith has a point. I don't know what the rest of their life is. Maybe he's domineering or something. We wouldn't know that. But, like, here, she's filming it as he's finding out that she's got an OnlyFans, and she does not object to his assertion that they never discussed it beforehand or anything. So I would say she's in the wrong there. Not for having the OnlyFans page specifically, but for not even discussing it with him, apparently.
Yeah.
I feel bad for Joe.
He's got a right to be angry, is what you're saying. And the fact that she's got her phone there and she's filming the entire conversation is a thing for sure.
I tried to figure out whether they were just doing their own little reality show to begin with, but I don't know. He'd have to be a pretty good actor. He looks pretty damn distraught.
Well, he's distraught, and if you watch the video, like he's way in the background. There's no microphone on him or anything. Like it's very raw. The video. The video is very raw.
Which you would do if you're trying to make it look like it was real, but also
fair enough. Fair enough. I guess, Mike, the question that always goes through my head on something like this is you put yourself in the shoes of these two as a married couple, and I think when it comes down to your significant other finding out on the fly, as Joe would say, that she has an OnlyFans account, the question becomes either what Joe was asking, like, why would you do this, or how many subscribers do you have? And I think I'm in the camp of my first question to Amy, if she were I, would say, how many subscribers do you have?
How many subscribers does she have? I don't know what's good on OnlyFans. Or like
6,482.
That's a lot you can make pretty good money off of that, can't you? Like, how much is her subscription cost?
Let me text her and find out.
How much did you pay for your subscription,
She
Sean?
refuses to tell me how much. Yeah, she made me subscribe. She didn't even give me a complimentary.
I would imagine that's at least like $1 a month, right? Probably more to subscribe to it. So she's making at least $6,000 a month.
Yeah,
which is probably like, okay, that's enough.
She's a teacher in Deer Park. I should make it very clear right now. My wife does
I'm not talking about Amy. I'm talking about Joe Smith.
Oh, okay. Because we segued.
Yeah, gosh, no, yeah. I was talking about. Jeez,
I was just joking around. I don't know how many she has. I didn't research that part. I did go back and research her past in the industry, just to make sure that was legit. For a good 20 or 30 minutes, I researched it. She definitely had a career in the adult film industry. I can say with with clarity.
I bet she has more followers than she had co-stars in Gangsta's Paradise.
What size?
1995.
Yeah. I will say this: having researched the footage, it is from another era. There were a lot of ways to tell. There were certain aspects of the human anatomy that looked very 90s as compared to.
Do you think she's getting any royalties or residuals from Inner City Black Cheerleaders? Or Ass from the Past, 2005. That was with Yasmin Penn Davis, not Bleeth. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's her. Yeah. No, probably not enough. Otherwise, she wouldn't have an OnlyFans account. So, yeah. It's quite the filmography she's got, though. Poor Joe Smith. I guess literally, poor Joe Smith.
I don't know. I'm not convinced that this wasn't all just staged.
You think this is setting the stage for a reality show?
Yeah, it's some kind of, I don't know, because now she's going to get, like, how much publicity did her OnlyFans page get because of this story?
Good.
Like, like, how many subscribers did she gain just because of this story? This is a whole lot of free publicity, at which point I would say, good on you, Joe Smith, if this was all acting by you, because you did a hell of a job.
It's a good job. Okay, I'm going to do the research during the break. Oh, boy, I'm on the company Wi-Fi, though, huh? I'm searching an OnlyFans account on company Wi-Fi. Should probably go check and make sure during the break that I'm allowed to do that. I'm just doing it for the show, for content purposes. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. We power rank the power rankings. What are the experts saying about the Texans? We'll circle back to the James Harden trade in the 9 o'clock hour as well. If you're just tuning in, just getting up, just dialing yourself into sports for the day, James Harden traded for the third time in less than 3 years to the Los Angeles Clippers. Where are the Texans in the eyes of the national experts? We will have that for you next.
The Texans took a tough loss in
Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, I've not taken a formal poll of this, Seth, but there's a decent contingent on the text page that are backing your theory that was entirely staged by Joe Smith and his former adult film actress wife to publicize her OnlyFans and drive some more subscribership there.
Yeah.
A lot of people backing you on that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard. I feel it's either like she's the worst person on earth or it was staged.
Mm-hmm.
Or I guess the other alternative would be like Joe Smith is a monster and she felt like she had to film it for her own protection or something. Which would like, okay, she's filming it to be sure that whatever. So like there's all different potential alternatives. Like all I'd say is that I don't know if that's next level as far as like I don't want to speak about Joe Smith's relationship,
right?
But in general, yeah, like filming yourself not a bad idea if you feel like you might be in imminent peril.
Yeah.
But I do think that her OnlyFans page, I'm guessing, has blown up since this got millions and millions and millions of free views on the internet. So I can only at that point say that Joe Smith is a good actor. His wife is a professional actress of sorts, whereas Joe Smith is just a rank amateur.
She's got an IMDb page.
She's gotten paid to act, okay?
All right.
So she is a professional actress who now has an OnlyFans account. And Joe Smith looked like he was just finding out about it. It was all caught on film. He was incredibly angry, and yet also, this is a part of it. He was incredibly angry, yet at no point did it ever look at all like he was going to be physically menacing or anything.
Right.
Which is like, honestly, even if you have zero intent to be physically menacing, when you're a huge dude and you're really, really angry, I feel like you have to work extra hard to not look physically menacing, and I think he did a good job of that. That's ultimately, I think that's what makes it staged. He was very aware that at no point did he even say, "Why are you filming this? Can you please turn the camera off?"
Yep. All right.
He didn't ask for the camera to be turned off. That's my one middle note I would give them. If you're going to stage a reality event, like at the very least, act like you don't want the reality event to be filmed. Yeah.
We that's a good suggestion. All right. Let's get to power ranking the power rankings. They are out. So heading into week 9 now, Texans and the Buccaneers.
You know, there have been reasons 3 of the previous 4 weeks for me to feel indignant about the Texans not being ranked higher. Now I'm back in the old position of just hoping they haven't been downgraded more than I think they should be.
We power rank them based on how they rank the Texans. So we've got 5 here in front of us: ESPN.com, CBSSports.com, SI.com, The Athletic, and Mike Florio. Those are the 5 that we rank. That's not the order. I'm just listing them here. We're going to go to the order right now. Number 5, ESPN.com. DJ Bieneme, we don't blame you. We blame your employers. All you're asked to do is put the paragraph together for the topic of the week. But
it's basically like you're defending, like you're somehow like like there's a court case and you disagree. You know what it is? It's like DJ Bieneme is a Supreme Court justice, and the other side won. He's like a dissenting justice, but they make him write the opinion on it.
Yeah, he's stuck with that. So they're 23rd in ESPN. The category this week on just information on the team is Team QBR, and the Texans Team QBR, and CJ Stroud has taken every snap for the Texans, so this is his QBR, 59.3, which is good for 13th in the league.
Ooh.
DJ says this: possible offensive rookie of the year candidate CJ Stroud has blown away expectations, leading the Texans to last season's win total through just 7 games. He hasn't been only good for a rookie, he's been one of the better quarterbacks in the league. He's thrown for 9 touchdowns, 1,800 yards, while setting the NFL record for most pass attempts without an interception to start a career.
So the big test for CJ Stroud will now be that it seems like at least last week the Panthers tried very much force everything to be thrown and completed underneath. Let's see how patient CJ Stroud can be and whether they can just matriculate the ball down the field, as old what's-his-face used to say. And it didn't go all that well. So, like, presumably the Bucs are going to try that same strategy. It's the same thing that Pat Mahomes had to go through a couple years ago when teams started that strategy. Like, you gotta learn to be patient. And so far, CJ sounds like, at least after the game, it sounded like he wasn't all that pleased with the strategy of taking what the defense gives you.
Well, dude, even on the first touchdown drive, he had to convert 4 third downs, and a lot of them were like borderline circus catches. Like Noah Brown made a diving catch along the sideline. Nico Collins had that little toe tapper on 3rd and short. Like, they needed guys. Mike Boone had to bowl over like 4 guys to get a first down.
If you can't run the ball, it becomes really hard to dink and dunk your way down the football field. It just is. And teams will. It's really hard to consistently have a 14, 15 play drive where you don't make some mistake as a passer at some point.
Yep.
That's where running the ball, as much as it's been marginalized in a lot of ways, you've got to be able to run when teams put you in that situation. The Texans simply are not good at running in any situation.
Nope. All right, number 4, we power rank the power rankings. We rank the Athletics power rankings 4th on the power rankings list because they have the Texans 22nd overall. And they have, in the spirit of Halloween, the Athletic has something scary for each team, Seth. And the scary thing for the Texans is this offensive drought that they're in right now.
Oh, okay. That's better than your wife starting an OnlyFans page without your consent
Yes.
or understanding or knowledge.
Much better.
Yeah.
After averaging 24 points per game the first month of the season, Houston is averaging just 17 points per game in the last 3. CJ Stroud has a passer rating of 84.8 in that 3-game span, which is lower than Kenny Pickett, Bryce Young, and Tyrod Taylor, among others. No one's worried about Stroud in the long run, but the Panthers held him to a season-low 140 yards on Sunday.
140 yards. That's an ugly number.
Yeah.
The total offense in general was really ugly for both those squads. That was the most alarming thing about that game was really how bad the Panthers' offense was, and that the Texans' offense was worse.
It's hideous.
To be worse than that Panthers' offense is a really, really bad offense.
Yep.
And that's what the Texans were on Sunday.
The next one on the list, 3rd ranked on the power rankings, is SI.com. Has the Texans 18th on the list. All right, so still with a 1 in front of it. Here's what they say. Apropos of nothing, Tank Dell's end-around carry at the end of the first quarter was one of the fastest-looking plays I've seen live on a football field. It felt like he could have taken out Noah Lyles if he had more open field. Also, CJ Stroud's rifle ball to Noah Brown setting up a fullback touchdown was one of the best balls I've seen all year. The writer there is talking about that super tight window that he hit Noah Brown on. Noah Brown got up and ran the ball down to the 2-yard line. That was a laser.
It really was.
Yeah.
That was very, very impressive. That montage they showed on the TV broadcast of the tight window throws that CJ had made was really impressive. It's just that's the problem, though. It's like no matter who you are, it's really hard to. You can't live off of a diet of those extremely tight window throws.
Yep. So that's SI.com. Number 2.
Tank Dell, by the way, that one, I watched that again this morning. That Tank Dell the first juke he put on that dude, it just looked like his hips were detached from his body.
It's crazy.
He's so fast.
I don't want him to have to do that to make the first guy miss every time. But it was impressive.
Right. Yeah, I know. And also, he gets tackled in the backfield when the Texans just decided not to block a defensive end. 100%. With no threat of an option, by the way. There's no option threat on that play. They simply didn't have a blocker for the defensive end, either because of a mental error by either Tunsil or Titus Howard, or because of a horrific play design. Whatever it was, you don't want. If you're gonna run Titus Howard, can we please try to block the required number of people at least? Can you do that favor to the 142-pound wide receiver that you've got pretending to be Cordero Patterson? What the hell are we doing out there?
Who is a week removed from concussion protocol? I'll point that out.
Yeah.
Too. Yeah.
Hey, what should we do with a little guy that's just coming off a concussion? Let's see if he can. Let's see how many unblocked defenders he can juke.
Pound him in the run game behind this janky-ass offensive line. All right, number 2, power ranking the power rankings. CBSSports.com, who at times has been number 1 on this list, but they're on the bad list now. They got him 17th, though. 17th. CJ Stroud and the offense struggled for the first time this season in losing to the Panthers. All right, well, that's false. They didn't score a touchdown against the Ravens. Continuing, That's to be expected for a rookie quarterback, but now it's time to see how they respond this weekend. That's what CBS Sports, that's what Pete Briscoe says. Bow, bow, bow. All right, here we go. Ben, cue up the music. Have you heard the good news? Number 1 in the power ranking of the power rankings, once again, is Mike Florio, who also has the Texans at 17th on his list. We give Florio the benefit of the doubt because he's consistently had them higher than most. So when there's a tie, it comes down to gut feel, and gut feel is that Mike Florio, his one comment about this is the greatest power rankings ever because it's just one sentence about each team. Florio's sentence about the Texans, they need to learn how to win the games they should. Thanks, Mike. You know what? Screw that, Mike. You're second.
It's not like,
I'm bumping
you know
up.
What though?
I'm bumping up CBSSports.com. I need more, Florio.
You need more than just they need to learn how to win the games that they should win.
Yeah.
I guess there's enough ambiguity about the Texans right now that I think it's hard, like, especially when the point spread is only within 3 points, to know exactly, like, okay, which are the games that they, quote-unquote, should win. Because I don't think they're good enough to have a whole bunch of games they should win. Obviously, when you're facing a winless team like the Panthers, you feel like, hey, there's 31 teams in the league that should have felt like they should beat the Carolina Panthers. But the Texans, they're just not there yet.
No, they're not.
Quite there
Yeah. They're not there where they can bring like their C- game and expect to win they're not that good yet. The one thing we did say, Seth, that we would do with this particular version of power ranking of the power rankings is make note of what the experts now think of the Carolina Panthers. And it would appear that there is very little respect for the Carolina Panthers' victory over the Houston Texans. The highest ranking they have of the 5 we just did, they are 30th on Florio's ranking. They are 31st on ESPN. For CBS, SI.com, and The Athletic, the win over the Texans did bupkis for them. They are still 32nd in the power rankings.
Oh, really?
Of those 3 outlets there.
Now that I probably won't face Bryce Young for a little while, at least as a fan of his team, I've started to like him again. I wish him no physical harm. I hope that he does well in the rest of his endeavors and so forth. I hope he's rolled out of the league within 5 years. Don't get me wrong, but I hope he has some good times, has some bad times, and he'll remember this as a nice time in his life.
Have you noticed? He would be just a terrible person in an interrogation where he's hiding something. He is constantly, during press conferences, touching his ear, touching his face, like in an annoying fashion. Like
it's one of those things that makes him seem especially like a teenager.
Yeah, like he's looking like he's trying to get away with robbing the liquor cabinet, you know?
I almost expect him to be up there at the podium, like holding his elbow. You know, like teenagers will kind of nervously have their one arm across their chest, holding their other elbow. I feel like he should be doing that at some point, but yeah, I don't know if he can. I don't think he can continue to take the hits that he's been taking. Like, we saw one game of it. That wasn't an exception. He's taken some pretty hard hits.
It can't hold up
in that offense. Yeah, I would say the same thing about Ben Roethlisberger.
Dude, yeah.
In some degrees, in some sense.
I was just saying, I'd say the same thing about CJ Stroud with the hits Bryce Young's taking. Like that, if CJ Stroud were taking the same hits Bryce Young was taking on Sunday, I would be worried about how he feels going into this Tampa Bay game. You know,
I guess I wouldn't worry that much about Ben Roethlisberger because he did it for an entire career, and he did get injured though. Like, so that's 245, 250. How much do you think he actually weighed? 265, 265-pound Ben Roethlisberger. Like, he got injured taking all those hits. So I can't imagine that. They're calling him 200 pounds in the broadcast. I don't know where that came from. But 200-pound quarterback Bryce Young, I can't imagine will be better off than Roethlisberger.
Do we know what direction Roethlisberger's gone since he retired with his weight?
He looks about the same. I've seen him on his podcast.
Okay.
I've watched his podcast.
Yeah.
It's hard because he's got a chubbier face to begin with, kind of like Matt Stafford.
Yeah.
So he doesn't look like he's bloated up or anything like that.
Yeah. He at his heaviest, dude, he was probably pushing 260, 265 at his heaviest.
He's a big guy.
He was a big dude.
I remember being shocked by how big he was when I saw him in person for the first time.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. One tiny little sign of progress. You know, I'm all about the tiny little signs of progress with the Houston Texans. You know, being in the hunt for the playoffs, discussing flexing games at some point. One other tiny little sign of progress, it has to do with their quarterback situation versus what feels like an epidemic around the league with quarterback situations. That is next.
Zadok Jewelers, the opposite of an epidemic. It is, you'll...
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Happy Halloween. Our Halloween party here at the office starts in about 35 minutes. I'm emceeing it today. I'll show the YouTube audience what my costume is in the next segment.
Who did you just point out somebody was dressed as before?
Aaron Raybold was dressed as Roy Kent from Ted Lasso. You know Roy.
Oh, all right. You said Roy Kent, and I had no idea who you were talking about. I thought maybe this must be. It's got to be a basketball player. I don't. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I understand it. Yeah, Roy Kent. The grumpy soccer player.
Yeah. My apologies. I can't remember if you were a Ted Lasso guy or not.
I watched it, and then I got kind of fed up with it.
That's
after the second season, and I refused to watch the third season. Yeah.
I watched it, but they were making a lot of statements in the third season. You know, it became very, it wasn't as fun.
The second season, you can tell, okay, we're getting deep into the psychology of why Ted Lasso is the way he is. I'm like, I get that, I understand, but okay, it's a different show now.
Yeah,
it's just not the fun little stupid comedy that it was before.
I liked it better when he was using corny sayings to motivate a British soccer team.
Yeah. It was like
that was more fun.
Everything doesn't have to be War and Peace, man.
Right.
Like, can we sometimes? You know how I hate, like, on cable TV series, they do the worst, like, whether it's Game of Thrones or Sopranos or anything else. Okay, you lure us in with sex and violence, like then all of a sudden, like season 3 or 4, all the writers decide that no, we're actually much deeper than that. You decide that now I'm an adult and an actual artist, and we're gonna get rid of all the violence and sex. Like, no, keep it in there, you dumbasses.
Yeah.
If they had added violence and sex to Ted Lasso, I'd have been cool with it. Yeah. But they moved away from the fun comedy stuff.
You know who really, really, really liked the turn away from fun to seriousness of Ted Lasso?
Baker Mayfield?
Nope.
Oh.
Shiny helmet gives him a seraphim's glow.
Oh, yeah.
That guy. Who, by the way, hey, did you notice? I looked over you when Andre said this on the pregame on Sunday, and it may not have registered. That's that guy, Anish Shroff, who is the play-by-play guy for the Panthers, who seems to want every football happening on the field to be some sort of
eyes as wide as the Sphinx.
Yeah, some sort of poem.
Yeah.
That's Andre's play-by-play partner on his college football broadcast during the year. He brought his name up when we were talking to him in the Men Behind the Mics. I didn't know.
Yeah, I know. He had said that they knew him. I didn't know that was the deal. He brought his name up. I didn't know that was like his every week broadcast.
Yeah, Friday they do the Friday games together. Yeah.
Okay.
So I wonder if Dre has heard us kind of, taking him to task. I wonder if he's as descriptive on the college broadcasts as he is on the pros. Like if Dre looks over at him now and says, "Am I getting the best version of you?" I mean, you're using some very, very small words here. There's no seraphim's glow.
Yeah, I was like, give me a metaphor. These metaphors you're using, they're like smoke for a keyhole. It's not quite nothing I can really latch on to.
Dig into. Tiny little signs of progress with the Texans. TLSOP, baby. Mike Sando has his column, his Monday column. Mike Sando writes for The Athletic, covers the NFL. He's got my favorite Monday column because it's just super easy to consume. What?
We just talked about how Ted Lasso got a little too intellectual for us.
Yeah.
Now we're like, but this other, my favorite NFL writer.
Yeah.
Is the guy.
Right.
He's the easiest to consume.
He's easiest to consume. He is.
With all those big words and stuff.
Right. No, it's just he puts things in numbers. He ranks things. He does. Yeah. He's got
Give me
things.
A power ranking, man.
Always.
Yeah.
Always. He gives this week he has the QB crisis index for the 16 teams that are in crisis mode at the quarter. There's 16 teams, Seth, that are in crisis mode at the quarterback position. Tiny little sign of progress. The Texans are not one of them.
No, we're not.
The Texans are one of 16 that are not in a crisis situation right now.
We'll wait and monitor this game and what CJ Stroud says after this game to determine whether he makes this.
Okay.
He might make the list next week. If like the Texans struggle offensively, this is how you know that they're in crisis mode. if the Texans struggle offensively, but the Texans win the game versus the Bucs, and CJ devotes 5 minutes afterwards to talking about how they need to push the ball downfield more.
Okay.
And he mentions that he doesn't have a problem with Bobby. We just need to call more plays where we're pushing the ball downfield.
Like that. You know who that would feel like? Old Deshaun. Right?
Has Deshaun ever...
Deshaun did the opposite. Deshaun would tout his stats after losses. I feel like after wins, even when he wasn't great statistically, we were never sitting here going, he sounds a little selfish. To be fair, I don't think we ever did that. The frustrating thing with him was when that 2020 season was going down the toilet, he loved people bringing up how he was leading the league in passing yards. He just couldn't get enough of that. So, yeah, man, some of these QB situations, this is going to be a wild offseason for QBs, not to get too far ahead of ourselves, but there's going to be a bunch of teams. There's going to be teams punting on young quarterbacks. Like New England will be out of the Mac Jones business, I'm guessing. We'll see what happens with Kyler Murray this offseason. Hell, we'll see what happens with Kyler Murray this season. Do you think we see Kyler Murray in 3 weeks? Is he the starting quarterback for the Cardinals when the Texans face him?
Yeah, I would think so. Without having monitored the situation one little bit, it just makes sense that it's not like Kyler Murray, and especially, Sean, when you look at various quarterback situations throughout the league, like Geno Smith. Okay, like Geno Smith is a guy that, was worth a first-round pick at one point and just kind of got put into that category of, okay, just not the guy, isn't going to be the guy, where now all of a sudden he's having this it's not even a resurgence. It's a surgence for the first time in his career in Seattle. There's like a place and a situation for everybody, and Kyler Murray is just way too young and is only operated under a head coach and offensive coordinator who probably wasn't cut out for the NFL. That I don't think you just burn any chance at him developing into a good quarterback. He's just way too talented to just not, unless behind the scenes there's been some ugliness or something. You got to give him that shot.
Dude, some of these, the names on this list, like the Raiders giving Jimmy Garoppolo money, Russell Wilson, Deshaun Watson.
Yeah. Like, would you rather like give Kyler Murray one more chance, or give Deshaun Watson $230 million guaranteed?
Yeah.
Trade for a guy like Jimmy Garoppolo. Do any of those things? It just makes you got to do everything you can to see what Kyler Murray actually is.
Yeah, it's just. It feels really good as a Texan fan not to be one of these teams. It
feels. You know what I hadn't really realized was like Tennessee since the year 2000. Just how they've been at quarterback. Like Marcus Mariota has been their best in terms of EPA per. Never mind. I'm looking at a chart never mind.
Okay. Yeah. Tannehill's been decent for them. But some of these, like the young guys on rookie deals, like Justin Fields. What the hell happens with Justin Fields? Jordan Love. You know what? You kind of like on the down, like not. Like Russell Wilson hatred that I have, or Deshaun Watson hatred that I have. I am the next level below that. Very happy to see Green Bay struggling this year. Screw those people who couldn't have been nicer when Amy and I went up there to go to a game and allowed us to tailgate with them. But if any of you are listening, screw y'all. You've had good quarterbacks for the last 30 years. You can take some time at the back of the line with Jordan Love these days, okay?
It's one of those things where, to paraphrase noted NFL intellectual Ryan Grigson, once you pay that quarterback, once you have that quarterback that you pay, your job becomes a whole lot more difficult in a lot of ways. And it's true. It's a double-edged sword. You need that awesome quarterback to be genuinely competitive for the most part, in any given year in the NFL. And yet at the same time, once you pay him, how do you build a team around him? The Packers front office is probably the perfect illustration of that, in that, man, a lot of guys kept their jobs and probably got a lot more credit than they deserved for being mediocre at their job just because they had Aaron Rodgers as the quarterback for all those years. Like, they could manage to waste pick after pick after pick on defensive first-round bust players. Like, they didn't draft any skill players in the first round after Aaron Rodgers, after they drafted Aaron Rodgers himself, until recently. And yet they were really competitive every single year. They won a Super Bowl. And people start believing that they're better at their jobs than they actually are, because that quarterback masks so many of those things.
Yeah, no, they didn't use a first-round pick on a skill guy when they had Aaron Rodgers until they drafted Jordan
Love. Right, yeah.
They drafted his replacement. Deion Sanders, I wonder what the shelf life is on Deion. Shifting gears for a second here, Payne and Pendergast on a Tuesday with you. Here was Deion after his team's lost. They're 4-4 now, Colorado is. They lost to UCLA this weekend. It's a big question as to whether or not they're going to even make a bowl game after being the story for the first 3 weeks of the season. They've really struggled. They got beat up pretty good by UCLA in that game.
They could still be a story if it hadn't been for so much hype. It is. They're a definitively improved football team over last year.
They went over their season win total, and Vegas had 3.5 wins for these guys. They've got 4.
Yeah.
So by definition, they're overachieving expectations.
If so many people hadn't convinced themselves that they were going to be vying for a national championship, they could still be a nice story.
Yeah. So Shedeur Sanders is Deion's son who plays quarterback for them. Really good player, but he got destroyed by UCLA on Saturday. UCLA's got a really good defense. Here was Deion Sanders on his team's offensive line following the game on Saturday.
Coach, you mentioned the coaching aspect of it as well.
Yes, sir.
Specifically with the offensive line, what has to improve in that aspect besides from
the line? The line has to improve. It ain't no aspect. The line has to improve.
Coach, we talked about run-pass balance a lot.
Yeah.
I think it was up until that last drive, you had maybe 7 carries with running backs compared to like 34 passes.
Yeah.
How much of that is a struggle for you guys right now?
Well, it's a struggle to run the ball. It's a struggle to run the ball. And we got to figure that out because now you're one-dimensional, and it's easy to stop a team when they're one-dimensional, and that's who we are at this point in time.
In terms of the big picture, trying to keep Shedeur upright, healthy, overall.
The big picture, you go get new linemen. That's the picture. And I'm going to paint it perfect.
Go get new linemen.
So you said the picture is you get new O linemen.
Yep.
And that's the picture. I'm going to paint it perfectly.
I'm very anxious to see what Deion's high school recruiting class, his first real true traditional recruiting class looks like at Colorado this year. How well has he? Because we know he works the transfer portal. I do wonder too. In this day and age, I have zero issue with anything Deion said, but I would say on the scale, Seth, for coaches that if there were a scale of how much they blame players versus how much they take the blame on themselves, Deion skews far towards the end of putting the heat on players as opposed to I've got to do better. It's not that he never says he has to do better. But I think that's a perfect illustration, that cut right there. No, you need new linemen. We got to get rid of these guys. That's a tricky thing these days.
The tough thing there, too, is you might think but those offensive linemen are going to not like that. Well, I don't know what I don't know what percentage of his starting offensive linemen were transfers. I'm guessing it's high because almost all his players are transfers. But those dudes can't transfer again. So they're just kind of your back's up against the wall. You gotta, and that might be one advantage, Sean, to using the transfer portal as heavily over high school recruiting is that those guys can't leave. It's old school in a lot of ways because you get them and now they can't utilize the transfer portal again, and you've got them locked in. Unlike all these other high school recruits you have can just go ahead and walk on you at every given point. If I'm going to spend my hard-earned money buying players, I might have to do it on transfers instead of high school kids.
They can leave, but it's under the old rules where you got to sit out a year, right?
Yeah, right. It's not like a free pass to transfer and play immediately.
Yep. Yeah, no, that's a great point. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's take one final look at what we think could happen today in the trade deadline. Are the Texans active? Which big name or names do we expect to move? We get our first set of college football rankings tonight, too, for the playoffs as well. What's that going to look like? We'll get into that next.
What's it look like if
the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Good Brady Bunch reference from a buddy of mine who just texted me. He's a big NBA fan. He goes, "Ooh, look what I found, a tiki statue. Bobby Brady." Yeah. And he says, hashtag James Harden, hashtag Clippers.
He's a tiki statue?
Remember the tiki statue that brought nothing but bad luck to the Bradys in Hawaii?
Yeah, I remember that, but I'm just saying, is James Harden the tiki statue?
He is indeed, in this analogy, yeah. He brings bad things wherever he goes, man.
Why was the tiki statue bad luck? Did they disrespect it? Did they take it away from?
I think they did. I think they took it from an ancient burial ground or something like that.
Classic Bobby. That must have been a Bobby move. What
was.
A waste of human flesh that was. Him and the other middle child there. What's her name?
Bobby was the youngest of the three. You're thinking of Peter.
Bobby was. Peter sucked too.
Peter sucked too. You're thinking of
that should have been Greg and Marcia just niching it up. Like, what the hell?
That's what the Brady Bunch movie was many, many years later.
Did they hook up?
Well, there was always the Brady Bunch movie, which was really a satire of the Brady Bunch.
Yeah.
There was always this underlying sexual tension between Greg and Marcia. And they couldn't figure out why they felt the way they felt around each other.
Oh, because they were just starting to feel these feelings?
Yeah. Yeah. It was pretty funny.
Wait. So Peter was the youngest one?
No. Bobby was the youngest.
Bobby, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bob. Okay.
Peter was the middle.
Yeah.
Greg was the oldest. And then with the girls, Cindy was the youngest.
Okay, she was annoying, but she can live.
Yeah. She was the youngest. Jan was the most annoying one. She was the one that wore being a middle child on her sleeve,
Jan was definitely like a producer's daughter or something like that.
Yeah. And then Marcia was the oldest of them.
Okay.
Alice was the housekeeper. Mike was the dad. Carol was the mom.
What was Alice's husband's name?
Boyfriend was Sam the Butcher.
Sam the Butcher.
Yeah.
They kind of phased him out, though, didn't they?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, he was by the end, yeah. And then they brought in Cousin Oliver, and then the show kind of unraveled after that.
Cousin Oliver.
He was the worst. He was the worst. Yeah.
He did the little John Denver wannabe.
He did. He had a John Denver look.
Yeah, that's why
40 years I've been trying to figure this out. Yes, he looked like a miniature John Denver.
The wrong person was in that experimental airplane when it went down in California.
Should have been the guy playing Oliver.
Should have been Oliver, yeah.
Robbie Rist was the name of the actor. I don't know why I remember that, but he was the name of the actor. For those watching on YouTube and Twitch, I'm going to stand up here just because this is my Halloween costume, Seth.
You're
Charlie Brown.
Yeah. That's good. That's a slimming.
Does fit nice, doesn't it?
Because they got that black band around the midsection.
Yeah, man. I may wear this.
That's why Charlie Brown was as sexy as he was.
That's why he got so much tail. Yeah.
There's somebody out there. There's somebody out there that looks out. She's gonna look across the bar and see you in a Charlie Brown outfit.
Yeah.
And Amy's gonna have to sidle a little closer, get protective, because
better get that Lucy costume on, Amy, if you're gonna hang on to this guy. Let me tell you.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it is very slimming. It feels good. It's very comfy. But I bought it off of the gram. It's one of those ads that popped up on my Instagram feed like 6 months ago. I'm like, a Charlie Brown shirt. There's my Halloween costume. Boom.
That's the nice thing about the Halloween costumes is that they're always 100% polyester, and that's where the nice weather in Houston is a godsend when you're wearing nothing but 100% old school polyester.
Okay.
It's sweating your butt off on October 31st.
If I were to describe the material that this is right now. You remember those windbreakers you used to wear to when you were 8 years old to school, nylon.
Yeah,
that's what this is. It's not. This is nylon right here.
Yeah, there's no smart dry fit technology there or anything. That's gonna hold in every bit of perspiration and body heat.
Yeah. And I even drew the Charlie Brown hairline on my head. What do you think, Ben? You like my costume?
Very nice.
Okay, thank you. I get Ben's vote. We have actual judges.
Looks
up
a little bit like balls on your forehead.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
Well, it looks like on Charlie Brown's forehead. I can't help it. I'm being authentic. I don't like having balls on my forehead. Google it. This is what it looks like.
Is that what he looks like? Does Charlie Brown have balls on his forehead?
It's just a hair thing. It's like a line of hair. It's like a swirly line.
Charles, whatever his face trying to tell us about.
Charles M. Schultz. Yeah.
Charles Schultz, yeah.
Yeah. All right, enough about my costume. Trade deadline. So let's get on the record here. Do we think Do we think Nick Caserio makes a big move, a small move, or no move at all?
Oh, I think there's going to be a small move.
Small move.
I think
You're punching the small move button.
Yeah, along the lines of when Kendrick Green was traded for, and you send, I can't remember if it was a 6th or 7th round pick for Kendrick Green, guard that you may have remembered from the draft a couple years ago but hadn't heard anything since out of the Steelers. I think it ends up being like somebody like that. Somebody maybe perhaps still on a rookie contract with upside, but playing behind a Pro Bowler on some team that could use a little draft capital themselves.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think it's going to be if there is a move. I'm with you. I think there will be a small move. I think I think he likes to tinker.
There are the thing that Texans don't have going for them right now is that they are still a team that's very much forward-looking towards the future. They've already spent a boatload of draft picks on one defensive lineman in Will Anderson. I don't need them to spend more picks on yet another defensive lineman. I think that when it comes to what can the Texans give up, they're not a deep enough team, and they don't necessarily have players that other teams would want to give up a boatload for, to where I don't know which players you'd want to give up right now while you're also trying to preserve draft picks and develop CJ Stroud as best you can.
Yeah.
So it just gets dicier. It ends up being a trade at the margins, a 6th or 7th round pick. And he doesn't have a 5th round pick for next year, which he loves having those 5th round picks. But I don't know exactly who they would want to give up right now.
Yeah.
Other than Jerry, I think Jerry Hughes doesn't want to go anywhere. I think he likes being here.
Well, that was a suggestion. Bill Barnwell, you sent this to me yesterday, I think. Bill Barnwell was categorizing teams as teams that should add and teams that should subtract. Players meaning, that should add players or subtract players. Subtract players meaning trade them out and get draft capital in return. And he's got the Texans under the subtract category, that where they are in their rebuild right now, that, maybe not go crazy just selling off pieces, but the names that he brought up were interesting. He brought up names of guys who are either in the last year of their deal or just here on one-year deals. The 3 names he brought up were Dalton Schultz, Denzel Perryman, and Jerry Hughes. And I agree with you, Jerry Hughes, he's playing on a decent team again, and he's in his own hometown. But just put that aside for a second. I do wonder, what's the message if Dalton Schultz is your starting tight end that? Yeah. And while he's not been the Dalton Schultz I think they were expecting to get when they signed him, I still think there's a chance that sends a message to the team that we're more in on 24 and 25 than we are this season, when this team has shown actual improvement and an ability to compete for a playoff spot.
Yeah, I think that you've got to keep Dalton Schultz in terms that's your long-term. The long-term part of that is that you're trying to develop CJ Stroud, and he's already down one weapon in Robert Woods. You take away Dalton Schultz, and then all of a sudden it's a whole bunch of that looks like a soft tank, if anything. You start selling off Dalton Schultz at this point. Jerry Hughes, I don't think you have to worry about the message it sends a team, just because, if anything, I think you get credit for if you trade Jerry Hughes off to a team that's a contender, then, hey, Jerry Hughes, solid dude, never misses a freaking game. He has been absurdly durable. Maybe he gets a chance to go, back up any contender, Buffalo, where he came from, or anybody else that's a contender right now. I could see that, and I don't think that, because they rotate their defensive linemen so much, I don't think it feels to the team like you're packing it in. If anything, it just looks like you're doing something solid for Jerry Hughes while also getting a draft pick back. That's the one that I could see happening, just because of that dynamic. I wouldn't want to trade off Denzel Perryman just because they're not deep at linebacker right now. I don't think they're super, super happy with linebacker right now.
No, and he's actually one that when he's been able to stay healthy, he's played pretty good for the Texans. Yeah. He's played pretty well so far. He was really good on Sunday in that game against the Panthers. Yeah, those are the 3 big names they brought up. You're certainly not in a position where you're trading any pieces along the offensive line. You're looking for pieces on the offensive line.
Barnwell is very much one of these guys where, because he's analytically minded, I think it's a lot easier for him to just be like, yeah, what are they going to win this year anyway? Just sell.
Right.
Everybody sell. It just doesn't work like that in football. No matter how desperately people want it to be like basketball or baseball especially, it just doesn't work the same way in football. You're never going to get the whole buy-in from teams that are just like, hey, you know what? Yeah, let's just screw the rest of the year. We don't care. There's just too few games. Owners they're not comfortable with it.
I think
it happens, but just not with the frequency that a lot of these guys want it to.
I think this is going to be a disappointing trade deadline period around the league. I think that there's, especially in the AFC, there's only one team with less than 3 wins in the AFC. It's really tricky for teams now to be able to. Like even Denver, who it sounded like they were going to trade everybody. They traded Randy Gregory, but we've heard a jillion Jerry Jeudy trade rumors. Cortland Sutton, we've heard trade rumors about him. I'm sure I'm missing a couple pieces on Denver that have been mixed into trade rumors. If you're Denver, you just beat Kansas City and you're 3-5 now. And I know 3-5 is no great shakes, but this is why you didn't sign Sean Payton and extend Russell Wilson. So that at 3-5 in a conference where literally 2/3 of the conference has either 4 wins or 3 wins, to just punt on the season because you still got to pay both those guys. You know, and what for? So you can trade Jerry Jeudy and get a 3rd-round pick or a 4th-round pick or something.
Yeah, and I don't know, again, going back to just think about Sean Payton and where he came from in New Orleans. Like, they were the epitome of doing anything and everything they can, no matter what, to try to win this season. And they just, financially, they kick the can down the road. I just don't think it's in his core identity to just flat out, sell on a season.
No.
In his mind, I think there's like an 8 or 9 win streak coming really soon.
Yeah.
It's just and I respect him for that. But it's just, I don't think they're gonna. Now, Jerry Jeudy, or various guys like that, if they flat out, if Peyton just doesn't like them, then I can see him totally doing it.
Yep. Some of the other names to watch, I guess Brian Burns today would be a name to watch. We just got a good look at him, unfortunately, on Sunday. Yeah. Carolina Panthers.
Chase Young is the name that keeps coming up, and I guess the thing that I wonder about with Chase Young is that it's a guy that you'd likely be negotiating a new contract with, who also just doesn't it's hard to judge guys when they're playing for an organization like Washington, but doesn't have this reputation of the super professional that's going to show up every single week come rain or shine. And however much truth there is to that or not, I just don't there's a lot of doubt as to I don't want to give up a 3rd-round pick for Chase Young and then also be expected to pay him a boatload of money.
Yeah, which you will be. That'll be the expectation. Again, I guess my overriding thing here today, Seth, if I'm just preparing Texan fans, is I think there's a very decent chance that Nick Caserio makes a trade. I think it'll be a trade that'll look a lot like the trades he was making in training camp, where he's given up a day 3 pick for a guy they need for depth at a certain position, whether it's offensive line, defensive line, maybe in the secondary. They can bring in a body that they liked. We'll see. The only way that a 1st or a 2nd-round pick gets moved by the Texans today, I feel strongly about this, is if it's somebody who it's for somebody who is impacting this team in 2024 and 2025 equally to this year. If you ask yourself the question, if they trade for a 1st or a 2nd for a guy and you ask yourself the question, do I see this guy being a Texan in 2025? The answer has to be yes, or you don't make that trade.
Yeah.
They're not at the stage where they're throwing heavy draft capital. It ain't like what people were talking about doing with Shohei Ohtani at the trade deadline with MLB. Give him everything, even though you only got him for 2 months. The Texans aren't there right now. Hey, John Lopez.
Hello there. How are you today?
Seth said I look like I have balls on my head.
You do. You do.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, that's not my fault. That's Charles Schultz's fault.
It needs to be a little higher, doesn't it?
That's how he drew it. Look.
You didn't draw it the way it is in you drew 2 testicles.
I mean,
that's what he has on his head.
I really wanted to say no.
Look it.
There's more
It's
squiggling.
higher.
There's more squiggly on the
all right, I'll go in the restroom and redo them.
No, don't.
Probably come back and look like I have a vagina on my head.
You're going to go in the restroom and find something. Be careful.
Just be careful, because you already got the 2 boys. You don't want the other thing in there.
Yeah. There's gonna be all kinds of, what are you? You look like you're Charlie Brown. No, I'm sex.
There's one. I'm looking at one figurine that I can find. I found you copied that off of a little Charlie Brown figurine, didn't you?
I copied it off of this very Google pic that I'm showing you right now.
Yeah. All the other ones, there's more squiggle to it.
Okay.
And there's not as. You've got the left one hanging a little lower than the right one.
Yeah.
They're
very
uniform
disturbing.
size.
It's very disturbing.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's get Landry's take on this here.
Yes,
Landry,
it's
welcome
extremely
welcome Landry
disturbing.
Locker in. Landry, Seth and John both said, I'm dressed as Charlie Brown, up to and including the hairline, and they said I look like I have balls on my head.
Yeah, I thought you did. Yeah, I don't know.
Damn, I got to go redo this.
I thought you had a big nutsack on your forehead. Honestly, no lie.
I mean,
I thought maybe it was like a movie where someone like fell asleep and got that thrown on him. I have no idea.
I gotta
what
look.
that
I gotta
was.
look. Hang on.
You look like you could be waking up in a fraternity house.
I do. I look like I have balls on my head. Yeah, that's true. Oh man. Oh yeah, I gotta redo that.
Do like a little squiggly, like a little circle.
Yeah. No, I gotta make sure they kind of loop around.
My thing, Landry, though, is like, who sees that? You drew it on your head, and you're like, yeah, nailed it.
No, I wasn't judging because I figured that there was like a movie or a show that I saw where like someone fell asleep and like got something thrown on it.
Yes.
But that ain't
So
Charlie Brown.
I look like Charlie Brown after Charlie Brown passed out.
In a fraternity house.
In a fraternity
Sean, having just completed my HR module on a respectful workplace,
Right.
we just saved you. We just saved you from an incident.
Thank you.
I'll tell you
Well,
right now.
our boss has already seen it. She laughed at it, but I guess I know why now.
There's
All
a
right,
reason.
I got to go redo this. All right. Set antibodies to you, I suppose.
Antibodies and a shorn scrotum to you.
Appreciate that. All right. This has been Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to
This is hilarious.
KLT HD2 and Odyssey Station. Two guys who don't have balls on their head.
No, not right now.
Three guys. Figgy also. He does not. They're called In the Loop, and they are now.
Man.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a hell of a way to start Halloween, I will say.
I mean, it's not even subtle.
No,
It's not even.
Yeah, I didn't know what was going on there. I figured it was something funny, like Hangover or something like that.
Well, it is funny.
Happy Halloween to everybody. Happy Halloween.
Yes.
Enjoying the vibes of Halloween. It gets really crazy around here during Halloween.
Obviously.
I will say that.
Obviously. Getting teabagged at the Halloween party.
How did you not notice that?
Dude, who looks in the mirror and says, yeah, got it.
What? Why does he even need that?
It's Charlie Brown's hair. You know how he has the little squigglies?
What about two lines?
Yeah. Or just that little loop-de-loop that he does. That's what it is. He just do two balls.
Did you think that, Figgy?
I did not, no.
So you thought that it looked normal?
No, I mean, I ain't think it looked normal, but
I got to say,
I don't know.
I don't know what you dressed as for Halloween, Figgy, but that's the best Shaft costume I've ever seen.
It is. That's what I'm going with.
That's the best Shaft.
So it was either Shaft, but the afro is too big to be Shaft because this afro wasn't that big.
Yeah,
so people keep saying Undercover Brother.
If you want to see it, you can see it on YouTube and Twitch. We're also live on the Odyssey app. Appreciate everyone for coming through. It is In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. We're 5 hours away from the trade deadline.
Yeah, baby.
Texans not expected to make too many moves. They did sign a safety from the Ravens practice squad today. I don't know if that really
doesn't really resonate,
excites you, but yeah, they added a little bit of safety depth. DeAndre Houston Carson will be
better.
DeAndre Houston Carson will be on the Texans. He's a practice squad guy. Not quite the big names that we wanted, but that's where we're at right now. I want to ask this.
Yes, sir.
And I want to I want the people to weigh in. 713-572-4610. Why is it so hard for people to admit that CJ wasn't great on Sunday? Wasn't good? Why is this? I've noticed this. I streamed yesterday. I've seen on social media there's some people who bring it up and then it just gets completely dismissed. Why are we at the point right now, just 6 weeks in, where
I can tell you too.
It is hard for people to just say with a straight face, CJ Stroud wasn't good on Sunday.
Well, okay, so you said why is it hard for people to admit that
Why is this difficult?
That he wasn't great. I don't think he was great, but I don't think he was bad, and that's where you and I were different. But I can tell you why people are hesitant to. Figure, you go first. I think we're on the same wavelength here. Why are they hesitant to admit that CJ was not great?
Because he played against Bryce Young, and Bryce Young was better.
That's part of my reason. My reason is we just are so appreciative that that the Texans finally have a quarterback. It's like they don't want to jinx it almost, you know?
But see, he been playing so good this year. There's nothing wrong with saying he having the bad year. I mean, it was a bad game.
We predicted it.
Yeah,
there's nothing wrong with that. And you're a rookie.
It's inevitable. It happens all the time.
He's gonna have a great game every single game.
It happens all the time, which is why I don't understand why this is so hard. Like, just say it. You'll feel good. It's okay. We can say this. Like, he's a mature guy. He's a great young man. He understands the battles. He's been through it at Ohio State. CJ Stroud was bad Sunday. Just say it. You'll feel okay. I mean,
I can't
was Bobby
say that.
Slowick good? No. CJ Stroud was bad Sunday.
I can't say that, but I can say
we're okay.
I can say he wasn't great.
CJ Stroud was bad Sunday.
No, he wasn't.
We can say it. It's
He
okay.
had some really good moments.
He had a couple good throws. You're babying him. I'm actually really surprised at you. You're treating him like Davis Mills.
The last what?
You're treating him like Davis Mills.
I never babied Davis Mills.
He had a couple good throws in the first time they scored, the third drive. He threw a dime right there to Nico Collins. Even though he missed him on a wide open touchdown, that Bobby Slowick actually did draw up a good play. It's okay. We can say it. Okay, he had, and then you hear, well, he had all these passes batted at the line of scrimmage. Oh, okay.
No, that's
always
on
the O-line's fault. That's kind of a mix. It's okay. I like CJ Stroud. I want to ride and die with CJ Stroud. I want to treat CJ Stroud like a veteran quarterback. Just like we can criticize Bobby Slowick, just like we can criticize the defense. CJ Stroud, he just turned 22 years old. He's got the maturity level of about a 45-year-old. It's okay to say CJ Stroud wasn't good.
Of all the things I've been accused of, babying a player,
You are babying.
That's a first.
Well, this is it.
That's a first.
You're doing it for sure.
I am not babying
You're doing
him.
it for sure. Oh, he had a good throw in the first quarter.
That's what you've said. I did not say that.
Yeah, those throws to Nico.
I never said that.
He had two passes that probably should have been intercepted. I think the longest play was one that got tipped into the hands of Noah Brown after he reestablished himself. For a guy who had a historic start to his rookie season, and the growing pains are inevitable, we've got to get to the point. Like, if we ever want to be like if we ever want to like cover a big boy NFL team and we haven't done it in a few years, just do it, man. Just say it. Just say it. CJ Stroud wasn't good on Sunday. You'll feel better, I promise.
Well,
you'll feel better.
I'll tell you this: when that day comes, you can bet, and I think you know that I will say that. I said it about Bobby Slowick, who's my guy. On this game, this very game, I said the same thing about Bobby Slowick because it was appropriate in my opinion. In my opinion, it wasn't one throw. I never said that. I said he had some really good throws, like next level throws, and I think it was
had a
fine.
couple sideline passes,
and I thought it was fine.
Yeah.
Not great, not awful.
He wasn't good.
He was fine.
He wasn't.
So
good.
if Davis
that
Mills,
was fine.
So if Davis Mills had this game,
that was
we'd
fine.
be saying this
that
fine?
was fine.
That was fine. What we saw Sunday from CJ Stroud was fine.
It was
My
fine.
God, damn.
If Davis Mills had this type of game, we would be like, nah, it wasn't good.
Wow.
Of all the reasons,
He was fine.
Of all
Just
the,
remember that. There's the bar right there for CJ
well,
Stroud.
I don't want
right
fine.
there.
I don't want fine. That's
He was
not the
fine.
bar. I never said that either.
Fine.
I never said that that's the bar of all the things.
No, if that's fine, then the bar is pretty low. Because I look at CJ Stroud as a guy who's carried the Texans to a win over the Jags when their offensive line was depleted, who had one of the best starts over 6 games for a rookie quarterback, who handed the Steelers a massive assing when nobody was even giving him a chance to do that, who has given hope to this franchise, who I actually look at this team and say they should be thinking about competing for the playoffs. That's how I'm looking at them. Although it looks a little bit more difficult than we thought. It is a week-to-week type of thing. If that's fine, then we need to lower our expectations. What are we going for? 5 wins?
No, all those things that you
Maybe
laid
one
out,
more?
all those things that you laid out are the reason that he was in the place that he was going into that game. But if you go through like a list of the top 5 reasons why the Texans lost that game, I don't think CJ Stroud. I don't think CJ Stroud makes the top 5.
This is Davis Mills. This is Davis Mills all over again. This is Davis.
I mean, is it fair to say the whole offense was bad?
The offense, well, yeah, because of the running game.
It was bad.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say CJ was the reason they lost the
There are a lot
game,
of bad
but
things.
he wasn't good.
Lopez sounds like an angry texter, where if you criticize something, they say, well, if you listed, that's not the reason they lost. I'm not saying that it is. I didn't say that. See, you're going dramatic now. He was not good. There are a lot of things that weren't good. But now you're doing where when someone says something, you go, well, he wasn't the reason they lost. Well, I didn't say it was the reason they lost. They lost because Bobby Slowick sucked. The offense didn't take advantage. The defense was good. The special teams had blunders. There's a lot of reasons. I'm not like power ranking CJ Stroud and saying he's the reason they lost. But we've got it. When are we going to get to the point where we say he wasn't very good?
Well, let me reiterate. I never, if a quarterback is bad, he's a big reason you lose, generally speaking. So just almost by definition.
Depends what the standard is. You're making up a definition.
It depends. I said almost by definition.
Yeah.
Almost by definition. If a quarterback is bad, you're going to lose the game. Right? By and large.
Yes.
By and large.
Yes.
Well, he wasn't one of the top 5 reasons they lost the game. So
all right, give me the 5.
Running game, Bobby Slowick. Maybe, I'm trying to think, pressure on the quarterback.
They had 6 sacks.
No, I'm saying that they didn't take advantage of that. They didn't take advantage of 6 sacks.
What do you mean they didn't? The defense held them to 15 points.
But I'm saying they lost the game. Fourth quarter defense, like they like in Atlanta, closing out a game.
I would blame CJ more than them allowing a field goal at the end of the game after doing that. I would put CJ above that.
Red zone.
Who?
Texans.
Okay.
Yeah. So but he's not like at the top of that list. You might put him somewhere else, but he's not at the top of the list.
713 says you make it seem like he went out there and was Zach Wilson. No, I don't. I make it seem like he's a very, very, very good quarterback with high standards, and based on those standards, CJ Stroud wasn't great.
I agreed with that. I agreed with that. He wasn't great. I said that. He wasn't great. But he wasn't bad, and he wasn't the reason they lost. And that's where I guess.
So that's how we do it now? He wasn't the reason they lost? But he's got to be the reason you win. No, but great quarterback's got to be the reson you win.
No, I know.
That's the point. Like we are treating him like Davis Mills because we're in this honeymoon phase. Like I think even CJ would tell you he didn't play awesome. He didn't play great. Like that's the thing. Like I feel like we are to the point where we have a quarterback that you can win because of.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
Don't lose because of him. Like he's not Zach Wilson. He's not Davis Mills. It's just interesting that it's so hard to just say it.
Well, the day's going to come where he has a bad game, and I'm going to say he had a bad game. I predicted that. You predicted that. You agreed, etc. Bobby Slowick is a guy that I'm very, very high on, and I flat out said he had a bad game because I thought it was appropriate. My opinion on it is different than yours, is what it comes down to. I think you could have won that game with how he played. If they had any running game at all, if they did anything, he didn't play a negative game for your outcome. That's how I look at it. Whereas, how many times have we seen a quarterback like, oh boy, that was a big reason they lost.
I don't even. Those guys aren't even a factor to me anymore. I'm just using it as an example. No, I know, and I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
I want to put him up here. I want to put CJ closer to Deshaun. You still got him playing in the kiddie pool with Davis Mills.
I do not.
That's where he's at. I want him up here with Deshaun. Deshaun from 2017 to 2019. I won't even count 2020. God, that year sucked.
Yeah, you know better than that.
You got him with the sunscreen on his nose and the floaties on, floating around with Davis Mills eating Laffy Taffy in the freaking kiddie pool.
You know better than that.
I want him jumping off the high dive.
That's not anything close to how I feel about CJ Stroud, and you know that. All I'm saying is I thought he was fine. He wasn't bad.
It's fine.
There's nothing wrong with having that opinion.
He was fine.
Yeah, he was fine.
So do you feel like he was fine because he didn't turn the ball over?
That's part of the reason.
If he would have had like one interception.
Well, it depends on the context of the interception. I mean, like what would have happened, where was it, et cetera.
Because I thought he was all right. Like, it wasn't nothing special.
Well, that's kind of what I'm saying.
It wasn't nothing special. He didn't turn the ball over, but it wasn't good.
But he should have.
It's a bunch of times he should have.
Yeah, I just think I don't think CJ's watching that tape saying I was fine.
No, I agree. I think it was very meh.
And it can be a lot of things for sure why they lose. It's
his first bad game, man.
No doubt.
It wasn't a bad game.
Doubt. Okay.
His first mid game.
Okay, I'll go with that.
I mean, if we're
you guys know me better than that.
If that's where we're at, okay.
Been doing this for decades.
Yeah.
You know I'm not going to.
That's what's surprising about it.
I'm not going to wear kid
That's why I'm
gloves.
surprised.
Well, because it's not right.
No, I get where you coming from, Lopez. I get it. It wasn't like a game where I looked at it and said, "Ooh, my God, what is this?"
Exactly.
It wasn't a turn your head type of game, but
yeah. If that were his first game, I would say he was fine. I've watched him. I've watched him have a historical 6-game start. So maybe I'm ahead of myself. And I need to talk.
You
myself.
could be.
Yeah, maybe I need to talk myself.
He's a rookie, Landry.
I need to talk myself into saying, okay, let's just let CJ grow. As long as he doesn't turn the ball over, we're okay. Maybe I'm ahead of myself. Could be. It's a confusing league.
You just said something that is a factor. It's not a factor in why I think he was fine, but the guy is going to have to grow. I mean, we're almost spoiled by how good he's been. That when he has a fine game, all of a sudden you think it's bad, or I think it's fine, and then maybe it's one or both of those. I don't know, but we are spoiled with what he's given us.
Happy Halloween to everyone. 713-572-4610. It's going down. Down the hall, little costume
Some wild
contest.
stuff coming by this window over here.
Sean Pendergast is emceeing.
Somebody was dressed as Omar.
Yeah. Do you think people get what you just said?
I was going to explain it. I was waiting for your reaction.
Yeah.
I was going to explain it.
Omar from The Wire?
No, Omar from the Texans PR. Just walked by.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There you go. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader Sports Radio 610. Headline Showdown coming up at 1. John McClain is going to come in here.
What's he going to dress as?
At 11. He's just going to dress as a guy, a football writer. I don't know. He's going to come in here. I know he's got takes. He handed out a lot of Fs, a lot of grades, etc. Trade deadline coming up. So we'll hear what McClain has to say. He'll probably be in the Halloween spirit. Text line 713-572-4610. Is it hard for you to say that CJ Stroud didn't play good on Sunday? Is it hard for you? 713-572-4610. Is it too easy for me to say this? Is it too easy? Or is Lopez right and he was just fine? 713-572-4610. But coming up next, say what you want about CJ Stroud, but in this week-to-week league, business has picked up significantly with his surroundings. We'll take a close look at it and also talk about a dilemma that you are going to have in a short time. In the Loop continues.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
In the week-to-week league that is the NFL, let's look at what happened last week and how stuff currently sits, because we know it's a week-to-week league. Right now, you got 14 teams above 500, 3 at 500, and 15 under 500. The Texans are in that mix. The Texans are currently a game back for the final playoff spot. So as much as it sucks to lose to the Carolina Panthers, and regardless of how you feel, certain players, CJ Stroud specifically performed on Sunday, the goals that the Texans had before Sunday are still very, very in front of them, very much in front of them. But last week was perhaps the worst week for CJ Stroud during his young NFL career. Let's just look at it. You lost your top receiver, or at least the guy you throw the ball to the most, in Robert Woods. Bobby Slowick probably had arguably his worst game as an offensive coordinator. You got, am I allowed to say this? I'm going to make sure. I'm going to check with the babysitter here, John Lopez. Did he get outplayed by Bryce Young?
Yes.
Okay, so CJ Stroud got outplayed by Bryce Young, the number one overall pick. Well, I'm just making sure. I don't.
Stop it. Hey, you got to stay on brand, man. You got to stay on brand.
You can't say that he played bad by his standards.
I'll let you know if it's anything that ruffles the old feathers.
Did he get outplayed by Bryce Young? He did. I think we can agree with that. Is that fair to say, Figgy?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fair to say.
That was true.
And then another rookie in the division, and I'm gonna have to put my hands up here. I think
we all might have to.
I'm at least going to sit here and say that Will Levis has gone from being the butt of my jokes to someone I need to pay some close attention to.
Right.
Okay. Quarterbacks make fools of us all, so I'll be the first to raise my hand and say that. So not only did you get outplayed by Bryce Young, a quarterback in your division, in your draft class that was selected with the pick that was originally the Texans' second-round pick, he had the best rookie debut of the year, and maybe one of the best rookie debuts that I've ever seen.
No, he did. Remember, I mentioned it the other day. He's one of the one of only three players to do what he did.
So 4 touchdown passes for Will Levis, and now all of a sudden the Tennessee Titans go from us looking at the clock for the next 4.5 hours saying, are they going to trade Derrick Henry? Who are they going to trade? What are they going to do? To, oh my God, they got the same record as the Texans, and their rookie quarterback, they're feeling a little bit good about him. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that travels with time and with more time, and they got a short week. But needless to say, in this week-to-week league, CJ Stroud had perhaps, like when we're talking about like the most important thing around here, which is the franchise quarterback and stuff, he had perhaps the worst week of his season. Is that fair to say?
I can say that. Absolutely. I mean, the worst week of his season, I don't think anybody's
change at the snap
I don't think
of a
anybody's
finger.
lost any confidence in what he's going to be.
CJ Stroud's still the dude.
Yeah.
I still want to ride and die with CJ Stroud. I'm good with CJ Stroud. I've seen enough of the intangibles, etc. But that was an interesting week where I don't know. I don't necessarily think that there's like a Bryce CJ like reemergence right now. I think both teams are happy with what they ended up with. I don't think that there's like anything there.
Mm-hmm.
But the Will Levis thing is something to keep an eye on because we're talking about teams that you're looking up at in the standings, and now all of a sudden Tennessee, they're kind of the most intriguing team in the division at this point. Like Jacksonville is what they are. They've won 5 straight games. It's their division until further notice with where they're at. The Texans are kind of on, I don't want to say the season's on a brink, but if you're talking about competing for a playoff spot, you probably don't want to lose to Tampa Bay before you go to Cincinnati.
Yeah.
That would be, you want to be going back and forth with 500 to where maybe you beat Tampa Bay, lose to Cincinnati, and then beat Arizona and go 5-5. Like that would be like what I would look at. But Tennessee right now is the most intriguing team in the division. And I don't think Will Levis is going to sit here and set the world on fire. I thought it was a hell of a debut, but it's gone from They got to start Will Levis or Malik Willis too.
Oh, they got Will Levis.
Well, maybe not even that. But I think the thing with Will Levis right now with me is he's got it in him. That was no fluke. Like he was, I don't know if he's going to be that good, and he certainly could, given he seems to be kind of a different kind of cat anyway. He may regress some, but he has that in him. That's how I sit with it. I'm like, okay, on any given Sunday, he might be with that big arm, which we all talked about before the draft was the one quality that he had. He might be able to do that, and that's why it's maybe just a little unnerving.
I also wonder, let's say that there's some staying power here, and let's say that Will Levis looks serviceable.
Yeah,
I do think that there might be. I don't want to say a perfect storm, but there might be what happened to him on draft day might end up being the best thing to happen to him, where there was natural humility. You were the guy that everyone was.
He was embarrassed.
Yeah, he was kind of embarrassed. You left the draft. You got drafted by the Titans, and then you went in there. He might have gotten into, we talk about situations with quarterbacks. I think Houston's a good situation for CJ. I still don't know that Carolina's a good situation for Bryce, but maybe he found himself into a pretty decent situation as opposed to what maybe he would have done had he, been one of the first quarterbacks taken. He's got our attention. At the very least, he's got our attention.
Yeah.
Now, that's the CJ point of view, not a good week. From a fan perspective, from a Texans fan perspective, I'm asking you, I'm asking Figgy, 713-572-4610. What am I supposed to do, and how am I supposed to watch Thursday night? Because I'm looking at the wild card.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking at Pittsburgh, who's a game ahead of the Texans in the loss column. I'm looking at Cleveland, who's a game ahead of the Texans in the loss column. I'm looking at the Jets, and I'm looking at the Browns. And the Texans are going to have a chance to play all those squads. The Titans are tied with them in the division.
Yeah.
They play the Steelers on Thursday. You want the Titans to win, don't you?
That's a great question.
Because you still got the Titans twice. So you still control what you can.
Late in the year, too.
Now, I hate saying this, but I'm not even looking at the division right now. And I know they have the same record, and I know they're the old Oilers, and we got no love for the old Oilers, but I almost got to be rooting for the Titans on Thursday.
If I had to, I'll let you know, but if I had to, it would probably be the Titans. Just from not root for, but
you want them to win.
Yeah, if they win, you're
if it's
okay.
Ugly, you want them to win.
Yeah, you're
I want
okay
Levis
with
to throw
that.
5 picks and then win. That.
Yeah. You probably want that if you're a Texans fan looking for the playoffs. I go here though, and I know this is the epitome of recency bias. Early in the year, we were like, is there any game on the schedule that the Texans won't have a chance in? And we're like, no, not with the way CJ Stroud plays and the way he can produce. I'm kind of rethinking a few of those games, and that makes me nervous for playoffs, makes me nervous for any hope you might have in the division, etc. So, there are games all of a sudden, it's almost as if, okay, just get to 9 wins. Somehow, some way.
Oh, Lord.
Just get to.
Let's try to get there.
Just get to 9 wins.
Let's get to 9 at win. Let's get to 9 at noon.
It's not like all of a sudden we're like, oh, they could win every game with CJ Stroud.
And I was talking about this yesterday, and I think this is kind of like when you talk about margin for error.
Mm-hmm.
They could lose any of the games.
Well, there's 4 games. You want to hear the 4 games that I'm a lot more nervous about now?
I think they could lose any game that they have remaining. Any game. Now, I think
conceivably, yeah. But there's 4 that scare me more.
But they have a chance to win them, too. But they could easily lose. Nothing would shock me. Even Arizona.
At Bengals, I was like, I think they have a chance to win that. I don't know. I don't think so. Not the way Joe Burrow's playing now, etc.
Rested for the bye and everything.
How about this one? Jaguars here.
No. I think the Jags would be like a 6-point favorite.
Yeah.
I think the Jags are going to be like a 6-point favorite. And the Jags, God, they won 5 straight. They won 3 games in 19 days in London. 2 in London.
These next 2 pain me to say, but you can't help how you feel. I always say that. At the Titans. Who knows what Will Levis you're going to get? Derrick Henry's not getting traded. It's going to be the Oilers uniforms. It's going to be a Titans team coached by Mike Vrabel who can coach against anyone. All of a sudden at the Titans, I'm like, I don't know. And then this is the one that's an absolute killer. The Browns here. That's going to be a tough game. That is going to be
their defense.
Their defense is really, really good. Who knows what the quarterback situation is going to be? But if it's Deshaun and he comes back, there's going to be something there. And
he ain't got nothing.
Do you realize they've only lost what are they, 4-3?
Yeah.
Yeah, 4-3.
They've only lost one game by more than 4 points.
Yeah,
they are in every game.
No, they're scrappy.
They are in every game.
They'll probably be favored. By
so there's 4 right there that I'm like,
They're all tough. They're all tough. Coming up, should DeMeco Ryans and Bobby Slowick be looking to duplicate the most impactful move that was made a year ago? Discuss next.
The Battle of the
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
John McClain coming up in 17 minutes. Going to be interesting to hear what he has to say about the Texans. I mean, he was counting wins last week. I mean, he went from they might win 4 or 5 games to...
I think he landed at 9, right?
Well, he counted 2 wins before they... I mean, he basically handed them the Carolina win and handed them other wins.
Yeah.
So we'll find out where he's at now in this week-to-week league known as the NFL. Last season, most impactful move in the NFL, without a doubt. Christian McCaffrey to the San Francisco 49ers. When the 49ers made the trade, they were 3-3. 3-3. They traded for McCaffrey. They had a game against the Chiefs that week. Limited duty for him. They lost that game. They fell to 3-4. They then had time to get Christian McCaffrey comfortable, get him familiar with the system, and they went on to win the final 10 games of the regular season. They went to the NFC Championship game. Might be talking about the Super Bowl champs had they not lost all their quarterbacks. They did not lose a game in the regular season with Christian McCaffrey starting. I don't think we talk about Brock Purdy in the playoffs if it's not for Christian McCaffrey. I know we focus on the quarterback a lot, but in that situation, the running back, a very polarizing position, a running back propelled San Francisco to win 10 straight games to end the season and be one of the hottest teams in the NFL. I don't anticipate the Houston Texans making that type of move, making that type of run, I should say, like the San Francisco 49ers did. But I do think that we can agree the running back position is something that probably deserves some attention, if not in the offseason, sometime in the short-term future, whether that means Mike Boone getting more carries, whether that means continuing this committee. The running back position deserves attention.
Yeah.
Yesterday, the New York Giants, they traded Leonard Williams for a 2nd and 5th round pick. That's one of their best players. There's a lot of speculation in New York that maybe the New York Giants are going to be sellers. Saquon Barkley, they had some drama in the offseason. Running back. Should D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick, who were in San Francisco last year and saw firsthand the impact that a run back can on a team late in the season, should the Houston Texans, Nick Caserio, and guys that were close to the situation be picking up the phone and at least inquiring about what the price would be for Saquon Barkley?
Yeah, I think you have to at least inquire. I think you're not doing your job if you don't, kick the proverbial tires, give it a shot, see what the price is going to be, et cetera, et cetera. But I think you also, I think the biggest part of this trade is, are you going to have that kind of production in 2 years? See, that's where I keep going back to something that's probably going to tick off you and a bunch of people that I'm going to say here in a minute. But is Saquon going to be a guy that's going to be here when you're real good? You know, look, if they draft Saquon Barkley, it would be exciting. It would be great for the squad. The city would love it. I would be all in, and I'd be fascinated by what happens. But this team isn't built for this year. No one really had those expectations this year. He's 26 years old. Is he at 28 going to be a key asset to win maybe you?
I hate this.
Well, I'm just telling you what I think.
I make the team better right now, and I want to maybe make a playoff push. Like I don't. That sounds like, you know, the early rebuild stages. I just want to have as good of a team as possible and make the playoffs. That's it. That's what I want to do.
They are in the early rebuild stages.
I wouldn't say. I mean, you're 4 years into the rebuild.
You're 3 years into the rebuild, really, because it was Culley and Lovey, and they were just kind of stripping the studs off the walls, you know. Then they start the rebuild with this, you know, maybe last year's draft, but certainly this year's draft is when you really start building. And see, that's why I go back and forth. I would be excited to see Saquon Barkley, but I don't think he's going to be around when they're like a contending team. And this is, I'll say it now. I think this is going to make a lot of people mad, and it's just how I feel.
But you're not. But I mean, he's got 1 year under contract right now, and I mean, even if you sign him to like a short-term deal next year with the money that you have with CJ, the impact is still there. I mean, he's not 35 years old or anything like that.
Well, it's running back years, and as we all know, that's a whole different ball game. Again, let me just say, I'd be excited to see him, and I'd be all in, and it'd be great for the city. But a lot of people are like in playoff mode, and I've been talking about it as much as anyone, so I'm not excluding myself. But we've seen those teams that are get to the playoffs and then whatever they disappoint you. I think the smart thing to do is to maybe trade a few key assets or a key asset, not acquire them. And the reason is like who? Like Case Keenum. Because right now there are a lot of teams that could use a quarterback. Some of the quarterbacks that are being mentioned, they're no better than Case Keenum. Mike White, Jacoby Brissett, maybe you can argue that. Jameis, maybe you can argue that. Andy Dalton, those are the quarterbacks that are being mentioned with Case Keenum. If you could trade Case Keenum and gain assets, then I feel you're better suited for like 2025.
You're not going to get a lot of assets for Case Keenum.
But you can trade picks. All of a sudden you have more mid-round picks, perhaps.
I don't even think he's a mid-rounder. Do you? I mean, that's like a Case Keenum, like a sixth-round pick?
It's a seller's market right now.
What would you get for Case Keenum? And I don't know why Case Keenum would impact why you would not go try to get Saquon.
No, I get that. And like I said, I'd be excited. But I think accumulating assets, not getting rid of premium picks right now is what's better going to set up this team to make a real run, not a Bill O'Brien run. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't consider the playoffs this year a Bill O'Brien run.
Well, I wouldn't expect them to win, like get to the AFC Championship game or anything.
Well, but the playoffs would be like a big
We've done
accomplishment.
that.
Yeah, but we haven't. We haven't done it like this. Like this is completely different. This is a rookie quarterback. This is a coming off being the worst team in the league the last 3 years. I don't think, like, if the Texans go to the playoffs, I don't consider that a Bill O'Brien run at all. Like, not even close.
I'm talking about the results.
Yeah, I feel like the Houston Texans are ahead of schedule, though.
Right.
Because we winning this year, I didn't think they was going to be this good like this.
Yeah, so why not try to be as good as you can right now?
Because if you trade for Saquon Barkley, as exciting as it would be, you would get rid of some assets that can help you build a team that's really equipped for 2025.
But you can still
depends what the price is. I'm not saying give up a first or second.
But you can still
give up a third and change.
You can still build the team through free agency.
You got a lot of cap space. Hell of a lot of cap space. I don't know. I mean, I guess like when is the right time to make moves though? Because it's all you seem like you think they should still be kind of passive. When is the right time to be aggressive at the deadline?
When you're 1 or 2 players away from making a real run in your conference.
And in the meantime, just hey, you don't want to get to the playoffs or anything. Like you don't like how valuable.
When did I say that?
No, I'm just saying like you don't want to be aggressive and try to make the playoffs.
No, I think you need to be smart and build some equity that you can use down the road to move up in the draft and get a player that you want to maybe add more young bodies. This is a very young squad. I just feel like I'm not equating it to Bill O'Brien. I'm saying the results of getting to the playoffs and going, okay, well, they're out now. That's what Saquon Barkley would get for you. That's what Saquon Barkley would get for you in the short term. I don't think he would be a key asset like when you're really good.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, so we have our first big move of the day. Montez Sweat has been traded to the Chicago Bears in exchange for a second-round pick. Chicago has all that draft equity. They're going to bring in Montez Sweat, add him to Matt Eberflus's defense. That second-round pick could be in the 33 to 40 range. So all eyes now on Chase Young. Washington gets a second-round pick for Montez Sweat. A trade deadline 4 hours and 7 minutes away. So there you go. Chicago making moves, taking advantage of those.
It's a good trade for Washington.
Extra draft picks. Coming up, John McClain. handing out wins for the Texans. Now he's handing out Fs. We'll hear from John McClain next.
Oh, man, John McClain, the general, he coming up right now. Everybody line up. Line up, everybody. Stand up straight. Make sure you fit your hat, fit your collar. Don't be looking all like that, man. The general coming. Make sure you don't talk back to him, man. Here he come. Women salute him.
John McClain in the building. John started counting wins last week, and here we are talking about a loss.
And everybody's bummed about it, and it shows how much improved they are. In the past, we'd like, oh, man, they lost their game on the road on a field goal. Man, that's great. But now they're the only team in the league's lost 2 games with no time left. They're so close to 5-2, but they've proved they can beat just about anybody and lose just about anybody.
So, how do you feel about the way that CJ Stroud played? We've kind of had a disagreement. I thought he wasn't good. I didn't think he was good. I think there was a lot of bad stuff around him. It feels like people are scared to say, CJ wasn't that good on Sunday.
He wasn't. And that's what's going to happen with a rookie quarterback. They're not all going to – every game's going to be good.
Correct.
He didn't turn it over. He ran for a touchdown. He didn't throw a touchdown pass. He missed a couple receivers. They couldn't run again. I know Dameon Pierce's 16-yard run, 3 guys hit him in the backfield. Devin Singletary had a 9-yard run. He was hitting the backfield. The offensive line is struggling to block for the run. And even though they got 110 yards, and they're now up to like 25th or 22 in rushing, they were, they had averaged one. It's better than it was, but it's still not effective. And even though it's running back by committee, and now they're going to not have Jared Patterson. Patterson was going to stay at center when Juice Scruggs came back. Scruggs was going to get a shot at guard. Now I'm guessing Michael Dieter will be their 4th starting center, going back to Quisenberry going down in training camp. It's amazing they haven't had one bad snap with a rookie quarterback and a rookie center. So it looks like they're just destined to have problems in their offensive line all year.
What's the problem with the running game, and how do you think they're going to react?
Well, when those guys get hit in the backfield, they don't, and they still make something out of nothing. It was pretty amazing, but they're not anywhere near where they want to be. It looks like they're struggling with the system. They're struggling to block, and it's almost every once in a while there's a hole and guy will get 4 yards. But boy, those running plays are hard earned, anything they get.
What's wrong with just getting a badass running back? Is it? I mean, it always seems like, and it seems like it's been the last few years. They sit. You hear it. We've heard it going back to BOB. We can't run the ball. We can't run the ball. We can't run the ball. Well, maybe you should invest prime assets in the running back position. That might help you. I mean, they're not having trouble running the ball in Jacksonville. They used a first-round pick on Travis Etienne. They're not having trouble running the ball in Tennessee. They haven't done that. I mean, it's kind of obvious. You get 4th-round picks, you get other people's scraps. The running back can make the offensive line better too.
Well, I thought Dameon Pierce was a badass back last season.
You did?
I did, and I had to pay up on my bet for you. He was on a pace to rush for 1,200 as a rookie, and I think that's pretty good. You can get a guy rush for 1,200. Now they're not going to have anybody even close to that because they've changed their scheme and they're playing multiple backs. If one of them stood out, that one's going to get most of the carries. But it's amazing the way it's perennially bad. But the run defense was perennially bad, worst in the NFL. Right now it's 11. They fixed that. So at some point, maybe next season, they'll fix the running game.
No, you think they're not running the ball well because they changed their scheme? Because this scheme is pretty successful running the football.
Yeah, it is. But if you got to have the players to do it, too.
So is Dameon Pierce not the right fit?
I don't know. I blame the offensive lineman. We're talking about those plays where backs get hit in the backfield before they even get started. Pierce had a pretty good 16-yard run.
But yeah, he almost got killed in the backfield.
He did.
Keep doing it.
I think with that the offensive line, Laramie Tunsil's not a run blocker. He's a pass protector. Titus Howard's out of position, and it shows.
Why is he out of position?
Because they say they want to put their best 5 out there. So they.
But isn't he best at tackle?
He is best at tackle, but then you don't have your best 5. They think George Fant's one of the top 5, and I don't know what happened to Josh Jones going to left guard where he played one game. Maybe Juice Scruggs comes back and Michael Dieter does well enough at center that Scruggs can play left guard. But Titus, you're not getting the best out of Titus Howard when he's playing left guard instead of right tackle.
You think that's going to change, or you think they're going to keep rolling with him at guard?
It depends on who's. Maybe Juice Scruggs comes back, and instead of putting him center, I don't know. I'd give Josh Jones another shot at left guard, even though right tackle's his position. You know, I guess because Fant's played more and Jones got hurt, they feel more comfortable at Fant. But the problem is, these guys as a group are not good run blockers.
Is it possible that there was an overinvestment in the offensive line, though? Because I understand, you know, we've gotten to a point now where it almost feels like we're talking about Juice Scruggs like he's Larry Allen in his prime or something like that. Like if you don't have Juice Scruggs, then you can't run the ball.
He hadn't played a game,
dude. You have you have three very, 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 very high paid offensive linemen in Titus Howard, Laramie Tunsil, and Shaq Mason, and now I'm supposed to like throw a pity party because Jared Patterson got hurt and Juice Scruggs isn't here. It feels like this offensive line with those three guys should at least be serviceable.
It should be, and I have no clue what they're going to get out of Scruggs because he hadn't played in regular season. It's amazing hamstring injuries with him and Derek Stingley Jr., how long they're taking. You know, where does Charlie Heck fit in? Will he ever play this year?
Hell
Would he
no.
be better
he
than George
Heck
Fant
no.
at right tackle?
You see him walking at camp? He was walking. You were walking faster than him.
I've been watching him, and when he walks, he doesn't walk with a limp. He walks normally.
Shoot.
And every time I see him, he's walking normally.
Like he's got Kleenex boxes on his feet.
And so it's amazing. They've been back. We thought in 2019 that they had their offensive line fixed, and they've been working on it ever since. They've invested. They've changed schemes. They've changed coaches. Chris Strasser's fourth in 4 years, and it doesn't matter who they put out there. It's still not working like you see other teams work.
It's a problem, though, if the offensive line is a problem. Like,
absolutely. That's
like the biggest problem because that's where you're investing heavily in, right?
Yeah, and it's not where the offensive line controls so much. Now, they're not. It's not like Stroud's getting hit like Bryce Young or running for his life. They do a good job in pass protection. A lot of that scheme getting rid of the ball quick, but still, they just can't run block. And in this system, so much of it's predicated on running.
Overall, no complaints, obviously, on the defensive side of the ball. They rank highly in some good areas. But Desmond Ridder had the game of his life against his secondary and drove late. Bryce Young had a terrific game and drove late. Is that just the way it is, or is there fatigue, or is the secondary?
And they gave up, 15 points in this game?
Yeah.
You give up one touchdown, you ought to be able to win in the NFL. And I can't remember how much Atlanta had, but to me, they had one bad series in each game. It happened to be the last one. And the next one it comes up, they don't have any confidence in stopping a team when they need to get off the field so they can win a game. I don't know. But I got no complaints about the defense.
Overall.
Kadar Holman had an expensive penalty. And but overall, the defense is playing above and beyond.
You hold someone to 15 points, especially a team that's one of the less flattering defenses in the NFL, especially running the rock. You should win that every time. You'll take that every time. I don't give a damn what happens at the end.
Absolutely.
Yeah, defense has been just fine. Montez Sweat traded to the Bears, second-round pick was the price. Do you anticipate Nick Caserio perhaps making a few phone calls, trying to make some moves, or are we just standing pat?
I'm sure he's talking to people. People may be calling him, asking him if he's got somebody he wants to get rid of, because they've had a lot of guys play pretty well, better than we expected. You know, a guy like Christian Harris, he's not playing much now. I think he had 9 or 11 snaps in that game.
Man.
He was struggling in his pass
That's
coverage.
a shock right there.
And he's a third-rounder, and everybody had high hopes for him. Have they given up on him, or and see what they could get?
Fred Warner, these nuts.
Loves those low picks, and I'm guessing that whatever's wrong with Harris, maybe it has to do with him, maybe it's a scheme, but they need to add, not subtract. And Sheldon Rankins played better than anybody thought, but he didn't play Sunday. I don't think you can have enough defensive backs. I don't think you have enough pass rushers, but nobody wants to get rid of pass rushers.
Why did Bobby Slowick, and this is something that I think I would ask him if he could come on. Why did he get away from what worked on their one touchdown drive? Throwing first, setting up the run that way. Then all of a sudden they're
we'll
playing
ask
in the
him
middle.
Tomorrow when he comes up to do his weekly session. and I'm sure he doesn't shy away from things. Early in the year when they were struggling, he admitted they were and what was not working, and putting blame on himself. But this offense has got to be built around the passing game, putting Stroud in a second 8 and third and 7 because you can't run is preposterous.
And yet he went back to
throw a 4-yard pass on first down. That's better than one of their runs.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you had Mike Boone with the big 11-yard catch and 5-yard carry, and he didn't touch the ball again.
Now, that's something maybe they need to look at that too.
11 yards on one carry the week before.
Yep.
So I don't know what that is. I mean, maybe you want to put Tank Dell back there and run sweeps. I'm kind of over that. Put him at wide receiver and let him play some ball.
Get him the ball in space. The week before when Dell was out, Xavier Hutchinson ran those reverses better than Dell did.
Yeah, because he can break tackles.
I'd like to see them get the ball on those quick screens to Dell, try to get him deep once or twice, and because he can get run over. He might get interference penalty because guys don't see him and run over him. But this offense it's struggling in that game, struggling in Atlanta. And yet it was so good against Jacksonville and Pittsburgh, it's just hard to figure. Growing pains.
John McClain with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Texans a game back of the playoff race. Meanwhile, you love those uniforms on Sunday. Will Levis loved them too.
Uniform?
No, I'm talking about the uniforms.
I do love those Columbia blue uniforms.
Will Levis did his thing. He liked them too. What are we to make of the Will Levis debut? I mean, he's got my attention.
He's only got one way to go now. People are last week. They were on one of my shows in Nashville. They asked me. Everybody was upset that Vrabel on the bye week had gone to New England and had been inducted into the Ring of Honor and was sitting with the others in Robert Kraft's suite.
What's wrong with that?
And that's what I said. And I said, if they were winning, would you guys be complaining about this? I can't wait to go on tomorrow and say,
how's
is
that
anybody
work
still
out?
Complaining about Vrabel getting that Ring of Honor? So Levis, he threw deep, and here's another thing. I keep seeing people put Hopkins on their could be traded. That'd be stupid for a rookie quarterback. You need talent around the rookie quarterback.
He had 3 touchdowns.
Diop must feel like his career's been revitalized. 3 touchdowns, 2 bombs. When's the last time he caught a touchdown pass that deep?
Yeah.
Henry had 100 yards, so Levis can't keep that up. But it just shows you how bad Malik Willis was. And Tannehill, they might as well trade Tannehill. You got 2 other quarterbacks.
Well, yeah, but he's
injured.
Yeah.
And but I was stunned. I had no idea Will Levis could do that. By the way, congratulations to Billy White Shoes Johnson. He got put in their Ring of Honor. One of my all-time favorite players.
Yeah. Isn't he getting put in against the Texans?
No, he was put
in against the Falcons.
Yeah. Why did they say he was going to be against the Texans?
They're going to wear the uniforms against the Texans.
That's their reunion weekend.
Originally, they said they were going to do it against the Texans.
I think that might have been true, but I know they put him in.
They were never having their reunion against the Texans.
The big reunion is going to be against the Texans. The
no,
players.
There's no reunion.
No, I'm saying the players coming back. They had some for Billy White Shoes in the Ring of Honor.
No, this was their big reunion weekend. There's no reunion weekend for the Texans.
But they're wearing the uniforms.
They're wearing the uniforms.
Yeah.
Take that.
And one of the reasons is it's in close to, the week before Christmas?
Yeah.
And so they try to do everything outside. They have a bunch of events for them outside. And so Moon was the honorary captain and White Shoes was put in their Ring of Honor.
What'd you think of the U of H drama with
I think it's
the
ridiculous.
NFL
as soon as I looked at those uniforms when they had them, the numbers were off, the color was off. I think what U of H should have done. I remember one time Bo Eason. You remember Bo Eason?
Of course.
Former Oilers safety, an actor, and he put on a one-man play called Run of the Litter. And I found at the Round Top big flea market they have every year a great Oiler jacket and some Oiler boots. And so I bought them because they were like total of $50. So I asked Bo, I said, would you like to have these, since it was about him as an Oiler, in your background, because he had a locker.
Well, that's pretty cool.
That's great. So the Oilers had to call the league to ask the league if he could do that, and the legal people said no. And so I told Bo, well, do it anyway. Nobody's going to see it.
Yeah.
Back then, there was no social media. This was 20 years ago.
What'd you do during ball games?
Huh?
What'd you do during ball games when there wasn't social media? You're all over that now.
I watched the game and took notes and ate and took my time.
Do you have any of your old handwritten notes?
No. I throw everything away.
Man, I want to see some 1996 John McClain notes.
No, I can't write. So I throw everything away. Anyway, the league wouldn't let him do it.
Mm-hmm.
And he did it anyway. He just didn't put out any pictures or anything of it, which is what you would have done back then. But it's like Rice wore a version. They didn't say a word. I think that great
Well, it
video,
ain't over yet. They might.
Great video that U of H did, narrated by Carl Lewis, that was all over social media and stuff. I think U of H, and I don't know if they did this or not, you got to go through the Titans, then they got to go to the league. So we like to do it as a one-shot deal for a heritage of Houston football, and then that's it. And we're not going to sell it. We're not going to make money off of it. It's a tribute to Houston's football heritage, and see if the league would have let them do it then. Because I think high school teams around here do it.
Madison.
Madison.
But it's ridiculous.
What, is Amy Adams going to go with them too?
That the NFL.
What if Amy Adams goes at Houston?
This is all
Madison?
about the NFL properties, and that they would do this
NFL
because it makes them look terrible.
NFL properties.
NFL ought to have more important things to do than worry about the University of Houston.
You think they got a little nudge from Amy?
I don't know.
Amy coming at them. John McClain with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, it's time to get world famous. World famous McClain leg hiking next.
The Texans take.
John McClain saying, "Thank you, Faggy."
All right, world famous McClain leg hiking. We throw our takes at John McClain. He either agrees or he hikes the leg. Texans should make a phone call about Saquon Barkley.
Hike it, Figgy. He's not available. And
I said make a phone call.
No, don't waste your time. Hike it, Figgy.
The Titans wearing Oilers uniforms was an embarrassment for Tennessee and Amy Adams.
Hike it, Figgy. Hike it high.
It was. You have
Those
social
uniforms
media.
look great.
Everybody on social media is like, well, this doesn't hit right. This looks awful. Those
I'm
belong
just giving you
in
my
Houston.
opinion, and I think they look great.
They were getting torched.
Who cares?
Who cares?
Who cares?
It's an embarrassment.
Hike it again, Figgy.
CJ Stroud wasn't good on Sunday.
Well, that's true. He
Well, I'm
wasn't.
glad you can say
Threw
that.
for 140 yards.
Lopez can't say it. He
Wasn't
can't make
good.
himself say it.
Only thing he did well, he took them on 2 long touchdown drives, and he didn't do squat on their other 7 series. I think 67 yards on those other 7 possessions.
John McClain is going to dress up for Halloween.
I get Figgy. He never dresses up.
What would you?
I think y'all asked me before, and I said I'd probably go as the devil because my mother used to get mad at me and tell me I was the devil. So one time when I was thinking, I was in junior high, I wore a devil's costume, went outside, knocked on the door because she was giving out candy. And when she opened it, instead of standing there, I jumped around the corner, scared her so bad. She told me she peed on herself.
Y'all get a lot of trick-or-treaters?
She said, yeah. She said, I told you you're the devil.
John McClain actually answers the door each time the trick-or-treaters come and doesn't just lay the damn bucket on the porch.
I get Figgy. Carol answers the door.
Okay.
She loves.
At least somebody's answering.
She loves Halloween. She's got
too.
so much candy in there. I got to stay away from it. And we live in a neighborhood in Spring Valley where there's a lot of kids, and she dresses up a little bit and for Halloween, and she just
What's she
going
to be this year?
I don't know. Our yard is decorated big time. She does a great job.
Wait, so you don't know what she's going to be this year?
Nope, I don't. I'll find out tonight.
Well, at least you're answering the door. You can't just leave the bucket out there.
No, of course not. Then next one comes up there is going to take it all.
Yeah, this is true.
I think you should turn your house into a haunted house and invite the kids in for a tour.
That won't leave any marks.
That ain't going to happen.
Hey, kids, come in.
That won't leave
it
any
out.
marks. Will Anderson will finish with no more than 3 sacks.
I get Figgy. He's going to get on a roll at some point. End up with 5 or 6.
The Baylor Bears
I get Figgy.
are going to beat the Cougs on Saturday.
I get Figgy. I don't know if Baylor's capable of beating anybody.
Well,
They're terrible.
they are a 4-point favorite.
And I don't know what they were.
wow.
Who'd they just get beat by?
They had a big win against Cincinnati.
Yeah, boy, and Cincinnati's terrible.
They lost to Iowa State.
Baylor's terrible.
They lost to Iowa State.
Iowa State had all those gambling issues, lost its quarterback. It just,
John.
I'm so down on Baylor's talent
Cut the
now.
music for just a second, please. Just a sec. Why is it that you don't even know who Baylor played 3 days ago, but whenever they're competing for Big 12 titles, you know the 3 deep?
Because they're winning, and I pay more attention to it.
This is true.
Fade it up.
I know the Longhorns play Kansas State
Man.
at 11 o'clock,
Get
and
their
I'm going to
ass
be
whooped.
watching
get their ass whooped.
2 nationally ranked teams.
They're going to get their ass whooped.
Who?
Texas.
You want to bet?
No.
Oh, wow. Don't
No.
bet against Texas.
If they,
Don't forget, you got to bet with me. I took Jacksonville versus the field.
Yes, you did. I know.
wow.
Yes, you did.
I'm
Congratulations.
feeling good about that
You
one.
probably should.
The Texans should trade one of their quarterbacks and accumulate assets.
Now, if you could, yeah, I agree. If you could get something, but if Minnesota, I thought maybe Minnesota should be interested in Case Keenum's going up there for a second time. But what could you get for Davis Mills? A 5 or 6?
No, hey, you can use that
And
later.
Stroud
trade up.
gets hurt, and it's going to be Mills playing instead of Keenum, and they think they got a chance to go to the playoffs.
Lopez wants these 5th and 6th round picks, man.
Well, Casario likes them. He'll get them at some
I
point.
said mid-round.
He ain't. You ain't getting a mid round for Davis Mills.
It's
though.
a buyer. It's a seller's market.
There was a
A
talk.
lot of teams need a quarterback.
I was listening to NFL radio, and they were talking about Andy Dalton. Why didn't Minnesota trade for Dalton. He's not playing. I don't know who the third quarterback was, but if I wanted a veteran, that's who I'd go after.
Keenum?
Dalton.
John McClain with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. The NBA is a joke for allowing James Harden for the third time to whine his way out of town.
I agree with that. It's amazing. He's quit on how many teams now? He quit on the Rockets. He quit on Brooklyn. He's quit on the Sixers. And he'll quit on the
it's the Clippers, man.
The Clippers.
It's the Clippers.
He'll hog the ball. Kawhi Leonard will be unhappy. They just he's nothing but trouble.
Someone named Russell Westbrook might have a little bit of an issue too.
Ooh, I forgot he was in that. Ooh, that's going to be fun.
That's going to be fun.
Ooh.
The Texans will trade for an edge rusher.
I could figure with Anderson, Bernard. I don't think so.
D'Amico Ryans and John McClain had a giddy moment yesterday to start the press conference.
Giddy moment. Yeah, we did.
Y'all were giggling.
Ask him how he's doing.
Why were y'all so giggly?
I don't know.
I think he was happy
I always
to see
ask them how they're doing because where I sit, they walk by me and I speak to them, and they can ask them how they're doing.
John McClain doesn't actually care how they're doing. He just asks it out of routine.
I get Figgy. Of course he cares how they're doing.
So what if he would have said...
Especially D'Amico since I've known him so long.
But what if he would have said, I'm not doing too well? You would have been surprised, right?
I would have been surprised because nobody's going to say that.
So you don't care. You're just asking him just to
talk to him afterward, put my arm around him, say,
It'll
what's
be all
the
right.
problem?
Yeah, it'll be all right. Talk to me, D'Amico.
And if he said, that Landry Locker, he's just, I said, I can commiserate. I'm with you there.
The referees in the Jacksonville-Pittsburgh game fixed the game.
Fixed it, hike it, Biggie. There's been some bad officiating going on. It's just unbelievable how there's some of the bad calls. Bill Belichick is right. You should be able to challenge anything, but you don't take up more time because you still have the same number of timeouts. They're just doing terrible.
Terrible.
John McClain with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, and Figgy Fig with you. So where are we going from here with the Texans? Baker Mayfield coming to town.
They're going to beat the Buccaneers. They're going to be 4-4. You're going to look back and say, man, they could have won 2 more games. But if you told me 4-4 before the season, I was taking that in heartbeat since I thought they were going to be 6-11.
The Texans will make a trade.
Why not?
Yes.
Casario likes to trade. Why not?
Just a general trade.
They
of
know
some sort.
where they need help. They know where they got injuries, and I'm guessing Casario will do something. He's got picks. Yeah, I agree.
So a big trade or small trade?
I don't think it's not something we're going to go, wow. I think we'll be like, okay, another 5th or 6th rounder.
John McClain here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. That's world famous McClain leg hiking.
Thank you guys very much.
Happy
as
Halloween
always.
to you, man.
Happy Halloween to you and Avery Grace and Holly.
Thank you.
Hope you guys have fun. Tweet some pictures of whatever you're putting Avery Grace in, what kind of little outfits.
Yeah.
And John, hope you have a great one too.
I will. I'll be passing out
Figgy,
candy.
of course.
There you go.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you. That's John McClain here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. The one trade in the NFL that we've gotten as the deadline approaches, Montez Sweat. He has been traded to the Bears in exchange for a second-round pick. Bears, of course, traded that number 1 pick, and now they're just stockpiling picks, man. They are just, they're assets, players, whatever. They're just using it like it's going out of style. Tennessee not expected to be aggressive in the trade deadline as previously expected, but Montez Sweat traded. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. So we got a Halloween costume party going on down the hall, and I just got to say, and I know this is rich of someone who didn't participate, and I understand. I think you and I are the only 2 people in this building not wearing a costume.
Yeah.
But the person who won was wearing a Richard Simmons outfit.
The individual, yeah.
Yeah. I feel like Richard Simmons is like one of the most common costumes. I don't think you should win when you wear a Richard Simmons costume.
I get it, but it's been done like recently. It's done all the time.
Yeah, I just don't. I don't really. I don't.
But
really
who are we to complain about it though?
Well, I mean, I feel like I've been around a while and seen a lot of Halloween costumes.
There were some really good ones out there.
Yeah, I mean Barbie. Wow,
Yeah.
didn't think of that. Yeah, I mean there was. It was a meh showing just based on my amateur.
I'll be curious to ask someone who's been to a bunch of them how it ranked.
Probably like top 30.
30?
Yeah.
You know what? I used to like doing it, but middays we can't. We can't. It's always at 10 o'clock.
I was down. I was going to go get a Larry David outfit, actually, but I just kind of, the bald old guy wig wasn't working. I was going to make one like out of a shower cap. Just didn't think I would have been able to pull it off. But
I was going to do it just for our YouTube and Twitch listeners, but if I'm being honest, I forgot my costume. I was going to do my Bob Ross thing, which I did Sunday. The little painting with the red
what
afro.
was that? I didn't get it.
Bob Ross from PBS, legend.
The painter?
I had no idea.
The painter.
I had no
idea. You don't remember the guy that used to paint on PBS?
I could tell Lopez had something going. I didn't know what.
No, it was a big hit.
I thought it. I had no idea what it was. You painted.
You want hip to Bob Ross?
No.
You'll recognize it if when you see it like a video of YouTube or something. It was big. I had the wig, I had the paint thing, the brush, and all that.
I just didn't know about it.
And I was ready to bring it, and I just forgot it. It's in my office on the floor, but that's on me. See, all the YouTube listeners, I was ready for you. I just forgot.
Yeah, it's all right. It was a good costume. I could see. Coming up, another big injury for the Houston Texans. Shots fired at one of the most polarizing coaches in the state, plus a potential Texan, potential guy who could be traded in the next few hours. He weighs in on his future. The hits are lit next.
Yeah, they are. And right now,
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Man, lot going on. Which means the hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, so Jared Patterson is out. He's going to miss some time, according to D'Amico Ryans. Lower body injury. It was on Instagram that it was a broken ankle. I think Nick Schwager of Battle Red said it, per Aaron Wilson. And Jared Patterson actually replied and said, "I broke my ankle, ?
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if this means maybe it's a leg. I don't know if this means maybe he didn't break his ankle. I don't know if this means that maybe a trainer is telling. I don't know. Like, it just.
Remember, I asked you
did
yesterday.
Did he break it or not?
I wasn't sure yesterday.
That's what I'm confused about. So I'm asking you, like, did.
What the hell is the injury?
Was it supposed to be a secret that maybe got out to where someone told Aaron and Aaron reported it?
Yeah.
Is it something technical? Could it have been something different than the ankle? Like, what's going on here?
I read it as it's not a broken ankle. If the guy himself is saying, "I broke my ankle?" ?
You
know what I mean? An ankle injury?
It could be a leg.
Something.
I don't know.
Yeah.
He said
maybe a sprain.
I broke my ankle? ?
Maybe it's just a high sprain.
I mean, at this point, though, him being out, I mean, clearly for a while, whatever that means, isn't a good thing. But I read it as, I don't think it's broken. Which I guess long-term could be good.
Do you not kind of find it amusing? And I want people to hear me out on this. I have the utmost respect for what Jared Patterson did.
Oh,
man. The utmost respect. I am so proud of that kid,
That
and I
could have
don't
been
even know
a
him.
bleep show.
I don't even know him, and I'm very proud of him.
Yeah.
So I'm going to put it that way. He came into camp as the reserve guard / center, 6th-round pick out of Notre Dame. Juice Scruggs they traded up for. Questenberry goes down. Scruggs goes down. That kid comes in. Not a single missed snap with CJ Stroud.
And did the job.
Did the job very, very well, very, very effectively. Okay? I say all that to say this. The fact that we are to the point where we are saying, oh, my God, what are they going to do without Jared Patterson? And, oh, my God, is Juice Scruggs going to come save the day? They can't run the ball. Juice Scruggs.
Yeah.
Can we start looking at the fact that in the NFL there's going to be injuries? Most teams are going to have injuries. We've seen the Texans win games without injuries.
Mm-hmm.
And with all this talk about the offensive line and the struggles and stuff like that, you have the highest paid offensive lineman in the league in Laramie Tunsil. You have one of the highest paid offensive linemen in the league in Titus Howard. You have one of the highest paid guards in the league in Shaq Mason. Is it too much for me to think that maybe Jared Patterson getting hurt should not be the end of the world and this offensive line should be serviceable when 3 of the 5 guys are the highest paid at their position?
That's not too much to ask, but...
It might be, though.
But...
It's not, but it might be.
But Jared Patterson had no issue with any of that. Like people always use the term low-key. I mean, low-key, that was one of the best things that ever happened to this team, was Jared Patterson stepping in as, the 3rd guy at the time?
3rd or 4th.
And completely, eliminating.
Yeah, he might have been 4th heading into camp because they had Morrissey, too.
Yeah.
He might have been 4th.
That has been an incredible job.
And he might be your center of the future, and Juice Scruggs might end up being a guard, and Juice Scruggs might stink. We've never seen Juice Scruggs play.
Right.
So to sit here and is Juice going to come back? I don't know. All I know is I'm looking at a guy.
Stuff will get better when Juice come back.
All I know is this. I'm looking at a guy that goes around bragging about how he's been the highest paid offensive lineman in the NFL 2 times.
Yeah.
I'm looking at a guy who likes to argue on social media and guarantee stuff that the Texans are going to stop Baker Mayfield and Titus Howard. That doesn't look like he wants to run block, by the way, at guard.
Yeah.
And he got an extension. And I'm looking at Shaq Mason, who they traded for and gave an extension to. This offensive line should not suck. I'm sorry.
You asked the question, is it too much to ask? No. It's not too much to ask.
Or is it ...
Yeah, no, it's not too much to ask when you're paying that. Like, coming into the year, we're like, okay, keep in mind, like, in the training camp, we're like, well, line is set. At least the line is set. No, it was set when Jared Patterson got there.
See, it's kind of like a it kind of like works both ways. It's like if you and I, like, let's say we needed something at the house, like let's say you needed a power washer, And let's say that you decided to go get the best power washer. You didn't even look at rankings. You're just one of those guys, and this probably is Lopez. You get the most expensive one. You get the most expensive power washer, which I don't blame you. Usually it's the best. But you get the most expensive power washer, and 3 weeks into using it, you realize this thing ain't worth a bleep.
Right.
This thing sucks.
First of all, I always look at ratings.
I know. Everybody does. But my thing is this: you go buy the most expensive power washer. You realize it sucks 4 weeks in. Part of you wants to say, well, I invested the most in this power washer. This power washer should at least be serviceable. It should at least be good. But after it's shown you what it is for 3 or 4 weeks, it might also be unrealistic to expect it to be good. So that's the problem that I have with this offensive line is maybe you need to put Titus back at right tackle, Laramie at left,
Well,
and we can figure something out.
That's why I asked McClain that. I said, well, he's the best right tackle. It's just where he plays the best. Figure it out at left guard then.
Do you have a power washer?
Oh, yeah. I got 2. I got one at the...
This guy.
No. I got.
Do you use them both
They're
at the
not
same
that expensive.
time?
No, I got one where I keep my boat so I can clean the boat.
It's not expensive.
They're like, what, $100?
Oh, okay.
125, something like
For
that.
a good power washer?
I use the electric ones.
For a good power washer?
Now, the gas ones, I used to have one. I don't have it anymore.
But how much is a good power washer? Is $100
for an electric one?
For real?
About 100, 125.
Like the ones that I see people in the neighborhood out there doing work.
The big.
I'm talking the mofo out there doing the damn work at 8 in the morning.
That's more. But see, all I do is like.
That's got to be like a G, right?
No, not a G. Probably 400. All I do is clean off the boat and the deck where I keep my boat, and then clean off the deck and the front porch every once in a while at home. So I just need an electric one.
Yeah, I'm just starting to wonder, like, this investment in the offensive line, is it going to pay off?
How about that? This is the exact power washer I got. $129.
That's a good deal.
It's an electric, though. It's only 2,500 PSI. But the big ones, big money.
I heard McClain, like when he came in here, John McClain joined us earlier, if you want to check that on the Odyssey app or the YouTube or Twitch, and he's talking about the run game. He's like, and then they changed the system. Oh, you mean the same system Miami and San Francisco run?
Yeah.
Like, we're blaming the system. This is one of the most effective running systems of all time.
Yes, of all time.
So,
to continue the power wash discussion and the way you referred to the power washer, I don't expect good run blocking from Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard.
Well, yeah.
I don't expect it.
Okay, well, that's awesome.
That's a problem.
I mean, I feel like that's important in this system.
Yeah, no, it's a problem.
I wish we knew that before we paid them.
Yeah.
You might have, though, with Tunsil.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we'll see the investment, but like to this notion that like we're talking about an offensive line, that should be the least of our concerns.
Coming into that
should be the least of our concerns.
It was the least of our concerns.
The wide receiver position, okay, Nico Collins is a day 2 draft pick. Tank Dell's a day 2 draft pick. John Mechie's a day 2 draft pick. You have all these young guys. Okay, if they're not producing at a high level, okay.
Yeah.
You haven't really invested in that, and you can't invest all these things with all these needs at once. Running back, Dameon Pierce is a 4th-round pick. Devin Singletary is a guy that his former team didn't want. Same thing with Mike Boone. Okay, we can get through with that. CJ Stroud, he's a rookie. You feel awesome about him. He's someone you're going to build around. Tight ends, Dalton Schultz, 1-year deal, who knows, Quintariano, blah, blah, blah. We're talking about prime investment in the offensive line, and people are and that's your biggest problem?
Yeah.
That's a bigger problem than anything else. Chase Young. Could he be traded at the deadline? This was him after the game talking about his future with the Washington Commanders.
Chase, everybody knows how close you are with Montez Sweat. You don't know what's going to happen after Tuesday. To maybe think this was the last game you line up together. Give me your emotions on that.
Yeah, I mean, that's my brother, man. You know, that's not going to change if we're not on the same team.
Let me ask you this. Like, how do you evaluate where this team is at right now, and do you want to be here still?
You know, that's out of my control. In terms of evaluation, I'm going to go back and evaluate myself, see where I made mistakes, and just hold myself accountable.
Are you still happy here?
For sure. Love life.
Sure. You still happy? Sure.
They're now taking calls on Chase Young.
They should.
By the way, Chase Young's dad called into a radio station. We'll hear that in the noon hour.
That was awesome.
How about that?
Yeah.
By the way, Texans Ticket Tuesday. We'll get you to the game Sunday. That's in the noon hour. How about that? Got a lot going on. Raiders fall to the Lions 26-14. Devante Adams pissed off on the sidelines, throwing his helmet, all that type of stuff. Jock sniffers unite. Feel sorry for Devante Adams. Here's Devante Adams after the game.
Honestly, I don't know what to say at this moment. I truly don't. I wish I had the words to say something that's not going to get blown up in the media and taken out of context. So I'm going to just, I just don't know.
What are you feeling right now? Can you elaborate on anything going through your mind?
Frustration, but I mean, that kind of goes without saying.
Devante, I know you said that you have confidence whenever you're out there in offense's ability, but is it kind of hard to maintain that when the results are what they've been?
No, it's not hard to maintain the confidence in our offense. It's just hard to curb your frustration when you can't put it together when you know you should.
Here's the problem I have with this, and I think it's hilarious how many jock sniffers there are.
Free Devante.
He left Green Bay for less money to go play with Derek Carr.
He left Aaron Rodgers.
He left Aaron Rodgers, one of his best buddies, to go play with the Las Vegas Raiders, which is one of the biggest jokes in sports, and to play with Derek Carr for Josh McDaniels.
Yeah.
Like, I don't feel sorry for this guy. I feel sorry for Max Crosby. I feel sorry for Max Crosby being on that team, and I don't even know that he feels sorry for himself. Dude, and then I hear, well, they got rid of Derek Carr. He's Derek Carr.
It was Derek Carr.
Yeah, it's still Derek Carr. Like, what are we saying? Like, they didn't get rid of Pat Mahomes. Like, this guy chose to go to his hometown team with his best buddy Derek Carr, who's really kind of close to the same caliber as Jimmy Garoppolo. And now I'm supposed to feel sorry for Devante Adams for what?
No, I totally agree. I don't feel sorry for him. It's a shame that the talent's getting wasted.
Well, man, he was wide open on the
I think he had one target.
And why I was so mad is because I grinded that game out.
Yeah.
Okay, I grinded that game out with y'all just so that with that 5 minutes left, when he's wide open, Jimmy Garoppolo hits that, and my time was valued. He ruined. I grinded that out just thinking something might happen.
Yeah, no, I don't feel sorry for him.
I feel sorry for me.
But I think it's a waste.
It 100% is a waste, but it's his own.
Bad teams, that's a waste.
But it's his own. It's his own doing.
It's a waste for Max Crosby.
Man,
at this point,
he gets his flowers every time they play.
Yeah, but he does. Yeah, he loves the flowers, I'm sure. But I mean, he deserves better than that. Well, he does deserve better than that. They're awful. Like, I don't know. I mean, they might not be the worst team in the NFL, but they can see it from there.
They haven't scored 21 points in the game this year.
Yeah,
they're the only team in the league.
Definitely see it from where they are.
Only team in the league this year. Rangers take a 2-1 lead in the World Series. However, it came at a cost. They win 3-1. However, Max Scherzer leaves the game with an injured back, and Adolis Garcia, who already has the record for most RBI, he left with an injury as well. Game 4 tonight. By the way, Zach Greinke was apparently in the stands yesterday just as a normal fan. No favors, no free tickets. He was just at the concession stand like a normal person. Kyle Glazer of Baseball America saw Zach Greinke doing his thing.
How does he order like a hot dog and a Coke?
Can I get I'll take a hot dog. Do y'all have mustard or ketchup?
Good storytelling skills.
How about soda too? Dr. Pepper. Lane Kiffin, man. We got a big college football weekend. We got Texas A&M going to Ole Miss. We got Texas hosting Kansas State. Lane Kiffin, man. Took some shots at the Aggies. I want to get your reaction to this.
Though.
He takes shots at
He's
everybody.
one of those that's always
Listen to this, Figgy.
Kind of need, I guess, 3 straight years to be in the top 10, but it doesn't matter except for what you finish. So it's good that it brings attention to the program and to be able to do that, especially as you're going against a program that normally you would think would be the team in the top 10 3 years in a row with their roster. You know, that says a lot about our players, our coaches, our fans, but what really matters is where do you finish at the end of the year. That's our goal. Keep getting better, keep winning games, achieve our goals and not let others achieve their goals. I read where Jimbo said their goal is to be bowl eligible. So if we can get in the way of that, that would be good for us too.
He's a jerk, man.
He's just a smart ass, but he's a good one. He's absolutely, man, I have such low expectations.
I feel like A&M should hire him.
I wouldn't mind that.
I think that should be the hire.
I wouldn't mind that at all.
I think that should be the hire.
That's the irony here. He'd go to A&M in a heartbeat.
No, I think that should be the hire.
Yeah, in a heartbeat.
That should be the hire.
Yeah,
right there. That's the guy.
So Jimbo gone.
Yeah.
I think it's about time.
Bring in Lane.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's get it going. Coming up, let's get to 9. 9 wins is about where you need to be to get into the playoffs. Texans are sitting at 3-4 right now. Let's try to find those 9. Is it harder than you would expect? Plus, the trade deadline is approaching. Perhaps someone that Nick Caserio should inquire about? His dad inquired to a local radio station. You will hear that coming up next. But first, I want to tell you about Texans Turf. Texans Turf is the best thing I did to my home. You're tired of kids dragging in mud. You're tired of the insects. You're tired of All right, Texans chase for 9. Let's try to find the 9 wins. Try to get the Texans in the playoffs. Let's try. Let's look at how things look with where they sit right now. Heading into this game against Tampa Bay, which I feel like it's getting kind of overlooked. I'm not just pounding the table saying this is like a must win or a sure thing type of win, which I kind of get that vibe from McClain. I don't know how you feel about it, but I don't look at this thing and say, okay, yeah, they can expect to win this one. I was actually surprised they were 2.5-point favorites, to be honest with you.
They were.
It was a tough game.
They were a Hail Mary pass away from beating the Bills, and they're rested. So who knows how that's going to play out. I expect to win in this one, but if we're getting to 9, there's 4 games that all of a sudden I'm feeling very iffy about. And I mentioned them earlier. You know, you go after the Bucs, no matter what happens there. You know, to the Bengals, Joe Cool is back. You know, so that's going to be an issue. Jaguars here, 5 wins in a row, more than any team in the NFL right now. That's going to be November 26th. At the Jets, maybe. Who knows with that defense? Maybe.
Man.
Maybe.
I don't know. They won by 3 and a team pass for -9 yards.
Yeah, no, that was an ugly game.
I feel all right about that one.
That was an ugly game. But the Browns here is interesting to me. The Browns here is interesting with their defense, with, who knows if Deshaun's going to be, the quarterback and how he's going to play, et cetera. But so getting the 9, and they play everybody close. I mean, they only have one game where they've lost by more than 4 points. So how do we get to 9?
I think the most important thing for them, I think it happens in the next 3 weeks. In the next 3 weeks, I think you have to rotate at least. You have to beat Tampa, and then lose. You can lose to Cincinnati and then beat Arizona, and that gets you there. That gets you right there to the 5-5, and then you can gather yourself and look at potentially finishing 4-3, and keeping in mind that 3 of those games are extremely winnable division games. And I'm not dismissing them against the Jags. I just think at the moment, I think the Jags deserve the respect as the favorite in the division. That wasn't always the case, but when you win 5 straight, they deserve that respect until further notice and until we see what things look like at that moment. But if you can get to 5-5, and that would mean taking 2 out of 3 between Tampa Bay, Arizona, and Cincinnati. 2 out of 3 there. 5-5. Then you can finish 4-3 to get to 8. I think you'd feel good because you'd have 2 against Tennessee and 1 against Indianapolis.
All right, so I agree with you on the next 3 games. And by the way, I just had a deja vu, which is always weird.
What's that mean?
A deja vu.
No, like what? How?
Like you talking and me talking, like I've been there before.
Oh, you think have we said that?
No. You know what deja vu is, right?
Yeah,
you've had them.
What was the deja vu?
Like what you just said.
That you just had this conversation.
Said, that we just had this conversation in this studio in this moment. That's wild. God, that always freaks me out.
It is Halloween.
It is Halloween, and it always freaks me out. But let's say, because I agree with you. Let's say they go 2-3 in the next 3. I mean, 2-1 in the next 3. So that leaves 7 games. Jaguars at home, Broncos at home. The first time they go back-to-back at home. At the Jets. At the Titans that's the other one that scares me, with the Oilers and Derrick Henry's not getting traded, and who knows with Will Levis. Browns here, Titans here, and then at the Colts.
Let's be clear, they can lose all these games.
Yes.
I mean, they can lose all these games for sure. These are.
I mean, I was laughing
not
at
a lot
the
of margin
Broncos.
for error.
I was laughing at the Broncos. All of a sudden, I know, Mahomes had the flu and all that stuff, but they beat the Chiefs. So who knows what's going to happen? And Russell Wilson's numbers don't look now not too shabby. Not too shabby. I know it's not cool to say that about Russell Wilson, who we always have fun with, but not too shabby from Russell Wilson. So yeah, I agree with you. Getting to 9 would be it's a lot. It looks a lot more difficult now than it has in the past.
Yeah, you've definitely got to handle your business against, and I know that I don't disagree with what you just said, and I still believe they could lose to Arizona. Like, Arizona's playing teams very, very tough. So I'm not dismissing, but you got the Jets, you got the Cardinals, you got the Broncos.
What are the 2 key games?
The 2 key games are Tampa Bay and Arizona for me. Because I think 5-5 after 10. I think 5-5 after 10 would be good.
No, I agree with that, but I'm looking at the last 7 because I agree totally 2-1 in the next 3. But then
probably Cleveland, because if you're going to be in position there, they're going to be probably in the wild card chase. You think? Who knows? That could go a number of ways. The Jets are in the wild card mix too, so that's another one. Those squads that are above you in the wild card. Would be that.
Well, you just named the 2 teams I was going to name.
By the way, Texans Ticket Tuesday, it is here this Sunday. Texans versus Buccaneers. We're going to get you some tickets coming up, probably, let's say, next 15, 20 minutes. So be listening for the cue to call. We got you covered.
So you just hit the exact same 2 teams that I was talking about with Jets and Browns. So it got dicey just because of this one game that they just played. All of a sudden, you're looking at, okay, maybe it's not going to be as easy as we thought to get into that race.
See what happens.
Yeah.
Now, could they make a move that makes them a little bit more capable? That is the question. Montez Sweat has already been traded for a second-round pick. Chase Young, he's a guy I like. I got a lot of good things to say about Chase Young. Big fan. Number 2 pick in the draft when Burrow was selected number 1. Had some injuries. But I like Chase Young. I'm a big fan. Grant Paulson, who hosts at 106.7 The Fam up in D.C. I think he follows the games as close as anyone. I think he gives as good an analysis as anyone that I think in the entire country. He was talking about Chase Young, and he got a phone call from an angry listener. Now, a lot of you would say, well, it's sports radio. That's not unique.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course he did. That's part of the gig. Callers call in. Sometimes they take exception with what the person is saying. However, this caller was Chase Young's dad.
Yeah.
Chase Young's dad called in to the station, and here's a little snippet of Grant Paulson and Chase Young's dad, which, by the way, a very healthy debate, I will say, talking about the status of Chase Young, who could be traded in the next few hours.
If you counted how many times the team does not come to his side, and in comparison to how many times they run the other way, man, they all are doing their job. So if you got to take a tight end, a tackle, and a running back, now you got 8 players to run your offense, because now you got to put 3 players on one DN. So if he's
you think frequently he's got three guys on him?
Yes, I can send you videos.
I'd love to get together with you and watch tape.
You don't see that? I'm seeing it.
Not frequently, no.
I got pictures.
No, not frequently. There are plays where he may get the attention of three guys, but that's very rare.
Well, he gets the attention of a double.
And what we'll disagree on is the notion that going into a game against some of the great pass rushers in the league that are in the running for DPOY like Nick Bosa, that those guys don't get more attention and more chips and more doubles. But I think to your credit or to Chase's credit, I think he is rushing right now more successfully, and it's gone very well. He's getting healthier. It's why I think the decision of what they're going to do is difficult. I think there's heavy lies the crown. He got drafted number 2 overall, and the expectations were crazy. You know that.
And he's 24 years old, so still expectations.
Totally true.
Yeah, and all this comparison to the Bosas and the Myles Garretts, all of these dudes are the best at what they do when they do it. Everybody doesn't come out and have a great game every weekend. Not the Bosas, not the Garretts, not all of them.
No, but over the course of a season, they put up big numbers and change games, and eventually they get to double-digit sacks by week 13, 14, and week 15 sacks by the end of the year. And I know sacks aren't the end-all, be-all. Again, I don't want to make this. To me, it's not even about
sacks. To me, sacks don't count. I look at how you make an offense change the game. So if you are that good that they have to scheme against you and double and run in the other direction 80% of the game, that's more than a sack to me.
Here's a question for you, and I appreciate you going back and forth respectfully. I really do. It's kind of you. Why didn't Washington pick up his option? If he is this game-wrecking, teams have to account for him in this way that, half the field is gone. It's unprecedented not to pick up the option of a top 5 pick. And this is the same staff that drafted him. What were they thinking?
I can't speak for what Washington would do, but he was coming back from injury. Would you pick the option up?
I would not.
You want to see if he could still play?
So you think it was the knee, and now they're willing to sign him long term?
I mean, I don't think that's part of the business. I'm not even going to speculate on that. But if I had to say anything, that could be a part of it. I don't know. I don't know what Washington. I stay out of the business part of it. You know what I do? I take care of my son, and that's it. And I stick up for my son. That's it. They need to come up with a stat that says how many times do you run away from this guy during the game.
I think that's probably out there.
That's a stat. That's a stat. They added hurries into there now.
I'm gonna find it for you. I'm gonna find it for you, and I'm gonna hit you up with it. How about that?
Okay, do that.
Because I didn't play, but your boy knows how to find some numbers for you. So I'm gonna get that for you.
Okay. But I still stick on that thing about you will be a better person with your comments. I'm just talking to people out here.
Understood.
If you actually ever played a sport. We talking to guys who they'll call back in after tomorrow and see how things are going.
So give me your prediction. Do you think they trade him or no? Or no one who's ever been a governor has thought. Do you think they trade him or no?
I don't know. I don't even care. As long as my son is fine. As long as his health and mental and everything is good. This is a business, and I stay out of the business. I'm into more nurturing and caring for my son.
You're a good father.
That's it.
Thank you for the time.
I'm a dad, not a fan. Most fans speaking, I'm a dad.
Put that on a T-shirt. Thank you, Greg. We appreciate you.
All right, thank you.
That's Chase Young's dad.
That kind of made me want Chase Young more, to be honest. I don't know why. I mean,
I've always liked Chase Young.
He's got that going for him.
I've always liked Chase Young.
Yeah,
his dad was all over the place, though.
He was a little bit all over the place.
No, I liked it.
But you got the gist of it.
Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah.
I like Chase Young. I'm a big Chase Young guy.
And that's an asset right there, to have that guy come into bat for you.
He also said he's 6'7".
I heard
he's
that.
6'7".
He goes, I'm 6'9". Well, okay, shout out
6'9".
to you then.
But he's 6'7". He's looking me right in the eyes.
Yeah.
You expect him to have pass rush moves? Not traded yet. Montez Sweat traded. No moves for the Texans. Should they be looking at a move? We will look at that a little bit later on. Look into that. I think there's a place where Caserio and Slowick should check. Jeff Howe, by the way, reporting that the Patriots, Nick Caserio's old employer, they've checked in with the Commanders on pass rusher Chase Young. Could be in play for them. So,
man, That wouldn't be a bad place to go.
We're under 3 hours.
Even though they're struggling.
We're under 3 hours away from the trade deadline. No moves as of yet for the Texans. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. What kind of candy bars did you get? I know you said you had a
we got
nice
the
array.
The Costco mix of the full size bars. So
Okay.
you got no paydays because they weren't in the box. Otherwise I'd have gotten them for sure.
60-years don't trick or treat, so that's good.
But no, but all the big ones, Snickers, and Hershey's, and all those. It's fun. I love doing it.
No Milky Way.
I think Milky Way is in there. To be honest,
no Three Musketeers.
I don't remember Three Musketeers, but all the big name brands.
Why are you getting the kids the Whack Pack?
It's not whack.
A Hershey's bar and a Snickers? Where's the Milky Way?
I said there's others.
Where's
I just
Milky
don't
Way
remember.
and the Three Musketeers.
I think.
What the hell are we doing?
Man, you're something today. God almighty.
It's Halloween, man.
You can't be giving a full-size Hershey's bar. That takes away the whole point of giving away candy.
Why not?
The Hershey Squares?
No. The big full Hershey's bar. Here it is, right
like
here.
the
Here it is, right here.
broken up?
This is the one from.
Don't sleep on that cookies and cream one. That cookies and cream one is good.
Let me see this.
Hold on.
Let
I'm
me
looking
see this
for
pack
the
you got.
full-size candy bars at Costco. Here it is, right here.
Let me see this pack.
It's Skittles, Starburst, Three Musketeers, M&M's, Snickers, and peanut M&M's.
Yeah, that's a good job by you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
How many of those did you get?
I can have a much better night.
How many
tonight.
of those did you get?
I got one of those, and then she got like I think it was like the Milky Way and another one, the smaller one.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's good.
There you go.
Yeah.
Kids, if you're going to Lopez's, take 3.
No.
Take
Because
3.
I hand out. It drives me nuts. This is the other one she got. Kit Kat, Hershey's, Reese's, and Hershey's.
I wouldn't do without that one.
Yeah.
Should have got 2 of the other.
Yeah, probably. But it's all right. No, I pass out candy, and then we close up shop. We can't do the whole.
Just double back.
Yeah.
Go to his house, take a nice long walk.
Get
then
change
come right
costumes. Costume change.
That's part of my confessions coming up.
Costume
The
change.
double back kids.
Costume change. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Got to respect the effort a little bit.
I wasn't just here.
Speaking of Halloween.
Keep that in mind.
Speaking of Halloween. There's a question that really needs to be asked. Seriously.
Seriously?
We'll give away Texans tickets the next break. We are the next segment. We will do this. But there's something that was really, really ballsy that was done here in the Halloween spirit, and a question that needs to be answered. How in the heck are you going to draw nuts on your forehead and not notice? It's next.
The battle.
All right, lunchtime confessions. By the way, Texans tickets coming up in the next 10 minutes, promise. Lunchtime confessions, though, we confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports. We're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I love Halloween. I just said that. I love sitting on the porch, passing out candy. I loved it when my kids were kids. I loved it before we had kids, and I love it after they're all grown. But I got to confess, and I did this a little bit at the trunk or treat on Saturday, and I know I'm going to do it today. I treat kids that mail in their costumes differently, and the kids that do the double back. Like, there are kids that always show up like in gym shorts and a T-shirt with a bag, and I'm like, seriously? Like, all these kids plan it out. They go through the whole production. They're proud of their costume. And some kid says, hey, let's go get some candy.
Yeah.
And they're just liking it, whatever, like the clothes they're wearing.
Mm-hmm.
I treat them differently. I usually give them the worst candy or maybe one instead of two back when, or three or whatever, back when I was given the smaller candy. But now it's harder because I got the full-size bars. You got to give them something. So I try to give them the weakest one. That's weak. That's weak. You got to do better than that Halloween. Have to. Were you that kid? I feel like you were that kid.
No, I mean I always got my hustle on though.
You got your costumes?
Oh yeah, I'm for sure doubling back.
No, don't double back.
Oh yeah, and if you're leaving it on the porch, the whole thing's going in the pillowcase.
No. I'll.
That's a fact. Sorry, buddy.
I'll lead some.
That's your home fault.
I'll offer some commentary if they double back.
3 pillowcases was the average.
3
pillowcases.
What'd you do with all the candy?
Stocked up, man.
Dude. Figgy, you weren't that guy, were you? That
3 pillowcases.
Nah, I ain't double back.
I went with Chelsea Lake. Shout out to Chelsea Lake, one of the best softball players in Baylor history. Her mom and dad would take us, and we would go. She married one of John Weeks' best friends at Baylor.
I think you've talked about.
Yeah,
her.
But we used to go trick or treating. 3 pillowcases.
But the kids that mail in their costumes, what do you expect?
Maybe they couldn't afford it, John.
I get that, but most could.
Oh, most could, huh?
I'm sure most could put a plastic mask on your face. Like, we were poor. My mom used to buy us little plastic masks to wear. Do that. Those ones that come from a grocery store? We got those almost every year.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Speaking of Halloween, Texans tickets coming up. The trade the Texans should make coming up in 10 minutes. Chance to win tickets coming up around that time as well. I got to confess.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand for the life of me. I know there's a big difference between getting up and doing a show from 6 to 10 a.m. as opposed to doing it from 10 to 2. I know there's a little bit of a difference because I've worked that shift. You've worked that shift. But I don't see any way in hell how someone could draw a nutsack on their forehead and not notice it, which is what Sean Pendergast did.
There's got to be a picture somewhere.
So this was crosstalk this morning. I didn't really know what I was walking into, but Sean Pendergast, who was Charlie Brown, he tried to draw the hair on his forehead. It was literally a nutsack. I'm not exaggerating, and I wasn't even the one who noticed it. I noticed it when I walked in, but this was the crosstalk between John Lopez, Seth, and Sean, and you'll hear me walk in on the back end.
Seth said I look like I have balls on my head.
You do. You do.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, that's not my fault. That's Charles Schultz's fault.
It needs to be a little higher, doesn't it?
That's how he drew it. Look.
You didn't draw it the way it is in you drew 2 testicles.
I mean,
that's what he has on his head.
I really wanted to say no.
Look it.
There's more
It's
squiggling.
higher.
There's more squiggly on the
All right, I'll go in the restroom and redo them.
No, don't.
Probably come back and look like I have a vagina on my head.
You're gonna go in the restroom and find something. Be careful.
Just be careful because you already got the 2 boys. You don't want the other thing in there.
Yeah. There's gonna be all kinds of, what are you? You look like you're Charlie Brown. No, I'm sex.
There is one. I'm looking at one figurine that I can find. I found you copied that off of a little Charlie Brown figurine, didn't you?
I copied it off of this very Google pic that I'm showing you right now. Yeah.
Yeah. All the other ones, there's more squiggle to it.
Okay.
And there's not as. You've got the
actually,
left one hanging a little lower than the right one.
It's
They're
very
uniform
disturbing.
size.
It's very disturbing?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's get Landry's take on this here.
Yes,
Landry,
it's
welcome
extremely disturbing.
Landry Locker. And Landry, Seth and John both said, I'm dressed as Charlie Brown, up to and including the hairline, and they said I look like I have balls on my head.
Yeah, I thought you did. Yeah, I don't know.
Damn, I got to go redo this thing?
I thought you had a big nutsack on your forehead. Honestly, no lie.
I mean,
what in the world?
It wasn't even.
I'm looking at it right now. It looks nothing like what he drew.
Look at this. It's nothing like he drew a pair of testicles.
Yeah.
And that is little Charlie Brown's
And Seth had to
curly
look at him
hair
the whole time.
Or what? I guess he did. I don't know if he did it this morning at 4 or whatever.
Is this on their YouTube?
It might be, but it's
on the stream.
It's on the stream.
God, yes, there it is.
Yeah.
He drew it late. He didn't have it when he first woke up.
Yeah. No, it was pretty obvious. By the way, interesting thing about Charlie Brown's hair.
Yeah, look at this.
Let me see.
How did he think that was what it was?
Well, that's oh my gosh.
It's worse than I remember.
It is worse than I remember too. That is. Are you going to tweet that? Because that is glorious. I mean, it's. It looks like
I don't know.
He got owned
You
by.
think he would get mad if I tweeted this?
Nah.
I don't know. Sean. I don't want to upset Sean.
Somebody tweet this.
Yeah,
somebody on the YouTube stream tweet this right now.
This is
so
all right.
we don't get in
I
trouble
got it
for
right
it.
now. This is what I walked into.
This is exactly right. Oh my gosh, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, not great. Lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think Landry needs to get a power washer for Christmas. I can't believe you don't have one. They're $120, man. You're gonna use the heck out of it. I think that's what you need to put at the top of your list. You can use it in the backyard, on the porch, on the house, on the windows. I can't believe you don't have a power washer, man.
Well, I have a hose. Like I can hose some stuff down.
It's addictive, man.
Fine.
You'll start.
My driveway's not big.
You'll feel like a man, and you'll start power washing everything.
Is a power washer?
He just moved
manly?
there, though.
Power washer manly?
Yes, for some reason it makes you feel like I'm doing stuff. I got equipment
like a
working.
lawnmower?
I got equipment working now. Yeah, and then you cleaning up that stuff, cleans off the deck or whatever it is, the house, the siding, all that stuff. You'd be surprised, Figgy. You can use it a lot.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, caller number 9, 713-572-4610. Caller number 9, you're going to the game on Sunday. Texans versus Tampa Bay Buccaneers on a Texans ticket Tuesday. Next chance to win with the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Caller number 9, though, you're going to the ball game. 713-572-4610, and I am dumping the person right now that's offsides, okay?
We don't want any squatters.
Yeah, we don't want any squatters here. So let's clear those lines and give everyone a chance. I confess I don't feel sorry for Devante Adams. I'm actually kind of amused by people that do. He asked for this situation, and somehow he's become, in the jock sniffing era that we live in, like some sort of victim. You literally signed up to go play with Derek Carr instead of Aaron Rodgers at Green Bay for less money. And now you have Jimmy Garoppolo, who is probably in the same category-ish as Derek Carr. I think Derek Carr's better, but I don't feel sorry for Devante Adams. It sucks. I like Devante, but are we really just acting like Devante Adams needs to be freed or something like that?
I think he's victimizing. He's victimizing himself. I mean, he signed up for this. He's making himself a victim.
100%.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Now, some people may roll their eyes at this, and by some people, of course, I'm talking about Landry Locker. But to me, this is real, and this is a big reason why the Lions are playing the way they're playing. Dan Campbell feature before the game. There were tears involved. There were.
Sorry, the internet buffering.
All right, the internet buffered.
Thanks for sharing.
Dan
Landry
Campbell
Locker,
cried.
John
Dan
Lopez.
Campbell cried on the pregame interview.
Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. So you think because he cried, they played well?
You need to hear it. It just sounded
I
real.
watched it. I saw it 4 times.
Yeah.
They showed it 4 times. He cried. He was excited about his ball club.
It seemed very sincere. And, yeah, it can be kind of like, what are you doing? But I think that's what he is. I think that's why they're good. I mean, he believes in that stuff.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, should Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans be doing the same old, same old? And what would it do for the Texans? We'll discuss next.
All right, guys, Low T Center.
Lopez and Landry Locker.
NFL trade deadline approaching. We're 2 hours and 20 minutes away. Texans haven't made a move yet. Vikings have traded for Josh Dobbs. Jonathan Gannon announced yesterday that Dobbs would not be the starter, so this kind of explains it. Dobbs going to Minnesota. Kirk Cousins out for the year with the torn Achilles. Montez Sweat traded earlier today for a second-round pick. Leonard Williams traded yesterday. So the deadline approaching. Texans believed to be standing pat per Diana Rossini, but that can change at any moment. I think the Texans should be inquiring about Saquon Barkley. And I'm not giving up. I'll just make this clear. I'm not giving up a first or second round pick for Saquon Barkley. But we've seen the Giants trade one of their best players yesterday. And for all this talk about the Texans' run game and stuff, I think it has as much to do with a lack of an elite running back as it does anything else. And I think Saquon Barkley is an elite running back, just like Christian McCaffrey was last year. And San Francisco traded for him when they were 3-3. They ended up going 3-4 when they faced the Kansas City Chiefs. And then with him in the starting lineup, they went 10-0 to finish the season. D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick were both there.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Texans need an elite talent on offense. I don't think they have one. I think they have some guys that have done some good things, but Saquon Barkley on this team, I think he makes you a strong playoff contender, and it gives you someone that you can do things with in the backfield, whether it's running the ball and dump it off to, and it makes your committee even stronger. If I were the Texans and the price was right, I would be making that call.
I would be excited if they got Saquon Barkley because they would have that next-level talent. They would be much more exciting, and they'd probably be better. They'd definitely be better in the run game, no matter what's going on up front. My hesitance with it, though, even though I would be excited to see him, is at what cost? Because as much as we've kind of changed our expectation for this year, and playoffs are definitely on a lot of people's minds, including ours, this isn't the year that they're going to make another big step as an organization. They've been to the playoffs a lot. They've had losses in the playoffs a lot. Are you giving up too much to get there again in 2 years? And because in 2 years, is Saquon Barkley going to be Saquon Barkley? I don't know. A strong argument with running backs is that he won't be. So are you getting him for now and kind of sacrificing the future and some assets or a asset? Or could you maybe use those assets and build for like a legitimate, contending
So what
game?
if it was a third and a fourth? Would you do it?
Like I said, I wouldn't. I'm not going to say, oh, Saquon, I don't want him. I think it'd be exciting. If you ask me which I'd rather do, I'd rather we've seen playoff teams that are just playoff teams.
But I don't understand the comparison there. I think I don't understand how a D'Amico Ryans playoff run with CJ Stroud as a rookie, with D'Amico as a first-year head coach, I don't see how you look at that as like Bill O'Brien getting to the playoffs. So I think there's a lot more value in that than, oh, yeah, we've seen that. That's a whole thing. That seems way too simplistic based on where the Texans are right now and what that would mean. I think it would be the start of something. I don't look at it as, oh, well, division titles. Like, I don't feel like you're on like a mediocre treadmill like BOB like.
No, I said at what cost? Like, I think you're the value of building a team for 2025 is really the goal right now. It's cool that you're a playoff contender.
2025?
That's year after next. If they're a Super Bowl contender,
damn,
is that wrong?
Damn. Oh, okay.
So 2 years from now,
damn.
Is that wrong?
I thought they would have. I thought this offseason would be, let's try to get to the playoffs. Let's try to compete for the division. Maybe I'm ahead of schedule. I don't know.
No. I agree with that. I'm talking about a contender,
my
Landry.
goodness.
I'm not talking about a playoff team. I'm talking a team that can give this city something it's never had. That's what I'm talking about. Is 2025 too? You want it next year?
I didn't know. I thought we were in a let's try to win right now type of mode. I thought we'd kind of transition to that, especially when you found the quarterback.
The quarterback makes you so much better, and you can win right now.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a Super Bowl contending team? Is this a conference contending team?
No.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. I think when you have assets and you can build toward the realistic goal. Realistically, when do you think this team can contend for a championship in this conference? I think it's 2025. I don't think that's unfair.
But do you feel like this year they're a little bit ahead of schedule, though?
Yes, and I think we can talk playoffs this year, but they're not going to be that team.
I do feel like you got to take advantage of them being ahead of schedule like this. So if you're close to the playoffs, why not make a trade to get in the playoffs?
And what I'm saying is my hesitance is if you can guarantee that it's going to be Saquon Barkley in 2 years, let go.
Well, you can't guarantee that.
That's what I'm saying. That's my point.
That would be. I mean that's not realistic. But based on what he is right now, like, do you would you invest in Saquon Barkley, like maybe a short-term deal? And if he can, if he comes in here and he makes your run game immediately better, he makes your team better, and he's kind of like someone that you can have next year. The 2025 thing just kind of confused me. So you think they should still be passive or looking ahead, or
how does it confuse you?
It sounds like you're functioning as if this is like the David Coley. David Coley days.
No.
Well, because David Coley, we were saying, all right, you got 2 years to get through the mud, and then eventually you're going to have your draft equity and stuff. I'm not looking at 2025. I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at a ball club that is competing for a playoff spot. I think there's value in a playoff appearance for a first-year coach and a rookie to get the experience. Again, I'm not giving up a first or second round pick or anything like that. So I think there's more value in a playoff appearance, I guess, than you do. Because you mentioned the O'Brien, we've seen that, and all or nothing type of thing. Don't you have to take some baby steps before you get there? To me, a big baby step would be CJ Stroud getting experience and a playoff push. I think Saquon Barkley helps that, and I think there's value in that more so than just minimizing it as we're not a Super Bowl squad.
That's not anything close to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there is value in making the playoffs. They may well make the playoffs this year with or without Saquon Barkley. What I'm saying is I want a team that can contend. And I think I'm not sure Saquon Barkley will be that guy in 2 years, when I think that probably will be a more realistic goal. And I also feel like if you can maybe even accumulate a couple of assets here and there just to have and build toward 2025, you want to be young, you have your quarterback, and you want to be able to legitimately contend for a conference championship by 2025. If it comes sooner, great. But don't twist what I'm saying. There is value in getting to the playoffs. This is not a Super Bowl contending team. This is not a conference contending team. And
so trading a third and fourth for Saquon Barkley would be again, I said I'm not going to trade a first or second. Trading a third or fourth round pick for Saquon Barkley would be sacrificing your future, your Super Bowl?
No, but it certainly hurts those chances.
Because there's
no guarantee Barkley's going to be here in 2 years or be the same player. Well, and you'll be minus a third or a fourth round pick.
A third or fourth round pick?
That's what you said, not me.
Yeah. So what is that like? That's the price of a third or fourth round pick minus being really good right now and potentially of course there's no guarantee that Saquon's not going to be there. There's not guarantee anything. There's not guarantee CJ Stroud's going to be here in 2 years. So you wouldn't trade a third or fourth for Saquon. Third and fourth.
If I had to pick one or the other, I would say no.
So you're taking the third and fourth?
Yes.
Okay. Who was their third and fourth round pick this year?
Who was the third?
It was Tank Dell and I don't even remember who the fourth rounder was.
Either way, you're talking about. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. To be honest,
no, I get it.
I really don't. I'm tired of making the playoffs and then having an exit. I want a team that's going to be built for a real playoff run and built to last. I don't think Saquon Barkley gets you there. He gets you better this year, but I don't think he gets you there.
So let's say they do trade for him and Saquon
I'd be excited to watch him.
Let's say he's not Saquon. You think that set the franchise back a little bit?
It doesn't help. It doesn't help.
Making the playoffs doesn't help?
No, what he said.
Oh.
No, let's say Saquon wasn't Saquon and they got close to making the playoffs or something like that. And then they eventually move on. I don't think that set the franchise back.
Look, that's the extreme.
I think both things can be true.
No, but to say it sets the franchise back, that's the absolute extreme, and I don't think that's reasonable to think that. But it doesn't help you get, all the pieces, the young pieces, building, piece by piece. This whole David Culley thing is nonsense. When David Culley was here, I said they haven't even started a rebuild. I said it when Lovie Smith was here. They hadn't even started real, but they're just working, salary cap and other things like that. When you are one or two pieces away from maybe making a run at the Super Bowl, then Saquon Barkley is in play for me. But they're not one or two pieces away. That's all I'm saying. I'd be happy to watch him play.
I didn't know they were on a 2-year plan. That's kind of bummed me out if they're there. I don't think they should be like big spender, like reckless spenders in free agency. But I guess I'm not where you're at. I'm not all or nothing right now. I'm not. A playoff appearance for me would be big. Like I wouldn't lump this in with we've been there with Bill O'Brien. I would look at it as you had a first-year coach, you got a rookie quarterback, you got into the playoffs when nobody expected you to be there. I think your win-loss total was 5 games. I guess I would look at that as a bigger step than just lumping it in with, we've been there, done that. Like, it would mean more to me. Like, making the playoffs this year, even if it's a first-round exit, would mean a lot more to me than just lumping it in with been there, done that.
Well, I'm talking more big picture. Like, it's not a matter of been there, done that, because if they make the playoffs this year, it would be incredible.
And it could be something you could build off of.
And it would be something you could build off of.
You could get a lot of free agents that want to come here.
Yeah,
take that next step.
I don't think it's like I think there's value in D'Amico getting experience in a playoff push, CJ, all that type of stuff. I think there's more value in that than just a third or fourth round pick.
Well, see, to me, it's not either or. See, I think you can make the playoffs this year, be excited about it, see the experience that CJ Stroud's getting, but also realize we're not going to get there this year. Maybe it accelerates and it's 2024. All of a sudden next year they're a contender. But I think realistically it's 2025. It's not like I'm saying, I don't think they can do it this year. I don't think they can do it next year. I think the likelihood is it's 2025 is when you are a legitimate big-time contender if you build it the right way.
So how do you handle the offseason then?
What do you mean?
Like with the Texans having all the cap space they're going to have, how do you handle it? Like, do you be aggressive?
I think you're aggressive with players that are going to be here for 2 or 3 years. See, for the whole Culley and Lovie Smith thing, they were getting guys that they were hoping to get 1 year out of. And I was good with that because then they're off the books, But if this offseason, you go through another draft, you're going to have a first-round pick, and you spend for guys that are going to be here for 2 or 3 years. So when you get to 24, 25, all of a sudden you've got a real squad and you got a real chance.
Coming up, the headline showdown, and let's go around the NFL. There's a lot going on, and they are continuing to break in Cleveland. My goodness, Deshaun Watson driving people nuts next.
The Texans take on Tampa Bay.
In the Loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, headline showdown here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Lopez coming off the dub. Let's hear from Jonathan Gannon. Thought this was interesting when he made the announcement. Makes a little bit more sense with something that happened today. This is the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals talking about his quarterback situation.
Talked to all the quarterbacks this morning. We're going to keep ramping up Kyler and see how he progresses through the week. And if it's not Kyler, then it's going to be Clayton Tune. So I talked to all three quarterbacks and on the same page with them how we're going to operate moving forward. Look forward to having a good week of prep. Cleveland, 2-day trip. Try to go get a win.
Yeah, it did. It definitely did. And what's the update?
Well, he is going to the Minnesota Vikings. Mm-hmm. How about that? Maybe he is the guy who replaces Kirk Cousins. We will see. Josh Dobbs, good for him. He gets to go to Minnesota, join a 500 ball club. Devante Adams, he's ticked off. Raiders lose yesterday. They play a lot of primetime games, those Raiders. Here was Devante Adams after the game talking about his frustration.
Honestly, I don't know what to say at this moment. I truly don't. I wish I had the words to say something that's not going to get blown up in the media and taken out of context. So I'm going to just, I just don't know.
What are you feeling right now? Can you elaborate on anything going through your mind?
Frustration, but I mean, that kind of goes without saying.
Devante, I know you said that you have confidence whenever you're out there in the offense's ability, but is it kind of hard to maintain that when the results are what they've been?
No, it's not hard to maintain confidence in our offense. It's just hard to curb your frustration when you can't put it together when you know you should.
I mean, it's. I do feel it's just a waste of a great talent, but it's his fault.
He wanted it.
Yeah, it's his fault.
He wanted it,
and so yeah, it's a shame. I like to see great players, making headlines in the postseason and making plays in the postseason. But I mean,
you asked for it, sir.
Yeah, you asked for it.
You asked for it, sir.
Yeah.
All right, headline showdown here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. We throw headlines from the week of games in the NFL. Figgy judges them. Let's start with the Texans. Texans fall to the Panthers 15-13.
Me?
If you want. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'll go first. I like it that way now. Texans have a bad case of the runs.
What the hell is wrong with you? The first for the first. First dub for the first overall pick.
I'm going to go with the OG on this one.
Saints 38, Colts 27.
All right. Carr has more horsepower than Colts.
I put the Big Easy over the Big Cheesy. Minshew. Shots fired.
I'm going to go with Lopez on this one.
Yeah, I'm dominating today.
Jags 20, Steelers 10.
Refs make Tim Donaghy proud.
I'll put 5 in a row, even if them refs are hoes.
I'm going to go with the OG on this one.
Jack slapping.
Falcons 23, Titans top them at 28.
Will Levis just Mayo be the real deal?
Extra Mayo, hold the Bijan Dijon.
I'm going to go with Landry on this one.
Cowboys 43, Rams 20.
All right. Dak makes it look as easy as A, B, C, D.
Cal's mop the new pop. Sean McVay complaining about all that sleep.
I'm going to go with Lopez on this one.
This is an assing. Vikings 24, Packers 10.
You know the big chant in Minnesota, right?
No.
Skull.
Yeah, skull clap or something.
Yeah,
skull clap.
Yeah.
Okay.
A win that's like a punch to the skull because they lost Cousins. A win that's like a punch to the skull.
I just put another Achilles injury. That's all I put. Okay. Pretty weak.
All right. Lopez, yeah. I thought we all knew that.
Dolphins 31, Patriots 17.
Too a little, too a late, 2-0 versus Belichick.
Is he 2-0 or
This
is he
year.
more than that?
He's 6-0 altogether.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but too a little, too a late, 2-0 versus Belichick. They've already beat him twice this year.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hoodies my B. Signed Tua.
I'm going to go with the OG on this one.
This might be the biggest blowout ever. Jets 13, Giants 10.
Uglier than poop on a platter, but Jets still eat.
I just put the small apple. The small apple.
It was uglier than poop on a platter.
I'm going to go with Landry on this one.
Oh.
You love poop
Too
today.
much, yeah, too much diarrhea.
Eagles 38. Eagles 38, Commanders 31.
It'll be a Stevie Wonder if blind Ron Rivera doesn't get fired.
Dead now, deadline approaching.
I'm going to go with Landry on this one.
Okay.
The Browns 20, Seahawks 24.
All right. Mahomes gets the flu and just can't shake it off.
Those Browns, Seahawks.
Oh, I thought you said Chiefs, Broncos. Browns, Seahawks. I got it here. Hold on a second. Did I not put that
don't
one down?
blow the
I
3-1
didn't
lead,
put that one
man.
down.
You about to blow a 3-1 lead.
Oh, hold on. Do I have Browns,
man.
Seahawks? For some reason, I didn't put that one down. You get that one by default.
Yeah.
Jackson Smith in Winba.
All right, that was a good one anyway, so I don't feel so bad.
Chiefs fall to the Broncos 24-9.
Mahomes gets the flu and just can't shake it off.
Flu game, ... more like flu shame.
I'm going to go with Lopez on this one.
Oh, yeah, shake it off. Taylor Swift, yeah. Ravens 31, Arizona 24.
Cardinals bite off Baltimore than they can chew.
Bye-bye, Dobbs.
Oh, that's very good.
I'm going to go with Landry on this one.
Bengals fall to the 49ers 31, or beat the 49ers 31-17.
They got 49er problems, but McCaffrey ain't one. Touchdowns in 17 straight games.
He's doing his thing. Top pick makes Brock look irrelevant.
I'm going to go with Landry on this one.
What a comeback. 7-6 now. You can't choke this one. There's no chance.
Not a choke. Talk to the judge.
There's no chance.
Look, now it's my fault.
Talk to the judge.
Hey, now it's my fault.
Oh, I'm not blaming
you. Ain't say nothing before.
I'm not blaming you.
Now it's my fault.
I didn't place any blame. I said talk to the judge.
Chargers 30, Bears 13.
If you've been waiting all day for Sunday night, seek help. Awful Sunday night game.
Yeah, I just put same type of thing. Primetime punishment.
That was awful.
I'm going to go with Landry on this one.
Oh, wow. Tie game. Look at that. Look at that. Bucs 18, the Bills 24.
Almost got it, right?
Bucs, yeah, almost got it.
Oh, hail nah. Like Hail Mary?
Yeah.
Oh, hail nah.
I put Hail Scary instead of Hail Mary.
I got to go with Landry on this one.
Boom, baby. Can Lopez tie?
How in the world is that headline?
How
in the world?
Tie?
Hold on.
Look,
what was your headline?
Hail Scary instead of Hail Mary because it was a scary one. That's a good one.
And I said, oh, hail nah.
Yeah, mine's better. You can only tie now. What an absolute collapse here.
Again, talk to the judge.
I'm rooting for you.
Look, now it's my fault.
I said talk to the judge.
All right. The Raiders fall to the Lions 26-14.
Now, this is a new Garoppolo. A new low? Now, this is a new Garoppolo.
I played off of the blowhard.
Devante?
No, like Josh McDaniels being a blowhard. And I paid a little tribute to the late Kanye West. He's not dead, but might as well be. Blow so hard, mofos want to fire me. That is cray.
I'm gonna give it to Lopez right there.
Come on,
I appreciate that. I appreciate.
Come on.
How big is
man.
the newspaper? How wide is the newspaper?
It's big, man. It's online. That was a tie. I'll take that tie.
Yeah, I was about to say that's more of a loss.
Yeah, that's a loss
for Lopez than a
That's
tie.
a for me. I'm celebrating that tie.
Scoreboard.
I'm celebrating
Scoreboard
that
doesn't
tie.
lie.
Hey, that's like a tie in boxing, man.
I'm celebrating.
When somebody
Scoreboard
getting their
doesn't
ass
lie,
whooped and they leave with a tie.
Yeah, I'm celebrating the hell out of that.
Well, that's a different standard, I guess.
Going around the NFL here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. You brought up some problems that the Texans have and whether or not they can actually be fixed.
I did.
Let's go through these because I think these are interesting because this is a flawed squad. This is a flawed squad. Despite the fact that they can compete, this is a flawed squad. You have a list of problems. Let's cuss and discuss whether or not those problems can be solved.
They have problems. Can they be fixed? I'm going to go through the list. And which ones, and even if you don't think they're necessarily going to be fixed, maybe which ones give you the most cause for concern. I'm just going to go down the list. Running game. I'll get to the offensive line, but running game in general.
As far as fixed, I think it can improve. But I don't think they're going to have like an elite running game. I don't.
I almost have to echo word for word what you said. I think they'll use more of the committee. I think Devin Singletary will be used more. Dameon Pierce can close out games, and that might make it a little better, but it's never going to be that, you know? All right. This is interesting with me. Closing out games, especially defensively. That's been a problem twice.
I look at that more as an offensive thing, as a defensive thing. I really do. Like, if you're, what are they, 6th in the league in points per game?
Yeah, 18.
Like, eventually, when you play with fire, you're going to get burned. And when teams when teams are trying to come back on you late, first of all, it's 4-down territory. So it's not the same. So it's a little bit more difficult. And second of all, if they just need field goals, that's on you. So I kind of answering your question by saying yes, but no, because I think that's more of an offensive thing.
I agree with you, but for a different reason. I just think closing out games right now is a matter of depth and maybe making the right adjustments in the secondary. They've been a great defense, and I think I'm not using that word casually. If you look at the points they're giving up per game, but you got to close out games. No matter if it's the offense's fault or whatever, you got to close out games. I have confidence that they will, that they'll find the magic dust there. John Mechie.
He ran one route on Sunday.
Yeah. Is he a problem? Is it a matter of time? Can it be fixed?
I don't think he's a problem. He might not. I don't know. Like,
I don't have a lot. Love the guy.
I don't feel like they're like wasting him. I just don't. I don't know much about what John Mechie can be. Like, what is the level of contribution that John Mechie can provide? I don't know.
I don't have a lot. I'll put it this way. I don't think it's going to be fixed very much, if at all, this year.
Yeah, I think Mech next year you're going to have big expectations for him. But at this point, just get his feet wet, figure it out, and see how it goes.
He had cancer and an ACL.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There were question marks about him no matter what. And now this is the first time he's played football in a while. So
yeah. Will Anderson's sacks. John McClain said, they'll come in bunches. I gave the leg hiking, I said, is that he would not have more than 3 sacks, which is ridiculous when you think about it. He should have 9, 10 this season. But I had to think about it a little bit. John Mechie's sacks, fixable or not this year? Yeah, I'm talking about this year, by the way.
Will Anderson sacks?
Yeah.
I guess.
If you ask me, is he going to have 7 sacks? Straight to my face, I would say no. Is 6 okay as a rookie? I think that's okay. I really do. The expectations were really, really high because of where he was picked and everything else. But at some point, you have to realize he's getting all the attention, kind of the old Chase Young thing. And someone else like Jonathan Grenard is going to feast because of that. So I think 6. I'll take 6. I don't know if that's answering the question or not. Bobby Slowick's play calling.
Yeah, I think he'll be fine. He'll be fine.
I do too.
Yeah, he'll be good. I mean, we do have to. I do think we have to take into account kind of what he has to work with and kind of balance it out. And he's kind of set the bar high with the way that he started out. But yeah, I mean, you're going to go through growing pains with every coach, with every young player. So yeah, I'm not giving up on Bobby Slowick. I think he'll be fine.
Titus Howard.
At what position?
Titus Howard. Because here's the thing.
Say it with your chest, man.
Yeah.
I don't know. The stuff, the way he's pulling and
I don't think he can block as a tackle either. Run block.
Yeah, the way that he's pulling and just sitting there watching guys, I don't know how that changes as a tackle. Like
Right.
It's not like if the biggest issue were just the way that he's getting pushed around at guard as compared to tackle, then I would say, okay, well, they just need to put him back at tackle.
Right.
But some of the plays, I mean, he's just sitting there and watching a lot of times on run blocking situations, and I don't know how. I know there's a big difference between playing guard and tackle, but I don't know how you all of a sudden want to lay someone out when you're pulling at tackle instead of.
You still do the same thing, just in a different position. You're still pulling. You're still getting the second level. You're still having to go, in various places on the zone scheme. I'm with you. Dalton Schultz / tight ends. Had a 3-game run, touchdown in 3 straight games, but before and after was kind of a non-factor.
I think Dalton will be fine. I mean, he is what he is.
My bigger concern is tight ends. Dalton has been pretty much it. I know Brevin Jordan had a moment here and there, but I think no, if I had to answer. Last one, 26th in the league as we speak, red zone offense. 26th in the league in terms of touchdown percentage. Red zone offense.
I mean, doesn't this go back to running the ball? Don't you need to run the ball effectively to have a good red zone offense?
Some. It depends on where you are in the red zone, but yes.
I mean, I think the run game and the red zone offense are kind of connected.
Yes. I think use freaking Tank Dell the way he's going to be best used in the red zone. He's a weapon in the red zone, and we haven't seen a whole lot of that. I think this is – I want to say I think it can be fixed, but boy, they haven't used him like that. They haven't. They only have a 44% touchdown rate, I believe, is what it is, and they can't run the ball in the red zone. So I'm kind of talking myself out of yes. But yeah, I'm going to say yes because I think it ties in with his improved play calling. I think the red zone ties in directly with.
You think his play calling is going to improve immediately?
It has. Remember, he had, what game was it where he was like, was it the second game? Yeah.
Colts.
Yeah. And we're like, ooh, that was not a good day. And then he responded, right away. I think, I'm gonna go ahead and say yes, their red zone offense will improve, and it ties in with Bobby Slowick's play calling.
Man, that was a pretty stressful exercise, I must say. There's some problems. I mean, there's some problems. And we're evaluating them like a playoff team right now. We're not evaluating them as a baby step type of thing. We're evaluating them as a team that is competing for the playoffs, and they're one game out of the playoffs. Maybe that changes. I think the progress is undeniable no matter what. I think it's been
right.
You've seen good things from things that matter the most, but as far as trying to get to the playoffs, there's a lot of ifs and no real sure things.
Figgy's getting destroyed on the text board. I just opened it up. Figgy's got that Angel Hernandez strike zone.
It might be your fishing buddies, man.
It might be, but it's still funny.
Oh, you're talking about the judging.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Had no idea what you were talking about. What Figgy would get destroyed on. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Coming up, the internet goes nuts. Dabo Swinney goes toe-to-toe with the caller and the art of soaking. My God, I did not know this was going to come up.
What?
On College Game Day. Don't blame me. Blame the best players in college football next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing right now, talking about trusting your gut.
got the internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. So soaking, I guess it's a thing in Utah. I've heard about it a couple times. I guess it's something that allegedly happens at BYU where in order to avoid having premarital intercourse, you just kind of soak. You go in there and you soak. I didn't know this would reach mainstream, though. And apparently it did on the Pat McAfee show. Cam Rising, quarterback of Utah, he brought it up, and he said it was a BYU thing, not a Utah thing. He made it very, very clear. This is Cam Rising. This is perhaps one of the most entertaining appearances that I can remember on ESPN.
The soaking thing, I actually wanted to mention that. Soaking is what's that? Isn't really a Utah thing. It at this university. Oh, down south type of thing.
Oh, you're saying
they
Provo?
Do it down there in Provo. Yeah, so
we're earthquaking ourselves around here.
We handle things. Yeah.
Good luck.
BYU.
He was even chanting FBYU with them. This guy's got some swag. I want him back next year. He hasn't played this year. There's talk that he might red shirt and either go to the draft or come back next year. Hey, let's make the soaking mainstream. How about that?
It just feels a little unnerving.
Hey, he brought it
to
up.
hear that. He's been you remember we talked about him a little bit last year. I thought he had a little something last year. Then it turned into something really big, and now, yeah, I'd love to see him come back to college and do it again.
I got the internet going nuts.
I know you have this one as well, so maybe this is a double team internet going nuts. But Dabo Swinney's got the internet going nuts.
Yeah.
Nuts.
A lot of people are kind of upset with Dabo Swinney. He has a coach's show. Fans call in. Let's just sit here and pause, start, and stop. This was an entertaining phone call. Someone called into Dabo Swinney's radio show, and my God, did the internet ever go nuts. Uh-oh. Ooh. Dude, this guy's a jackass.
You're humble, you're hungry, and everything. And I always told people, man, that's but after that 2018 national title, something changed, and there seems to be the arrogance that came in. There was a family.
It's about to go off.
External experience hires. Everyone else was an internal hire that had no experience before. Was a former player.
I just want to ask you before we hear from Dabo. By the way, after 2018, like they lost the national championship game the next year, and then they lost in the Sugar Bowl. What do you think the appropriate response is to this? Like, if I'm asking you, and we'll hear from Dabo, and we'll hear how he responds.
Yeah, we're going to hear from Dabo, but first I want to talk about that question and that caller.
Yeah,
because I thought it was actually very clever because he's totally he's totally being a jerk.
Yeah,
and he's totally baiting Dabo, but he kind of did it smooth. Like he mixed in some
and stuff,
mixed in some compliments and all this other stuff, and then and he preemptively said, "Hey, we're born and raised, our whole family Clemson fans. I'm with you, Dabo, but man, you suck."
So what's the appropriate response here?
I think the appropriate response is to make it clear what you have done on your in the last 7 years or so, but maybe not take totally cheap shots. Take the higher road. Fans are going to fan. One of the reasons he makes double-digit, $11 million a year is because fans have that passion. So don't go down to the level, but make it clear, hey, man, what do you want?
Here we go. Let's hear the response from Dabo.
You can have all your opinions that you want, right? I don't know how much you want. Don't really care, right? But I'll tell you something. We won 11 games last year, and you're part of the problem. To be honest with you, because that is part of the problem. It's people like you that all you do is the appreciation. The expectation is greater than the appreciation, and that's the problem. And so, we've got 12, 10-plus win seasons in a row.
See, there you go.
See, now that's good.
There you go.
Yeah.
You want to know why? Clemson didn't sniff a national championship for 35 years.
Ooh, okay.
We won 2 and
See, this is all good, but it gets a little petty.
They can say that. Georgia and Alabama, okay? Is this a bad year? Is this yeah. And it's my responsibility. Take 100% responsibility for it. And all this bull crap you're thinking, all these narratives you read, listen, man, you can have your opinion on what you want, and you can apply for the job, and good luck to you, all right? But to answer your question, right, we're 7 in draft picks. We've graduated 98%.
Oh, graduation rates.
Wins, right? If you want to lie, again, I'm telling you, we're not perfect. There's a lot of people, Frank Howard never had a bad year. Coach Ford never had a bad year. Coach K never had a bad year in basketball. People have a bad year. But the part of the problem is the appreciation. I used to tell people all the time. Say, what's the difference in Clemson? Let me tell you. At some places there's an expectation, but at Clemson there's an appreciation. And what's happening in Clemson is we've won so much that even when it used to be the fun's in the winning, now even when you win, people like you complain and criticize the coaches and question everything.
Ooh. See, he just got all riled up.
All right, when I hired Tony Elliott to be the offensive coordinator who never called a play in his life, I'm sure you were critical then. Right? And he took us to 2 national championships. People like you who just
people like you
to destroy people with your comments.
Destroy.
Right? I'm sure you've never made any bad decisions. I'm sure you've lived a perfect life. I'm sure you've led a bunch of people. I'm sure you do your job. So to answer your question, I started as the lowest paid coach in this freaking business.
Oh, wow.
Look at me.
It's you. I am because I work my ass off every single day. So I ain't going to let some smart-ass kid on the phone and create this stuff. So if you got a problem, I don't care, right? I work for the board of trustees, the president, and the AD. And if they're tired of me leading this program, all they got to do is let me know. I'm going to go somewhere else where there is an appreciation, all right? It's not just winning, it's driving with. When we are in this is a tough year, but we've had 12, 10-plus win seasons in a row. 12. We lost to Tennessee last year. They won 11 games for the first time in like 20 years.
And bringing them into it?
He's gone a little too far.
11 years or whatever. We've won 2 national championships. Clemson went 35 years. All right, probably said before you were born. Your whole freaking life.
Ooh.
And we've won 2 in 7 years. And we earned it. And we beat the best of the best to do it. The best of the best. 12, 10-plus win seasons, so if you want to know why, that's why. Am I perfect? No. I'm far from it.
Here's the thing. He started out talking to, what was the kid's name?
I don't know.
Tyler. He started out talking to Tyler. That's not who he ended up talking with. He went into so much detail and so much defense mode. He wasn't talking to Tyler. He was talking to everybody out there. And I thought he could have easily said, hey, man, we've won 2 national championships in the last 7 years. We got to get better. Get your point. Fans are going to fan. Maybe it's a little, unfair for you to say that, but I get it. No, he started going down his resume and coaching hires and his entire history of coaching and 10 wins in a row for 12 years. 10 wins for 12 years. in a row and all that. He was talking more to like everyone than Tyler. And I'm a little biased. You know, I told you before the show, I'm kind of over Dabo. I feel like he's Jack Easterby goals. Like, you know, like
I mean,
Jack
I think
wanted
that's a little harsh.
It is, but Jack wanted to be that guy. You know, the guy that has all the success, dominant, leans on.
He earned.
No, he absolutely did
what he did. He wasn't a con. I don't think he's a con.
Well, he's not a con artist.
I think he's pretty transparent with what he is. For better or
he's
worse.
not a con artist, but something about him has just kind of rubbed me the wrong way for the last few years. I don't know what it is. Don't know what it is.
I got the internet going nuts.
James Harden on the move again. Clippers are going to clipper. There's no way this thing is going to work out. Right?
I don't care.
There's no way.
I have zero interest in him, and I am disgusted by what the NBA has become under Adam Silver, to where this is almost the norm, and he's done this 3 times now.
Yeah.
Like, Adam Silver's paid a lot of attention to a lot of things that have nothing to do with the quality of the league. In fact, they make the league worse. The fact that this is just normal, where you can whine your way out of town and then go play, I did not even acknowledge this garbage. It is a disgrace what has happened here.
The Clippers are... I don't know. Clippers are going to clipper, and
what do you mean?
They have to have him for. They can't they're so far over the cap. I mean, he's locked in now with the Clippers. They're going to have to use the bird rights on him, or else they're going to be so far over the cap they can't do anything else after this year. It's going to be ridiculous. I mean, color me skeptical from the word go on this, and in the near future.
I got the internet going nuts.
So J.J. Watt has said this, and now I guess pardon my take is on this. Texans versus the Oilers for the naming rights to the rights to the Oilers uniforms. Where do you sit on that?
Well, I mean, I know the reality is it's never going to happen, but I would love it. I mean, I would absolutely love to see him play it. I talk be like a bowl game, just for the right to use the uniforms. But yeah, we know the reality is not going to happen.
I think you and John McClain should have to power walk around the Astrodome for the naming rights.
So what am I going to name the team?
I don't know. I think y'all should race. You and John McClain have a...
You realize how badly I would beat him?
Well, I think he should get a head start, like a power walk type of thing. Y'all care the most about this.
You keep thinking it's like me and John.
It's you and McClain, man. I'm sitting back watching y'all argue about this Tennessee thing. And by the way, the way in which John McClain has kind of faded away from this, it's a little bit slick, don't you think?
It's a tell, isn't it?
Tell that he knew he was a goofball about it.
He's not comfortable
doing a Kobe fade away, man. A Jordan fade away.
Doing an Akeem.
He's not
against David Robinson. and the funny thing is, someone yesterday was like, why were you arguing so bad about McClain and now all of a sudden you don't care about the Oilers uniforms? I wasn't arguing with McClain about the Oilers uniforms belonging to Houston. I was arguing about him defending Tennessee being petty about it.
Yeah.
And I have no problem. Like, if Amy Adams wants to be petty on behalf of her dad, have at it. But that was my beef with McClain, was the fact that he's just acting like she's being a sweetheart. And
exactly.
She's not. She's a witch.
And that's my biggest...
On Halloween, she's the biggest witch there is.
Yes. That's my biggest gripe about that argument. But my biggest gripe is that she is being a witch. She's doing this for one reason, and that's to stick it to the text.
Are you ready for this breaking news?
I'm ready.
Are you sure?
No.
Is it Texans related?
Kinda. Yeah, just hit it.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
Chase Young has been traded.
Don't say to the Oilers.
No.
Nope.
To the Jags?
Nope.
Worse.
Well,
in a way, season's over. The season's over. That's a hint.
Chase Young joins someone that he can call a Buckeye brother. A guy who hasn't gotten very many sacks this year despite getting paid. Chase Young is going to DeMeco Ryans' former team, the San Francisco 49ers.
Oh, man.
That's a wrap.
Oh, man.
That's a wrap.
Man.
How many times are these dudes going to splash, man?
I'm telling you, man.
Last year they traded for McCaffrey. Now they got Chase Young to put on there with Nick Bosa.
He's going to have 12 sacks the rest of the year.
Man.
How does that happen?
I don't know. What are they trading?
Dude, they get. Well,
I know.
Well, the thing is, they got 2 third-round picks for D'Amico.
Well, that's true.
They got 2 third-round picks for Mike McDaniel. They got 2 third-round picks for Robert Saleh. Right. Goodness gracious.
I was in a league-wide email out saying, do not trade with the 49ers.
Not too late
I don't
now.
give a damn what it is.
I want to see what they traded, man.
Dude.
All right, here you go. What?
What'd they trade?
Like a 4th-round pick.
A mid-round pick in 2024.
Oh, man.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, man.
It is a mid-round pick, yes. So a 3rd or 4th round pick for Chase Young.
Oh, man.
And he's in San Francisco.
And who's the other guy in San Francisco on the other end?
His name's Nick Bosa.
Oh, yeah, that guy.
OH.
3rd round pick, Garofalo. 3rd round pick, and that's all for Chase Young.
24-year-old, number 2 overall pick, unrealized potential. And, oh, by the way, if his dad, who called into the radio station yesterday, if his dad thought he was getting too much attention, well, he probably don't have to worry about that anymore.
He's going to be on the island on his own.
One-on-one. There you go.
Gosh.
There you go. Trade deadline.
Nick, wake up, man. Damn.
Wow. Coming up, let's find them. We got to find them. We'll tell you what they are next.
anytime.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry
Thank
Locker.
you, Figgy.
All right, so Chase Young to the 49ers, third-round pick. That was the cost. There you go. Third-round pick. Okay. I mean, maybe Washington's trying to do Chase Young a solid. I don't know. You know, I always find it a little bit dangerous when you look at like what a player got and you say, well, Texans could have had him for that, or
not necessarily.
I don't know. I don't know how they're thinking about this, but a couple things come to mind here when it comes to the Chase Young thing, because I'm a Chase Young fan. I've always been an irrational Chase Young fan. First of all, the Texans defense has been pretty good. So if we're talking about needs, it's been pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, there's top 10, top 7, I think, in scoring defense. Jonathan
and who's
Grenard,
leading the team in sacks?
Jonathan Grenard's doing his thing.
Yeah.
Will Anderson's doing his thing despite the numbers, if you look advanced stats and all that. So you can say, well, the Texans didn't really need to kick the tires on Chase Young. Okay, that's fine. But I just think that the more bodies, the better. Grenard's in the final year of his deal. Jerry Hughes is in the final year of his deal. And obviously, the thing that I think is something that answered a question when we were talking about whether or not Texans should consider trading for Chase Young. Obviously, the people in San Francisco who seem to have a decent idea of what the hell they're doing, they obviously think he's a scheme fit because it's the same defensive scheme for the most part. So they seem to think that he's a scheme fit. So there you go.
The other thing about
San Francisco.
Chase Young, he does fit that kind of criteria I put on a trade this year, just loosely, informally. He'll be around. Like he'll be
24 years old.
He'll be around for the foreseeable future. He's not necessarily like on his last legs, aging or whatever. No, this was almost unfair, man. I mean, if you think about it, well, you know, he's not going to be double and triple teamed all that much anymore. That's for dang sure.
I mean, I just think a player of that caliber with the talent level should, like, a third-round pick just seems like kind of a steal.
It is a steal.
Me. I mean,
it is a steal.
It's just kind of a steal. And San Francisco, they've already got a pretty good defense there. Or they did. I mean, I know Steve Wilkes is kind of struggling. They're not coming off their best performance, but there you go. So, yeah, mid-round pick. Internet going nuts right now with that. The Washington traded both Montez Sweat for a second and Chase Young for a third. So there you go.
What other trades are we going to see today? Because that was the one that everybody was watching.
Jeudy. I think Jerry Jeudy.
Maybe Jeudy.
Maybe.
What about Saquon?
I don't know. They seem pretty insistent that they're not going to do that, but you know, you never say never. I mean, they did just trade one of their best players yesterday in Leonard Williams.
Yeah.
So I don't know. But yeah, no Chase Young. That's fine.
Yeah, it's not going to break your heart. It's just like, damn.
Where are we going to find these 9 wins? 9 wins is typically the where you need to be a playoff squad. Where are we going to find these 9 wins?
Well, I think it got a little more complicated this past weekend. That's for sure. You and I are on the same page. I think you get 2 of the next 3. Obviously you have the Bucs coming in. At Bengals, I wouldn't count on that, and then Cardinals coming in. Cardinals are going to be quarterbacked either by Clayton Tune, homecoming of sorts, or Kyler Murray, who they're ramping up. So we'll see how that plays out. But if you go 2-1 in those next 3, and I think you agree with me that's if you don't go 2-1, you're kind of bleeped, in those games, because then it gets a little more complicated with the Jaguars.
I'm stuck on Clayton Tune. What do you mean homecoming? You mean just because he's a local guy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Is he going to be their starter, you think?
It's either going to be him or Kyler. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It could be Kyler.
I hope it's Tune.
Yeah, I was about to say that's the best bet.
I hope it's Tune too. That's the smart play. But okay, so
I was thinking about him against Cleveland this week.
Oh, I got you. I'm talking about the next 3 games the Texans have. After that, Jaguars here. I don't know about that one anymore.
No, I mean they're the best team in the division right now. Not even close.
Broncos here. I'd take the Texans, but
okay.
Yeah.
I mean they could lose any of these games. They could lose to Arizona.
Yeah, Absolutely, they could. But I'm saying if we were counting for those 2 wins there, it still gets complicated to get to 9 because then you got at the Jets. You know, who knows what the weather's going to be? They play good defense. I don't know, what to expect from Zach Wilson. Then
yeah, you do.
I mean, he's had a moment, but okay, even take that one as a dub. At the Titans, Derrick Henry probably isn't getting traded. Will Levis all of a sudden, who knows what you're going to get there? It could be something. And you're going to have you're going to be in Nashville playing those old Oilers uniforms, and they're going to be pretty fired up about that. And then you ended up with Browns here, Titans here, and at the Colts. Browns is all of a sudden kind of complicated.
I mean, they can lose any of these games. Like, if you told me, which one of these games do I think is just, the least winnable, I would say Cincinnati. Joe Burrow seems to be feeling pretty good right now. So I would say, but outside of that, they could win any of these games. They could lose any of these games. Jacksonville, though, if you haven't adjusted what you thought about Jacksonville after the Texans put that assing on them, then I don't know what to tell you because – you win 5 straight games. You win 3 games in 19 days, 2 of them in London. You've got to tip it to the cap. It's one thing to say it's a week-to-week league, but 5-game win streak, you've got to salute that and say, okay, y'all are back right where a lot of people thought you would be, regardless how fun it was to kind of kick them in the coconuts a little bit after the Texans beat them.
Yeah, and the Jaguars made a trade, I believe, just a few minutes.
Yeah, they got one of the best young guards in the league.
Yeah, and
Did they go get a guard?
They went and got a guard.
Mm-hmm.
They went and got
Ezra Cleveland to the Jaguars, and Doug Peterson found out while he was on.
Ezra Cleveland
on Pardon My Take or whatever it's called.
Pat
McAfee show. Yeah.
Race card that.
He found out during the show. They go, they just traded for Cleveland. We did?
He knew.
I don't know.
He knew. It is what it is, man. That's where we're at. Chase Young, 3rd-round pick. How about that? How did that?
Yeah, Sweat goes for a 2nd-round pick. I mean, the Commanders just letting it ride, huh?
Yeah.
That game did it for them. Yeah, Chase Young, boy, that was an interesting one. We'll see what he will be surrounded. By a ton of talent. So if he doesn't get the best, they don't get the best out of Chase Young. You got to be looking at him.
Well, sure, but it feels like a steal right now.
It does.
Yeah.
Are y'all proactive movers? By the way, Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Like, if you know you're going to move, in a few months, are you, already getting ready, proactively and stuff? Because I think Ron Rivera should be cleaning his office out. Someone's going there to build out. They're trading your whole squad. Yeah, clean that office
Ron's
out.
Delusional. I think Ron. But I don't think it's just Ron by himself. I think most coaches are. Coaches are, I can fix this. We got 3 wins. Yeah. We just played with the Eagles
just
twice.
Traded 2 dudes.
I know we traded those 2 dudes, but we had a hell of a D-line. They are delusional. Yeah, Andy Reid believes he can fix Kadarius Toney.
Well,
wow.
Legit.
He helped him a few games last year, didn't he?
Hey, he believes it. He's going to beat Tyreek Hill. Believes in his heart.
Yeah.
These coaches are delusionals, even the best.
I heard Clyde Edwards-Helaire is a trade mention.
Well, his 2.5 carries a month, that could they could do something. They could do something with that.
So I think the 4 guys, 5 of you. And is that a Halloween costume, Tyler? No?
Nah.
I thought you were Fred Durst or something. But
it's not a red Yankees hat.
I think the 4 guys.
Durst, yes.
The 4 guys that didn't dress up are in this here. There's a lot of Halloween stuff going on in those hallways, man.
Yeah, I'm not proud of it. I'm not proud of my lack of
I kind of
participation.
I would, and I did. If it wouldn't, it starts at 10 a.m. The contest.
Yeah, that's when we start. So we can't participate.
Yeah, y'all got an excuse. Me, Ron, and Tyler really don't. My daughter had an 11 o'clock Halloween party today.
Oh, baby, that's awesome.
Which was show up and watch him eat
what'd she dress as?
Lunch. Pebbles.
Okay.
Wouldn't he be a great Fred Flintstone?
He'd be a great Barney.
Oh, he'd be a great Fred.
Bam Bam, not Barney, Bam Bam.
I mean, pick any of them, guys.
Yeah, he's Bam Bam.
He'd have been Fred. That would have been clean, man. Come out here shoeless.
Yeah.
That'd been nice.
Ugh, I got some toenail fungus. I got.
So does Fred.
You're right. Fred probably was proud of his back.
Yeah,
worse.
Big time. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2, The Drive. It is live.
All right, The Drive is live. Tyler's in the building, fresh off of course, he did something again last night as John Mayer, fresh off of it. Just spending money like he's at the Strip. I mean, my man said Carolina wasn't enough. I had to go see John Mayer. That's right, baby. Fresh off of it. You good?
Oh, yeah, I'm good. It was a great show.
Yeah, good show. Good show.
Well, if you're going to blow all that money for these sporting events and gamble some away, I mean, I guess one way to make it up is take your bride to
Why not?
Take your bride to John Mayer and then let him get her good and all worked up and then just ease on back to the crib. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Finish John's job, if you know what I mean.
Let John set the toes.
I like to just finish anyway.
Tyler woke up this morning and thanked the old John Mayer. Big John, appreciate you, John Mayer, baby.
It's tuned on some John so to get home.
Been a long week for me. The wife ain't real happy, but boy, I tell you what.
Let me turn on that Songs About Jane album and let's get it going.
She does like Maroon 5.
Yeah, that'll help. Yeah, skip him over. It's we got about an hour, about 59 minutes until the NFL trade deadline, which it feels different. The NFL trade deadline, like baseball, it's a big deal. Like we'll just see moves rolling. The NFL is not traditionally like that, but it's starting to get there. You see last year, big names like Christian McCaffrey gets traded. TJ Hawkinson within the division got traded last year, and you saw them really add to those teams last year and this year. And the Texans, we've been looking at them. Are they a team that has potentially should be looking at being involved in this trade market? I'm going back and forth on this thing. Big news, big moves. Josh Dobbs, he goes to Minnesota from Arizona for a late-round pick. Obviously, Kirk Cousins had the Achilles injury Sunday, so they make a move at quarterback. And then the Washington Commanders are just letting go some of their young defensive linemen. Chase Young, as you just heard Landry talking about it, he goes to, of course, the 49ers to join Nick Bosa on the other side. And they just picked up Randy Gregory for a couple of Big Macs. And, they got a hell of a defensive line over there. And then Sweat, the other outside player for them.
Montez.
Not Josh, but Montez Sweat. He goes to the Chicago Bears for a second-round pick. The Bears, this is 2 years in a row the Bears spend second-round picks on players, and they are one of the worst teams in the league. They did it last year, didn't work, and they've done it this year now to go get Sweat. A guard in the division, Ezra Cleveland. He goes to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Boy, that sounds like a position maybe the Texans should look at. So this is where I throw my hat at right now, and I'll set it off with you and the people, 713-572-4610. You can get involved in this thing. In the next 57 minutes, do you think the Houston Texans should be involved in making moves in this trade deadline? They're 3-4. They just lost to the Panthers. Do you think they should be involved in making moves right now in the trade deadline?
Absolutely. Hell yes. Absolutely. You literally are. I've listened all day to Sports Radio 610, and I've heard different conversations. I mean, you're really in year 4 of a rebuild. This whole we'll just be patient and we'll accumulate picks and man, we got some salary cap coming. I absolutely believe it's time for the Texans to move beyond that. I believe it's time for the Texans to flip like when it comes to certain caliber players, like the guys that we see moving right now, guys that are proven. When you draft, you're rolling the dice with these guys. There's proven players out there that come available every year that are major positions of need for your organization. And I'd like to think that the Texans at this point, I understand the last 2 years why you hadn't, but this year I would think that they need to at the very least be in on those conversations.
Yeah, 713-572-4610. Should the Texans over the next 56 minutes be involved in trade talks? And I go back and forth on this. Right? Like before Sunday, it was like, go get him. Like, go get a Chase Young. Go get, another receiving option. Go get it. That game Sunday made me step back a little bit and be like, oh, all right, well, hold on, maybe unloading important assets like draft picks, and I would say third round or higher are those assets. I don't know if that's the move right now. This team may need those to add on to continue to grow because to me they took a step back in terms of how I viewed them after losing to Carolina, and it made me. But man, when I see Chase Young go for a third round pick, and I think to myself, what's the confidence level that I believe that Nick Caserio will do better with a third round pick and what he'll select than a guy like Chase Young? And I know Chase Young has the injury stuff, and you got to pay him quicker. But in my mind, I'm thinking, what's the scenario? Or what's the likelihood that he selects somebody in the third round that's better?
Yeah.
And that's the thought for me. I don't know if I'm ready to unload if I'm Nick or if I'm the Texans. If I'm ready to unload a second, definitely not a one, because I just don't know that cost is that high. But damn, boy, that Chase Young thing that shakes me up a little bit because it's just that's what you ask yourself. How much better is that player in that round going to be? As I see some people on YouTube saying, no way, we don't need to give up picks for a Chase Young. And third, that just feels like, oh.
Yeah, look, I don't have much of a problem with giving up. Now, to me, it has to be the picks. I mean, if you're going to give them up, the premium ones, then it's got to be somebody that you just ain't going to find in the draft. Like, to me right now, Saquon Barkley is a guy that I don't know what kind of draft capital it's going to cost if he does move. Like, to me, that's a guy that I would not be, whatever the draft pick is, whatever they come to, I wouldn't have a problem.
Whatever the draft pick is?
Yeah, well, yeah, because, I mean, you're bringing a guy in here, and he is going to be the identity of your offense. He is an absolute game changer immediately. You're not gonna draft a guy in the first or second round next year that's going to impact winning ball games more in the next 2 or 3 years than a Saquon Barkley can. Right away from jump.
Well, you better be planning on, I think, extending him.
But yeah, that's fine. I mean, that's whatever.
If it's a second round pick, he better be here more than a year.
My point is, Ron, in being active at the trade deadline is, if there are guys that you can't get anywhere else, Saquon Barkley, if a guy like that comes available and you really are like you're able to make that move, then to me you're crazy to not be at least in the middle of it and trying to make it happen. Because again, he's not Christian McCaffrey, but to me, in terms of what he brings to the offense when he's healthy, he's as good, if not better, than anybody else out there. Saquon Barkley, absolutely. You want to talk about making offensive linemen right and making that first guy miss? You want to talk about being a guy that can catch the ball out of the backfield and that never comes off the field, can play third down, can do – I mean, it's just – as long as he's healthy, he's worth every bit of whatever draft pick you got to give up to go get him. And the way this running back market is right now, it's not like he's going to break the bank.
Text line, Ron and Clint, every pick is on the table except a first. We need to improve the team now, Quincy.
The crazy thing to me
is, if you're going to put a second on there, you might as well put a first.
I mean, look at the history of the first.
I know it.
I mean, as far as we know it right now is what I would give up for a top-tier talent guy. They're 1 for 4. CJ Stroud.
Well, and Will Anderson.
No. Right now that pick was worth 2 ones. So I mean, look back right now.
I gotta hold the 1s and 2s, Clint.
I don't. I mean, if the guy's
for the right guy, the third for the right, like Saquon Barkley, I can't give a 1 or 2.
You wouldn't give a 2 for Saquon Barkley?
No, I don't. I need to see how long you're going to. Well, you have to extend him. You have to extend him because it's got to. Like, I'm not giving up a 2 for 1 year. Like, you got to extend. Only way I would even entertain giving up a 2 to Saquon Barkley is if I'm extending him for the next 2 to 3 years.
You don't even go get him if you're not going to extend him. I mean, you go get him to be a weapon for this season and at least 2 more, if not 3 more.
Yeah, it's got to be. I could entertain that. What's he, 26? I could probably entertain that.
Hey, sign me up. A 2. Man. I don't think they would move him for that, but for a 2 for Saquon Barkley, absolutely.
Oh, I think the Giants would damn sure take it too.
I mean, that changes the entire outlook of your offense. And it makes everybody better. The tackles that you just paid boatloads of money to, that one of them's playing guard and the other one, I've watched the All-22 a little bit. He's struggling in that run game blocking. Like, makes all those guys better, significantly better immediately, and is the number one, and hell, by far the number one game breaker on your offense.
Yeah, just two is just such a premium pick that is cheap for years and years. But you have to have the caveat of who's drafting it.
Yeah, man. But Ron, they've got, like right now, look at it. They've got you got your number one corner on a rookie deal. You got your number one edge rusher on a rookie deal. You got your quarterback on a rookie deal. You got your best safety, most impact playing safety on a rookie deal that was a second-round draft pick. You know what I mean? It's like it's set up for them to spend money somewhere.
You giving up ones and twos, Tyler?
No, I got to hold my ones and twos, man.
That's because that's just high talent, cheap for
when can
5
we get
years,
beyond
4
that?
or 5 years.
I'm not being a smart ass. I'm just serious. Like, when can we get beyond like holding our picks and stacking picks, stockpiling picks for a draft?
Listen, I just don't think, like, for you, Saquon is worth the second-round pick. Saquon's not worth the second-round pick to me. I would entertain it with the long-term deal. Like, for me, like, he's a third because of what market value is. And to me, ones and twos, you have to be I'm not afraid to give them up. You got to be a really, really special player with the right age and the right time in terms of how long I'm going to have you to give those up, because first and second round picks are cheap labor that you could have for 4 or 5 years for way underneath, what you'd have to potentially pay. Like, even with a Saquon Barkley, you'd have to pay a lot more to have a guy that you can have 4 or 5 years. Now, drafting is a major key to that, and you got to have a guy that you can trust you can draft, but that's why you have GMs and you have guys that are in charge of that, so they do draft well. I don't think that works all the time. First and seconds, man, you have to be – it's got to be Tyreek Hill. This got to be Mike Evans. This got to be somebody really, really, really special that can be there for a long period of time. That makes sense to me to give up ones and twos.
Sign me up right now for Saquon Barkley. Sign me up right now for Saquon Barkley. Them boys had 4 number 1 draft picks over the last 2 years sitting over there. One of them's injured, the other one can't play. I'm out. This team's got enough of guys that are cheap, enough guys that might be good, enough guys that we hope can play. Man, give me some dudes that can play. And at some point in time, they're going to bring those dudes in here, right? They're going to pay them in free agency. They're going to pay them. But you get a chance to me, and I'm high. I guess I'm higher on Saquon Barkley than most. I mean, outside of Christian McCaffrey,
like right now, Saquon was here, and he was here on this team right now. Like, where do you sense the Texans could get to with just the addition of him? Like, you think, like, right now you're like, this is going to be one of the 7 teams that makes the playoffs in the AFC. Is that where you feel he takes them?
3 and 4, and you got to get to. I don't know what you got to get to in the AFC to make the.
You think this group can get to 10 wins? It's probably.
I think Saquon Barkley would improve this offense significantly.
I'm not going to say
absolutely.
We saw what he did last year for the Giants. Yeah.
Absolutely. Would improve this offense significantly. Because I've been hard on the offensive line, but there's opportunity there in the run game where, again, I'm talking about. Saquon, again, is second to, in my opinion, second to Christian McCaffrey and what he's capable of doing when he's healthy. I mean, I don't know what the win total is, but it definitely ups the chances of this team being a division winner and being able to keep up with Jacksonville and being able to sneak into the playoffs this year. Absolutely. Yeah. But I mean, for me, I'm not. Saquon's great this year, but I think he's a guy that could help you for the next 3. And now beyond that, he's going to get up there in age, and there's been some wear and tear. There's obviously some injuries, but the plan would be to re-up him and really make a run the next 2 or 3 years. I think this team's ready. this offseason to add some dudes, and the expectations next year should be through the roof.
Yeah, as someone texted in here, he literally took Kenyon Green. Come on, show. Like, I mean, it's Ron, by the way, but I mean, if your issue is like you don't ever want him drafting in the first round, then I mean that's I don't think that's what Clint is saying.
No,
like, just keep trading all your picks to get something. No, I mean, hell, he's got to drive in the draft.
I just think I agree with Nick from a standpoint of it's hard, man. I mean, you got the Stingley pick. The Stingley pick is dude can't stay healthy. The Kenyon Green pick, dude just can't play. Doesn't seem to be mature and doesn't seem to be a professional and doesn't seem to have much of a future in Houston. If we're being completely honest, we'll see what this offseason holds for him. But I mean, those are just the gambles that you take. And Will Anderson, for what we see right now, boy, Will better beat J.J. Watt in that damn locker room. You know what I mean? Will better be, I mean, just raising the ceiling of everybody around him, because what we've seen so far is you're not getting that number 3 overall pick type of play out of that defensive end. CJ Stroud, I think you're getting probably more than you drafted at this point in time. The expectations, he's probably exceeded them, but.
Well, that's cool, man. I'm thinking about it even more. Like, he's already gotten hurt this year. He's got injury histories before. And I know you got to put a little something on the line sometimes. Yeah, and as you said, he would be the identity of your offense. That's an injury-prone guy that at times has had, I don't want to put prone on him, but at times has had injury issues in the past. To be the identity for a second. I gotta, and I love him, man. And I don't have a problem. Like, to me, I feel like the running back is about to be that deal in the marketplace where it's like, hey, they're paying a guy who is just as an effective player far less than they would have to pay. I think that is going to come in the next 5 years. But boy, I don't know.
I tell you another one I like. A little Arkansas blood here. Tight end Hunter Henry. Read an article this morning.
That's not bad.
Read an article this morning. He could possibly be on the block, and you got Dalton Schultz is a 1-year guy. You want to talk about your true inline that can put his hand in the dirt and block in the run game as well as help you in the pass game, be a threat in the red zone. A true all around tight end. Hunter Henry's one of them, and I don't know how true it is, but if he is on the block, then you look at not necessarily the ties, because I don't believe Nick was in New England when he went to New England, but I think he was already here. But there's definitely some relationships there between here and New England, and that would be I think that's a lot more likely than a Saquon Barkley to move. And if he is going to move, then I would like to see him.
Yeah, the Giants said they're not going to move him, but we'll see what happens. It's still a name that's been thrown out. Hey, by the way, it is a Texans Ticket Tuesday. Your chance to win a pair of tickets, front row in the bullpen, as they'll take on the Tampa Bay Bucs right here in NRG. So make sure you're listening throughout the show for your chance to win a pair of tickets on this Texans Ticket Tuesday. Oh, I love it, baby. I love it, baby. It's a big day, and as we said, just over 40 minutes until the trade deadline is over in the NFL. We'll see if the Texans become active in that time frame. Coming up, all right, we talked a lot about the offense yesterday, and now we're 7 games in and a bye week. What should this Texans offense look like moving forward? We'll discuss that coming up next on The Drive.
The battle of the top 2 draft picks goes to the Panthers. Not how D'Amico.
Oh, yes, the text line as we're talking about the trade deadline coming up at 3 o'clock. A lot of people going back and forth on the things that we said. A lot of people agree with Clint. A lot of people are rolling with me, and I'll speak for Tyler. Tyler does not believe in any kind of running back thing. Tyler
can't pay him that much. Can't trade that much. No.
Tyler is hell-bent on even if you draft Christian McCaffrey, he is not going to give him a second contract. He'll just find another. I believe you've said things very similar to that. Someone texted in, Clint, you're crazy. Running backs are running out of gas too quick, and Barkley already has too many miles on the tires.
Okay.
Totally agree with Clint. Ron's outlook is why this team will never get there. Barkley is worth it.
Fit out, damn. So
I'm not conservative. I will pull the trigger. Someone texted and said you would give up a 2 for Mike Evans and not 1 for Barkley. Yeah, I mean the receiver position is a position that you can have longer and have him and at his peak longer at that position. So yes, it'll be fun to see what they do. We'll see what they do. I do want to know from you because I did see someone say maybe a 4th rounder for Henry. I don't know if the Titans would trade him in division. Do you feel the same way about Derrick Henry as you do about Saquon Barkley, somebody that you would look at because they could completely change this offense? You view Henry the same way?
Yeah.
At the running back position?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of changing the offense and again being the identity of your offense, yes. Little different style than Saquon Barkley, but yes, I mean if either of those guys are available and you can make it make sense, and especially in this offense that you're wanting to run, where I mean, look, we've Kyle Shanahan's on record talking about how Christian McCaffrey has single-handedly changed, that organization and that offense, and right now you don't have that guy here, obviously.
Yeah.
And boy, those two guys that are potentially on the trade block around the NFL as we approach trade deadline here in 32 minutes. Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley. Yeah. I mean, if either one of them are out there, boy, I'd shoot for sure.
Well, look, you said it. The Texans don't have a guy like a Christian McCaffrey right now. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think there's a chance that they trade for Derrick Henry or Saquon Barkley. I think the offense is probably going to be a lot of the guys you see right now. And listen, man, it's been 7 games they've played, 8 weeks. They had a bye week. It was very disappointing what they put together coming out of the bye week against the Panthers. Now that you've had this amount of time, what for you? 713-572-4610. You can jump in on this too. What for you does the Texans offense need to look like now moving forward? After 7 weeks, as they roll through, starting with Tampa, what should this offense look like?
Well, I think 2 things. I think one, it's got to start and stop with CJ Stroud. No more establishing a run. No more expecting this offensive line and these tight ends to be a group that can in any way, shape, or form dominate the line of scrimmage. For the folks out there that don't believe these 2 backs are the answer and the running back positions problem, okay, whatever the problem is at this point in time, we've gone 8 weeks, 7 ball games, and the most recent ball game you had 2 weeks to prepare for the 31st ranked run defense in the league. If that's not a nail in the coffin of you trying to be a run-first football team or even a balanced football team, if that's not the nail in the coffin of the balanced football team that you thought you might be, I don't know what the hell is. And so I think it's got to start and stop with CJ Stroud. I think they got to throw the football to set up the run. I think they've got to start. So number one, I think it's got to shift from being a run-first football team to being and attempting to be a balanced football team to being a CJ Stroud-centric football team.
Number one. You feel like they've been run first.
Yes. I mean, there's been times, like, games dictate how you play. But, yes, I think the mindset – I'm talking mindset. I'm not talking about, like, well, we watched the game and he threw it 40 times. I'm talking about the mindset of this offense, without a doubt, has been we are going to run the football. We're going to establish a line of scrimmage. We're going to be dominant up front. We're going to be more physical. We want to run the football. And then you go into the defensive-minded head coach. We're going to run the football. We're going to milk the clock. We're going to protect the football. We're going to play good defense. We're going to make fewer mistakes than everybody else, and we're going to win that way. And I think that mindset has to change. I think you need to be in 11, and they are in 11 personnel a lot. But I've seen enough of the 21 personnel with Andrew Beck and Dalton Schultz in there trying to run the football. I've seen enough of that. Like, I'm okay with this offense spreading the defense out, letting CJ do his work, and then in the process of spreading the defense out, I think you create more room and more lanes for the run game by doing so. Number one, I think that's the case. I think you've got to become more CJ-centric. Number two, I think you got to become more aggressive, which is obviously just a double down on CJ. I think you got to become more aggressive in how you call offense and how you design game plans for CJ Stroud.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Like, I look at the games where I think their performance offensively, you're like, all right, that was some of the best we've seen them offensively. And my thing is, I don't think it's – I'm with you with, all right, let's pass first. But I hope that doesn't mean, hey, man, we're going to chuck this thing 40 sometimes. Because – and I think, as you said, games dictate this a bit. There are only 2 other teams who have rushed less than the Texans. I mean, I'm talking amount of times they have rushed, not yards, but the amount of time they've rushed. The Dolphins and the Bucs, oddly enough, who they play Sunday, the only 2 teams that who've run the ball less than the Texans. So it's not like they're shoving it down the throat. But I think about the Pittsburgh game. Well, he threw it around 30 times. 30 times, that feels right. They rushed the ball 24, 25 times in that game. The Jacksonville game, he threw it in that range. They rushed the ball around 20-something times. I just think they got to not just completely shelve the run game and completely just say, hey, man, we're just like, we just don't do it well, so let's just drop back and throw the football.
I don't think you ever shelve the run game. I mean, you're always striving to be balanced. To me, it's about the identity. DeMeco Ryans is talking about the identity and finding the identity and all that. Like, I think that has to shift. Like, it's clear, Ron. Like look what they did with Tank Dell last week. I mean, Tank Dell comes out and he ran the ball in the backfield 3 or 4 times and he caught 3 passes, and all 3 of them, I believe, were underneath within 8 yards of the line of scrimmage. I mean, clearly they took away a weapon in the game, and who DeMeco Ryans himself has said is an explosive player. You took him out of your pass game and tried to put him into the backfield and use him in your run game again, which I don't have a problem with.
Trying to get the ball in his hands.
My problem is you gave him 3 carries and you only gave him 3 catches. If he'd have had 7, 8 catches and 10, 12 targets and 3 carries, okay, that's cool. But you gave up one to experiment with him in a run game ultimately, and you didn't get it done. And so I just that, and I only highlight that because that's the mindset. Like the mindset moving forward has to be, we've got to get Tank Dell the football in the pass game, on the move vertically, so that he can do things like he did out on that left flank after he took that one little handoff or whatever, and using that spin move and that dead leg on the safety that came down real hard. Like, we got to get him to the open field in the screen game doing that, and downfield in the vertical pass game and try to get shot with him instead of, okay, don't put him out wide and get aggressive in the pass game. Put him in the backfield and see if we can't make some noise that way. That's just to me, the mindset has to shift. I think, look, if you go out there and in the first half, you get what'd they do against New Orleans? They get up 17-6 or whatever it was. And you go out there and you're spread and you're wide open and you're spinning around the park and you get up 17-6. Okay, so you run it 75% in the second half to chew that clock up and move it on. Now, the stats are going to tell you, well, we ran it just as much as we threw it, but the game dictated what the hell that you did. For me, it's not about the stats in the game. For me, it's the mindset. And this is the struggle, is that mindset, Ron, and then you got a defensive-minded head coach. And I'm not banging DeMeco on that, by the way. I'm just stating the obvious, right? Is you got an offense that can't run the football. I mean, you got an offense that is not going to be as dominant and as physical as you want them to be, but yet you got a defensive-minded head coach that most of those guys are, hey, let's play things tight. So how do they adjust? I believe they need to open things up and let CJ eat.
Let's see what our guy Seth Payne has thoughts about it. We'll get his thoughts about what the offense is, because I know he went off yesterday on his show, as well as if he thinks the Texans should do something in the next 20, 25 minutes or so with the trade deadline ensuing. We'll discuss that with Seth Payne coming up next on The Drive.
In my fantasy version of sex addict therapy, it's a raucous and hilarious place.
The Texans took a tough loss in Carolina, but CJ Stroud isn't going to be discouraged.
What's the one to hold your head down? Of course, you're not happy about it, but we're not that type of team that's just going to tuck our shell and not have swag and confidence no more just because we took a L. We've showed our potential. We're going to keep doing it.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Bell Furniture and Beat a Bell Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by Tachus. On 69, the East Tex Freeway, southbound before Kelly Street, it's a stall that has a left shoulder blocked. Traffic slowing you down? Does your internet slow down too? Tachus Fiber Internet offers speeds as fast as light over 100% pure fiber optic network. Find out more at tachus.com/radio. That's TACHUS.com/radio. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
When it comes to health, there are numbers every man needs to know, including your testosterone number. I recommend going to Low T Center. They make it quick and easy to get your levels checked, and it's only $25. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and with their on-site
to name it nice. Stuff to make you big and strong. Stuff we can name in this song. Stuff for lawns and decking halls. Say big on stuff at Amazon. Stuff.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. It is a Tuesday, so that means we are joined by one half of the best damn sports morning show in all of Houston right here on Sports Radio 610. Payne and Pendergast. Seth Payne joins the show. All right, hey, Seth, man, it's about 18 minutes. 18 minutes until the trade deadline. For you, do you think that the Texans need to make a move, should be involved in some sort of trade?
The moves I'm suggesting are like the kind that wouldn't get like you're not going to have to disguise this move when you like suggest it to your wife. Like, hey, maybe we should try. Oh, isn't it crazy that they're doing this on this movie? Maybe we should try something like that. You don't have to tiptoe around it. Like, it's not some big exotic move. I just want something kind of like what the Vikings just did with the Jaguars, where the Jaguars got a nondescript guard from the Vikings, Ezra Cleveland, who's like, that's only like the third Ezra I know of in existence, but I feel like he's probably got to be an okay guard with a name like Ezra. Somebody like that. Somebody I've never really heard of or considered before, but can fill in at center or left guard for the Texans.
How about a Hunter Henry type tight end?
Oh, yeah. That would be the only problem is, okay, a Hunter Henry type tight end. Do you think are the Patriots selling?
Well, I don't know. I did read an article this morning where he could potentially be available from the.
They should be selling.
I'm torn with that. Okay, because this is where we are with like various positions on the Texans, because I've seen people say the Texans should sell. The Texans don't have enough depth, really. Like, I can't think of a position where I'd say, well, yeah, you know what? Trade this aging veteran away because you've got this other guy waiting in the wings. It would be interesting if you traded for Hunter Henry, because then you've got Dalton Schultz, who's on a 1-year prove-it deal, and then also another guy that presumably you might be looking for a new contract or what have you. I don't know what his exact contract is or how much time he's got left on it. I'm cool just playing it out with Dalton Schultz and maybe trying to re-sign him. The one that would have been intriguing to me was Leonard Williams, because Pete Carroll bringing him in, there's kind of a lineage there with the Seahawks defense and how, it led to the 49ers defense and now over to the Houston Texans, where you could see where Leonard Williams might be appealing to D'Amico as a defensive-minded head coach for the same reason that probably kind of stunk for him when DeForest Buckner was traded away. The 49ers had no issue trading away DeForest Buckner, which I'm sure the defensive coaches in San Francisco weren't all that happy about. And he might almost look at that as, hey, this team's missing a defensive interior presence like that. We'd love to bring him in here. But beyond that, if it had been Montez Sweat or Chase Young or any other defensive end, I feel like you've already spent a lot of draft capital on Will Anderson as an edge rusher. You can go find yourself another one the hard way by doing it through the draft or something. But we don't need to be trading draft picks and giving a new free agency deal to a defensive end at this point.
Seth Payne with us, and Seth, we were just kind of discussing this here, as it was disappointing offensively to see how the Texans came off the bye week against a defense that had struggled so much in the Panthers before the Texans faced them. After coming off that game, 7 weeks in your opinion, how should the Texans approach offense moving forward? What should be their way of attacking defenses?
They've got to open it up at least a little bit. I don't need them to become some team that passes the ball 80% of the time. But I don't I just tweeted this out from one of the super nerds, Computer Cowboy, that showed that the Texans, when it comes to early down passing rates, they pass on the early downs when the game is still in contention. second to last in the NFL. They're sandwiched between the Giants and the Cardinals. So, think about that for a moment. They have voluntarily put themselves between the Giants and the Cardinals. Why would you ever voluntarily put yourself between the Giants and the Cardinals? I don't get it. I don't understand it, especially when you have CJ Young. At the very least, be more aggressive on early downs. There's too many times where Bobby Slowick has fallen into that old psychological trap that offensive coordinators have where, it's 2nd and 10. I better get this thing on schedule by running the ball. And you're like, yeah, cool. How exactly are you going to do that with a team that averages 3 yards per carry running? How are you going to get on schedule on 2nd and 10 running the ball when you can't run the ball? So there's that. And then on the other side of it, you do still also have to improve the rushing offense. So they've got to figure out a way to rush better, but also understand and concede for the moment that, yeah, you've actually got an actual weapon at quarterback that's probably going to get more yards with a passing attempt on 1st and 10 or 2nd and 10 than you're going to get by a rushing attempt, and more consistently. So, modernizing it a little bit, I'm not saying that you have to treat it like Joe Burrow was his rookie year. Remember, Joe Burrow was throwing the ball 60 times a game. But something more aggressive than what it is right now.
See, I tell you how they got where they are sandwiched between the Giants and the Cardinals is it's the first 8 games that they've ever done it, right? And so for me, I look at it and I go, okay, with the stat that Seth just threw out there, I can deal with that right this second.
Yeah,
but we've seen enough. We've seen 8 weeks, 7 games, and we've seen a two-week stretch where you had to prepare for the 31st worst run defense in the league, and you still didn't get it done. The writing's never been on the wall bigger of, hey, if you're going to try to win ball games with the crew that you have right now, the guys that you have in that clubhouse, you've got to do things a little bit differently. And so I can live with a number you just threw out there, and their ranking for right now. It's doing the same thing moving forward is what is really going to rub me the wrong way versus making some adjustments.
Yeah, okay, so you know how in the NFL with offensive play calling, it's always finding that balance between simplicity and predictability. Everybody on defense, it's the same way. You'd love to be as simple as possible. The problem is you're going to become predictable if you do that. So where the Texans are right now is I can understand thinking, hey, first we want to establish a run game, so we need reps to do that. But we also don't, in trying to get competent, we don't want to simplify it so much that it becomes easy to predict, and then you end up with the same outcome where you're not running the ball effectively. You've simplified it, but then people know what's coming. I mean, you can keep it somewhat unpredictable while also simplifying it simply by doing it less. They're doing so much stuff right now to where guys are coming completely unblocked. When you do these cute little plays where somehow the defensive end is completely 100% unblocked with nothing to deceive him except for Tank Dell in front of him with a football. When Tank Dell got tackled in the backfield, that play was botched so badly that there was absolutely nothing to prevent that defensive end from focusing in on Tank Dell. There wasn't a reverse element. There was nothing. It was one of the most idiotically executed plays, and God help me if it was designed that way, because then it's 4 times the sin of just being poorly executed. But you're trying all this different stuff to try to get some kind of run game going, and in doing so, you're getting away from actually getting competent at run blocking, like the old school run blocking. So just, you know what you do? Bobby Slowick, this is my advice to you. Pass it a little bit more. You can simplify the run game, get really, really good at it, and it doesn't have to become predictable as long as you're not running all the time, because they're so bad at it. It's so hard to watch.
That's what I've said, and that's my thing. It is, that can't be the design, to repeatedly have guys unblocked, like Clint was talking about yesterday, just guys play side, just unblocked on the line of scrimmage. Yeah. And I'm just saying is, that's not how it's being taught. That can't be the design. And damn it, you got to have Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard and Dalton Schultz have to be able to understand, to execute some of these plays, right? You can't. I understand what you're saying. You got to make it simple, but damn, it ain't that hard not to know to block 52.
It's not that hard, except this is the classic issue that you have with first-time coordinators on either side of the ball. And we saw it. This is where I'm a little bit more optimistic about this week, because we saw the exact same thing happen after the bye week with the offense that we saw in week 1 of the season. And it's classic with offensive coordinators. They want to do everything, right? They want to be the Madden genius that they dreamed they were going to be when they were 12 years old, drawing up plays in their notebook at school. So and you've got to drill that out of them. It's got to be beaten out of them. And it got beaten out of Bobby Slowick after the first game. Remember, they had to take timeouts. They had a lot of execution issues with potential delay of games and everything in week 1. What did they do? They scaled it back a little bit. They said, all right, let's simplify this. Let's focus on what we can control. And likewise, after the bye week, man, you get, oh boy, we are going to use Andrew Beck. We're gonna run the wheels off this Andrew Beck wagon in this game, and we're gonna have all kinds of fun little fake RPO action things to the point where our offensive guards aren't even gonna know what play he's gonna call. Like all this stuff, they're gonna scale it back a little bit. It's constant, and I think that's probably maybe needs to be more of what DeMeco's focus is on right now as a head coach. This is maybe where the balance between being a defensive coordinator and a head coach starts to play itself out, where DeMeco realizes, man, maybe I need to be a little bit more of a counsel with Bobby Slowick and at least press him on exactly why he's adding as much to the offense as he is. Because whatever they're doing, it's right now, it's not just that it's not working, it's also it's holding CJ Stroud back in some respects. They gotta break out of whatever model they have in their head right now about what they're trying to do versus what they're capable of doing.
All right, Seth. I love it when you get fired up. We appreciate you joining us. Hopefully they can get a W against Tampa. And, shout out to you for working alongside a gentleman who had balls drawn on the top of his head all day today. That's big for you. Huge for you.
He didn't do it until the final segment. That was why it was particularly jarring.
I choose to allow to believe he did it for 4 hours.
He had done it for 72 hours before I told him.
In honor of that for Sean, I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna draw what Sean had on his forehead. I'm gonna do it on mine right now, just because he's my soda brother and I feel that close to him. So I'm going to draw balls.
That's a great way to pull people to the YouTube channel.
I am. I'm going to draw balls right on my head. That's what I'm doing. All right, Seth, we'll talk to you next week.
All right, guys.
All right, coming up, trade deadline. Hey, we'll see what happens in the next 5 minutes. We'll let you know if the Texans do anything and updates on injury situations with the Texans. Somebody else has gone on the IR. We'll let you know the latest of that.
The Texans take on Tampa Bay on Sunday in a big bounce back. FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, as we're tracking, and Cheryl and Tyler, you may see something, but it does not appear that the Houston Texans got themselves involved in any kind of trade situation as they stand pat here as a team in the division. They go after a guard, probably a position that maybe some Texans fans think that they should address. The Jags go and get Ezra Cleveland. That's a move they make. We see the big news, the big moves of the day. Washington, they let edge rushers go. Montez Sweat for a second-round pick to Chicago. And then Chase Young goes to the San Francisco 49ers for a third-round pick. And earlier, the Vikings go out and get a quarterback. They go and get Josh Dobbs. As we know, Kirk Cousins is out with a Achilles heel issue that he suffered Sunday. So I guess the first thought to you and the people, Clint, are you disappointed that the Texans did not show any activity on the trade deadline?
No, I'm not disappointed. No, I mean it's not. I didn't expect them to be super aggressive. As a fan, it would have been nice to hear it. Still, right now, 304. It'd be nice to see a little something across the bottom there, the bottom ticker there on ESPN about making a move for a player. Because look, if it's making the news, it's obviously a pretty good name, pretty big name player making a move. So yeah, as a Texans fan, would I like to see it? Yes, absolutely. I'd love to see it. Am I disappointed that they didn't make any moves? Nah, I'm good. I totally understand. It's not quite as easy as just, hey, these 10 guys are available, go get one. I know there's a formula in the works there, so no, it's all good. I'm not disappointed. I'd like to see it, though.
Yeah, I'm with you. And for me, coming into today, I became a little less aggressive on just a big move after Sunday's game with the thought of, yep, it has to be somebody really, really special to unload one of those premium picks. And I call premium picks first, second, and I'd even include third rounders if we've seen throughout the league third rounders really pan out to help teams, because those picks obviously you get in the second and third round for at least 4 years as cheap labor. As you take a look at it, your third round pick, defensive end in his third or fourth season, and Johnny Grenard, his fourth season, leads your team in sacks, and I believe is your best defensive lineman thus far. Cheap labor. And in second round, Jalen Petrie, a guy you have at the safety position that you'll have for cheap labor. And then obviously the first round, we see your quarterback, and even though there have been blunders in the draft up to this point, there's just it's hard, and it's a big decision to say, I'm going to pass up on that to get, it's got to be a really, really special player. And in the situation they were in, I'm not sure that special player existed to me. So I'm good with it. And for me, even though they have had problems, because I see people texting in, what about Derek Stingley? What about Kenyon Green? What about John Mechie? What about some of the other picks? Yeah, they've struggled. You don't just give away picks, in my opinion, just because the guy selected them has struggled. You either pick better or you get rid of that person that struggled with that. You don't just say peace out to picks that way. So
being reckless is silly, right? I mean, obviously you don't want to be reckless, but I think for every positive in terms of draft picks, there's negatives. I mean, there's some suspect first rounders on this squad. There's some suspect second rounders that are getting cut from their fourth and fifth squad that Bill O'Brien picked before he left. And so I mean, there's pluses, there's minuses. I think the biggest thing is for me, I think this organization. Look, you're on year 4 of this rebuild. I just think this organization is at a point where when a Chase Young is available, yeah, we got to entertain it. I mean, and I know they got Will Anderson. I know they got Jonathan Grenard. I'm just saying when that caliber player comes available, you've got to consider looking at him. And
I'd have done the Chase Young.
Yeah,
third round pick for that position. The potential of him. Like they still don't have a player that fits kind of the size makeup that I think DeMeco really likes, like a Nick Bosa, and he damn sure does that.
Well, that's the thing is it's hard to sit here as a Texan and go, well, they don't need that guy. And then you look at who he went to at San Francisco. They got Bosa on one end and drafted Kinlaw not too long ago, and they've
brought in
Armstead in the middle, Hargraves in the middle, and so
yeah.
I mean, I liked a couple of the young guys that are here with the Texans, but I don't think you could ever have too many pass rushers.
Chase Young, not bringing in Chase Young because Jonathan Grenard would not have. I'm adding to that.
Yeah. Well, I think the Texans, big picture for me, the Texans, we can't wait until the offseason or hope draft picks hit to go get the guys that are going to make a difference. When you're in year 4 of a rebuild, I know a couple of those years were a teardown, if you will, but at some point you got to go get dudes that are going to allow you to turn the corner. And when special guys come available, I don't know how much longer we can just keep waiting and keep passing and keep moving on and keep accumulating draft picks. At some point, you're going to have to roll the dice and take a little bit of a risk and pay some guys that may get injured. They may not pan out. You got to make that happen. So I'm waiting for that moment for the Texans. As a fan, I'm here for it.
Let me hit you all with this. What do you think about the approach the Bears have taken the last 2 years? So the last 2 years, the Bears ended up with the number 1 overall pick last year, so they at the trade deadline, they were not contenders. They are damn sure not contenders right now. But the last 2 years, they have operated and made moves like they're contenders. Last year, they traded a second-round pick to the Steelers for Chase Claypool. Now, that clearly didn't work. They've since traded him to the Dolphins this year, and they didn't win a game the entire time he was there, and they finally won their first game once he left. And then this year, they go and get Montez Sweat for a second-round pick again to bring him in the fold. Even though they are not contenders, they have decided to, hey, we're going to go after guys, even as we're not contenders, to bring in players. What do you think about their angle on how they're handling the trade deal?
I like it. I think they are. I don't know what year. I don't follow that organization enough to really tell you what year of the teardown rebuild they're in. I don't know how much of the teardown was taking place before. Yeah. What's Nagy been gone? 2 years?
It's the second year gone now.
Eberflus's second year. So, yeah, I mean, they're at least a year behind the Texans.
I like it.
I like it, too. Like I said, I just don't – I don't think you can just sit around and wait and hope guys are available whenever it is you decide to pull the trigger and make moves. I like the thought of accumulating guys here or there along the way that are – sure, they're going to help you. They're going to help you potentially win some games now, but they're also going to get in the system, learn the system, and it's a long-term play.
Like if you think – because, I mean, obviously pass rush is hugely important in this league, and if you think you got a young pass rusher that's going to be better than second or first-round picks, I'd be on it. Like that's something that I would make a decision on. I would look at that, especially he's a young guy that's probably got 5-6 more years to potentially play at a high level as a defensive end. That's something I would do. So interesting to see how they're handling this thing. But it looks like the Texans will not make any moves here as the trade deadline came to an end at 3 o'clock.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, speaking of the Texans, they had some moves, and you know the story of the year, the injury front, Clint, and they had to add another player to IR, Tegan Quatoriano, the tight end, and hell, I don't know, Clint, is he the best blocking tight end? I mean, and they have. I know they have struggled, but I think he's the best blocking tight end that they have.
I mean, I think he's the best blocking inline tight. Yeah. No, I don't need to put all those. No, yeah, I would say that he's the best blocking tight end that they have. That's why he's playing as much right now as he has. Yeah, I mean, it's between him and Dalton Schultz.
He's better than Dalton Schultz.
Yeah. I mean, both of them leave a lot to be desired in the pass game. But yes, is he better than Dalton Schultz? I would say probably, and I'm basing that off of what they're asking him to do more so than what I've seen or not seen.
Yeah, well, he goes to IR, Clint, with a groin injury.
There we go.
So So as we talked about and I know you've said maybe they need to chill out on the run as much and at least change their mindset. Well, you know they like to use their tight ends, and they're losing what I think is their best blocking tight end. That's going to potentially change some things. That's one of the things I thought they might make a move. Although they might make a trade for a blocking tight end, and maybe they feel like they've got somebody on the practice squad that can fill that role. But that is a small thing, but especially if they're going to continue to try to run the ball and improve running the football, him being gone for the next 4 weeks is something. I don't know if they move Beck out there or do something differently with that, but they want to run the football, and they love to use their tight ends doing it.
Well, it's one more reason why I think they just need to get away from 21 personnel. Stay in 11 personnel. I'd even introduce some 10 personnel, which is 1 back and 4 wideouts. I'd spread teams out and use Dalton Schultz. You're paying him $10+ million this year. You can use him in a 4 wideout set, and count him as a wideout, count him as a tight end, whatever you want to, and spread that thing out and see if you can't run it that way. See if you can't do some stuff with the quarterback to potentially run the football a little bit and get this thing at least where it's effective, and you start dictating some of the different coverages that you see versus sitting back and putting so much on CJ's shoulders. So there's several reasons, Ron, and this Tegan Quatoriano news is one of them for me of why, again, I think they need to go away from that, because you're going to plug a guy in off the practice squad now as your inline tight end, or you're going to ask Dalton Schultz to block more and help this running game get better?
I wonder what they're going to do.
I mean, Andrew Beck is more of an H than he is a tight end. You going to ask him to do more? You asked him to do more last week. How'd that work out for you? Yeah, to me, it's not. This is even more of a reason to lean in the other direction.
Well, according to Aaron Wilson, more on the table potentially. Texans wide receiver Robert Woods is expected to miss another game with the foot injury per sources, and another tight end, Brevin Jordan's foot issue could take some time as he deals with plantar fasciitis there, and then Jarrett Patterson, who is sidelined with the ankle injury, and he's going to miss some time there. So Robert Woods going to miss another game. Hell, maybe that's something we need to talk about this week, because that offense, I guess, in some way looked different. I just can't believe it was the Robert Woods absence that made it look so different, and that was maybe the worst passing performance they had this year. But hell, I guess you gotta say there's something to that if he leads your team in targets. So we'll see what happens moving forward with Robert Woods, as he's going to miss another game.
Yeah.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
Go ahead.
No, a different Tank Dell this week. I mean, to me, that's the answer. A different Tank Dell, maybe look a little bit more Xavier Hutchinson. You got answers. You just got to get them on the field and see what they can do.
Yeah. Monday Night Football last night. The Lions, they bounced back from that loss, that tough loss in Baltimore. They beat the Raiders 26-14, and I think the story of the game, Clint, was not really the Lions and Jahmyr Gibbs, who was fantastic, over 150 yards. I mean, hell, he completely jumped into the stands on one of the touchdowns. But it was Devante Adams, and I mean, wide open, big plays at the very least that probably could have been touchdowns, that I'm certain, Clint, you probably lost your mind and thought, God, I can hit those throws right now.
One of them was a 98-yarder and one of them was a 60-yarder, and the only thing that kept them from being touchdowns is if Devante Adams tripped over the damn turf or something. He's got to be sick. I mean, not only that, but you look at Jimmy Garoppolo just showcasing why in the hell Kyle Shanahan had to move on from him, and Devante's got to be he was already beside himself. He was already extremely frustrated. Now you throw into the mix like a justifiable reason for him to be selfish about it, and like, look, damn, not only are we not winning ball games, I'm wide ass open and can't get the ball. So, yeah, man, that was a tough.
They lost 26-14.
Yes,
and they were. Now, one of them, I'll say this. One, there was a big fourth down that I think was a ball that was catchable for Devante Adams. Now, it was thrown a bit behind him, just a bit. But Devante Adams, he slammed his helmet when he went over. They were deep in their own territory. It was a third down, and he should have come up with the catch. Now, Jimmy could have put it out in front of him a little bit more. So I will say I think that was on him, and he walked to the sideline and appeared to be that. But now you just can't miss those throws. Like, I mean,
hard to win with it, man.
The first one in the end zone, Okay, I'll say Hutchinson was bearing down on him and hit him after he threw it, but I still think an NFL quarterback's got to make that. Got to get in the vicinity. And the other one, Clint, they're down the sideline, and he doesn't get hit, and he doesn't have pressure, and he throws it out of bounds. Yep. Like he doesn't. That sucker goes. It didn't even have a chance to get it. It was 3-4 yards out of bounds. So that was rough to watch.
I can't remember who it was. Somebody on social media kind of highlighted his feet throughout those two misses. Man, it's you can. I always say it. You can see a guy thinking his feet, and when you look at, and I don't know if it was that because I didn't watch play for play, but it looks like he was getting teed off on, and he was happy feet, bad happy feet, and then panicked and tried to hit a wide open. Devante Adams throws it out of bounds. Bad look for Jimmy Garoppolo, that's for sure.
Tomorrow we will do more of turning the page and getting ready for the Bucs and looking forward. But I do want to just Sunday's game. The offense was clearly the issue, and I'm curious from you. Who do you most, because I think it ain't just on one person, but who do you most point the finger to from Sunday's 13-point output as an offense for the Texans? We'll discuss that coming up next.
The Texans offense struggled again. Follow the Upper Hand Fantasy Podcast on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, happy Halloween, folks. Big Halloween, big holiday for Tyler.
Honestly, keep kind of forgetting it's Halloween.
Do you?
I mean, since we started the show, none of us are dressed up, so it's kind of easy. Then I look out in the hall and I see Figgy in a throw.
Do you? Yeah, Figgy's out here looking like Shaft.
We're undercover, brother.
Do you guys feel bad not dressing up?
I don't feel bad. I feel like I should probably participate a little bit more and maybe let my hair down, have a little bit of fun, and invest the time necessary to do it right and all that. I feel a tad bit lazy, a tad bit disconnected from the crew because I don't participate as much as I probably should.
Yeah.
You know, it's.
You feel bad, Tyler?
I don't feel bad. I've never been the guy that really dresses up to go to work. I'm dressing up tonight with my nephews, but it's never been my thing.
I would have bet a lot of money that Tyler would be in it to win that contest today now. I thought he'd be in the middle of it.
Nah, that ain't it. Yeah, I dig it at that feel.
It's just like, it's everything between your home and the office for me. Like, I just feel like, I don't know. Like,
you're in that out of the car to pump a little gas. And
yeah, man. Like, I'm a grown man.
Like a grown poop emoji outfit or something.
Yeah.
I guess you could bring it.
Yeah.
And change it.
No, that's a good point. I just think about like riding the elevator with people here in the office, and you're like, I don't know, I'm looking like the Joker from Batman. I just feel odd.
Yeah, I just had never been my thing.
I stopped in Buc-ee's a little earlier, and it what's my man that played in the race car driver?
Will Ricky Bobby?
Yeah, Ricky Bobby came walking in that piece.
I feel like that's been a popular one this year. I've seen a lot of that one
popular.
And his wife. Yeah.
I ain't got his wife.
Or his wife in the movie. You know, she ends up leaving him or whatever. She's a good-looking blonde.
Yeah.
Halloween is cool because it is the one night a year women can dress like sluts and it's completely fine. So that's the cool part.
It's an interesting way to put it.
It is an interesting way to put it. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I was very proud of my baby girl. She was Pebbles today.
That's cute.
I told my wife one of her shoulders was exposed. I said, I think we need to put a black thermal on underneath that top. I don't think there's any reason to have
cold one
to have the shoulder exposed. It's a little bit cold out. Yeah. Needless to say, she didn't go for it. But Pebbles, she was a cute Pebbles, man. Had a bow in her hair that was a bone, and had the little dress on that was polka dotted, and black tights, black boots. You look like you're in deep thought, man. What's going on over there?
He does.
What the hell did Tyler piss you off, or what's going on over there?
No one's ever pissed me off.
Hell, that ain't true.
We know Jim Nantz did.
Never. I am thinking of the question I just posed on the other side of the break. Not that I wasn't listening to you guys. I was. I'm glad Pebbles is warm. Who is it to blame?
Pebbles was cold, by the way. She didn't wear the thermal under her shirt. So you weren't listening, but I got that one. But I got you.
Yeah, I missed that one.
I got you though.
That was too good. I was listening. Glad Pebbles was warm.
Was warm. Well,
she was warm.
I mean, being honest.
Well, I mean, to her, she was warm. Hell, she said, I don't need to wear it. Warm.
That was scary.
I'll stop trying to recover. Whose fault was it? Who do you place? Now, it's not just one person, but if you had to say the most blame you would place on the reasons for the offensive struggles in that game, because that was first game of the season type struggles. Like you get that from the Ravens game, but who would you put the blame on the most, or had the biggest part to why it looked that way?
I'm gonna go with the O-line.
That's a fair one.
I'm gonna go with the O-line, and I got if it happens again, it's on Bobby's ass. Just flat out, it's on Bobby.
Dang it, Bobby.
But this was, to me, this was a last ditch effort to go, hey guys, we've got to get this right. We got to get up there, communicate it, execute it, and you don't have to be flawless. You watch that game last night where Jahmyr Gibbs went for $150. Man, there were guys that didn't get every bit of their block, and he'd go to the house, or he'd go get 10 yards. Or it doesn't have to be flawless, but you can't have a runner. You can't have a free runner in every day on play side on every damn play. Like it was just bad. And I think as much money as you've got up front invested in this offensive line, there's just no excuse to not be able to communicate and execute what appears to me to be some of the more very basic concepts. And again, it's play side. I'm not out the backside trying to cut somebody off or the backside free runner. It's play side. It's right
like
there
the
in
number
the face.
one guy you should be getting.
Yeah. I mean, like we're trying to run it. We're trying to run it between, up Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard's backside, and they let the D tackle that's in that gap somehow penetrate. And again, not penetrate because he's really good and because he got skinny and he did a great job penetrating, but penetrate because you didn't communicate who had him, and so y'all both let him just split you, kind of do that kind of thing. So Ron, I got to go this right now. I've got to go with the offensive line. That the biggest problem in why they weren't able to score points against the Carolina Panthers, in my opinion, was the offensive line just flat out, whether it's not communicating and not getting their guy, or it's just not executing what's called. I've got to first and foremost go with the O-line.
Yeah, I see a lot of Nick. I'm sorry. A lot of
damn, Nick's catching bullets.
I do. It says blame Nick Caserio for assembling a poor group of run blocking offensive linemen. I wasn't going to read that one now, but I think that's why I said Nick. I think I just saw. But I see a lot of Bobby Slowick.
Yeah,
Bobby Slowick. That's fair. Here, Bobby Slowick. And as there's a Tyler in there. They're blaming you, Tyler. But a lot of Bobby, and I can get there because there were some things like Bobby. I just don't know the scheme where we're like, all right, Ryan Burns is on this edge. We're going to block him one-on-one with Motor. I don't like that's an odd one. Let's throw that one out. Let's just do something else. Maybe he's chipping. Maybe he's helping, but he's not alone, which led to ruining a play. But I think overall, I just the players, all of them on offense, just because they were – like, I can't believe – I can't go from multiple weeks of, Bobby Slowick is dialing them up. Like, you can see Bobby Slowick he is a weapon. He's the Saints game, we talked about him being a weapon on – like how he's able to – there's no Tank Dell. But against the Saints, we're still pushing the ball down the field, making plays with Noah Brown and things like that. We don't have – offensive linemen that are on NFL rosters right now. But we beat the Steelers in their pass rush, and we're able to push it down the field and execute. All of a sudden, hey, man, the dude, as you said, play side is just wide ass open to not get blocked. Like we're looking at – I can see who Titus is supposed to block on those pools, and yet he doesn't touch them, right, to ruin plays. And yes, I know this one's going to be hard for some of you because this guy has reached God territory to where nothing is ever his fault. But, CJ, you got to find a passing lane and stop getting the ball knocked down. You got to hit Nico Collins on the go route that you had where he had multiple steps. You threw the ball behind some folks. That you throwing 140 yards passing was not just on Bobby Slowick's design. So I think overall, I just can't believe that Bobby Slowick, coming off the bye week, and what we've been impressed to see him do of late, came up with that.
Yeah.
Like I just like you just can't jump. You just don't see you jump from there to that.
Yeah, there's plenty of blame to go around. There's no question about it. The scary thing about what's going on with this Texans offense for me is the day and age in which we're living in the NFL in 2023. You got guys that are limited in practice at best. That are not physical at all at the line of scrimmage, and they're making a whole lot of money. And back in the old days, you'd have went back and said, "Hey, we're gonna get physical. We're gonna get physical on Wednesday and Thursday. Y'all gonna show me you can get physical on Wednesday or Thursday, or you ain't gonna play on Sunday. We're just gonna get physical with this thing." Now you sit there and you got to go back to the drawing board, and you got to try to talk these guys into being physical and getting their job done and communicating, what needs to be communicated in that run scheme. And you got to do so while
half of them are limited in practice.
Limited in practice. Yeah. You know, and that's the tough part, really, on both sides of the ball. But the offense struggling is right now is the point of contention, and that's where. Good luck with that, Bobby.
Yeah. Yesterday we saw an example. Actually, earlier this morning we saw an example of just teams just wanting to be stupid. Just wanting to be stupid and doing things that they know won't work. We'll discuss that coming up on the other side. But guys out there, I hope you are paying attention, and not just paying attention. I hope at this point that you're taking your health as serious as possible and doing your homework to
News. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Oh, yes. I love it. CJ Stroud in God territory right now. And it took, 7 weeks?
7 weeks, and he can do no long.
No, he can't. He can't. I knew it was something yesterday when we played that audio of him saying that about Nick Caserio, or not Nick Caserio, Bobby Slowick.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody was just like, yeah. Because, listen, I have a problem with it, but usually you hear a rookie come out and say, hey, man, we need to do this, this, and that. We got to call it. We got to call it.
Yeah.
There are some people who will be like, hey, chill out, young pup. But now people's like, yeah, man, CJ's right. Yeah.
We need to be more aggressive.
Yeah, call out your offensive coordinator in a way. And now here it comes. I tell you, he's in God mode right now, and it took 7 weeks. My favorite part. Hey, Ron, CJ's 2, 3, or 4 pass attempts, which were batted down, was due to lazy-ass offensive linemen that disengage their obvious blocking responsibilities, which is unacceptable. That's not on CJ. All caps.
He ain't laying down for nobody.
All 4 of them. All of them. I'm telling you, hey, I'm prepared for it. I'm here for it. And I know this is going to get me in a lot of trouble and heat with some of you, because I'm certainly going to say when CJ is killing them and banging them like he has most of the year. But on this show, we certainly ain't going to be afraid to express how if he ain't right and if he did make some mistakes. Some of y'all, that's going to piss y'all off. Y'all going, because he's reached God territory up in this piece.
Hold on, Joe.
Yeah, man. How long did it take you to get to that in Arkansas?
Where I couldn't do any wrong?
Where nothing was your fault.
Ooh, it took me a while. That first year we were 4-7. It was it's pretty bad now. It was pretty bad. Luckily, I didn't live in an age where all this access.
All of them? Every last one of them. I mean, went back and you went back, broke down the film on all 4 of them. I bet you did. Got the all 22 and said, oh, yep, there it is. Shaq Mason disengaged on that one. And probably Shaq disengaged on that.
One of them, CJ, was the first one. No, the second one. CJ was lucky he got batted down because there was a linebacker. There was a linebacker undercutting that was unless he was going to throw that thing high and outside, boy.
It was a third down.
Wow.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, man. All right, yeah, man. Yeah, by the way, remember, it is a Texans Ticket Tuesday, and we will be hooking you up with a pair of tickets. Just got to listen. Be hooking you up with a pair of tickets coming up as the Texans will take on the Tampa Bay Bucs here at NRG. Front row seats in the bullpen. So stay tuned. Listen right here for your chance to win those pair of tickets. What are the LA Clippers doing?
Turd alert.
What are they doing, man?
Being idiots.
Like, they know that there is no way James Harden to the Clippers is going to work.
No, this is the time. This time it'll work.
There's no way. Right? You can see this. This isn't a, I'm saying this. No, I'm telling you, as soon as I saw that alert come across at 5-something this morning, I said, what? What?
Ain't got to worry about the Clippers no more.
Like, I just want to know, did they, all of the brass together, say it out loud. All right, James. So usually, yeah, that's a guy that's all in that you can depend on right here. James, Kawhi, who's going to play, 30 ball games and be prepared for him to potentially miss big moments in the playoffs. Paul George, guy kind of needs the ball in his hands a little bit too as well. They can play off the ball probably better than maybe the others. But he also gets hurt. And then Russ and James. Russ and James definitely are at their best with the ball in their hands. Most definitely. I think Kawhi probably is the one who should have it in his hands before anybody. And then Paul. But the guys who are so they're all going to start together. Because we saw how Russ kicked it up with the Lakers when he couldn't start. Who believes this is going to work?
I heard Stephen A. and them talking about it this morning, and they went round and round, and everybody got a turn, man, talking about this one. And the best thing I heard, Stephen A. at the very end of it, he wrapped that thing up. He said, "The one thing I know is this is a really good move if somebody's injured." Best case scenario, the LA Clippers. Yes, when somebody's injured, man, this is an unbelievable move. This team's got a chance.
Which is not good enough.
When they're all four healthy, what are y'all doing?
You remember how Russ and James, 3 years ago, struggled with figuring out how to handle two guys needing the ball together?
And James isn't even that James anymore.
Well, neither is Russ.
Well, yeah, but it's like I can even admit I have sports hatred for James Harden. I can admit that for a period of time he was him. That dude could hoop. He ain't that James Harden anymore.
I mean, he's still. If
he's still good.
If he's a point guard first, but I'm just saying we're starting. All right. So what's Russ gonna do when James has the ball as the point guard?
Well, that's the biggest
Go
fear,
spot
right?
up.
I mean, Russ.
Is that what he's gonna do? Go spot up and shoot three?
That's right here.
I mean, what would make sense, right, is if James would go spot up somewhere and just become a big time spot up shooter,
and then put the ball in Russ's hand.
Well, I mean, it's the only thing. It just.
But James is not a real great catch and shoot 3-point shooter.
James, he's not going to move without. He's not going to move the ball either. He's not going to run off screens and stuff like that to get open.
They're right.
Yeah, it's
like Stephen A. said. This would be great if Kawhi just has a Kawhi. Now you got a shot. You do? Like I'm serious. Like I am so serious. I don't know why I go to the well to do this stupid stuff, but I'm going to do it anyway. Like, I am so confident that this isn't going to work. Like, to me, you make this move, right? This is a move where you give 4 draft picks. I don't know, I'd say matter, but 4 draft picks and a bunch of role players that they use to get this. Like, you're trying to make a move in the West. You're trying to make a move. Like, I swear, I will shave my head on this air if they make it to the Western, they make it to the Western Conference Finals.
Oh
I will shave my head. Right, I am that confident.
If the Clippers make it to the, I just became a Clippers fan. I am 10 times more confident about this than I was about Bryce Young coming here. I have never been more confident about anything in my sports Tyler,
life.
didn't he lose a bet to you last year saying that a James Harden team would make the conference finals?
Yes, they're up 3-2.
I believe you're correct.
They're up
and now
3-2.
James moves and out to L.A. and now he's going to shave his hair. He's on the other side of that bet.
He's going to grab the Clippers for the Clippers.
They're going to get to the. I am so confident. This I could see something crazy happening, so I won't go to the second round because I don't believe they're going to get to the second round.
I wish we could gauge
no chance.
I wish we could gauge our listeners right now.
I swear I will. I mean, you could put it right there. You could record
I don't think you're moving any of our listeners from being a Rockets fan, but you're definitely moving them from their second NBA team that they root for is now the Clippers.
Do it. It ain't gonna. I don't care. It ain't gonna work. They got a better chance.
I agree with you. I don't think it's going to work.
Missing the
I want it to
playoffs
work
than
now.
getting to the Western Conference.
I want it to work.
I will do it. I will bring on Clippers. I will shave my head right here. I love my hair. I just got it back.
He was going back Bob's, y'all.
I'm going back Bob. I'm not cutting it. And I'm telling you right now,
I love that nickname too.
I will. Listen, I'm that confident. This is the dumbest thing. Like, I just don't understand it. I don't understand the move. I just don't understand it. As Clint said, Stephen A. said, it's like they made a move knowing someone's going to get hurt for long stretches, right? Like, and it's like, are they going to come back to play at some point?
It was a depth play. It was just a depth play for them.
Because all 4, none of them are going to go sit down on the bench and not start.
Hey,
right?
Hey, the Clippers right now top 5 in scoring in the NBA right now.
Okay.
per game score, and them Clippers are 121.3 per game.
Let's go, Clippers.
There you go. Yes.
Think about this defensively, how great this puts it together.
Oh, they brought that up. Like, who in the hell?
Think about defensively. You got the carcass of the knees of Kawhi there, who probably won't be there, and Russ sometimes plays hard defensively, and then you got Jimmy. And now Paul George is maybe the best hope you got to go with Zubac. Oh my God. Oh, this is. I mean, I cannot believe
it doesn't make sense.
I cannot believe they sat there at 1:45 this morning, as Adrian Wojnarowski said earlier, is when the deal happened, and said, "This is it.
This is gonna get us there." Also, how many times can Covington and Harden be swapped for each other?
Man. I just want to see what it looks. What is Russ gonna do? What is he going to do on the court?
They're going to make a conference finals, what they're going to do.
Okay. Kawhi is going to watch Jim dribble that damn ball for 17 seconds for the third time down the floor, and then Kawhi's going to go roll his ankle on purpose so he can come out. I'm over this. I'm over this. It's the most amazing. I cannot believe no one didn't say out loud, all right, so what are we going to do when James had the ball and Russ doesn't?
One of those where they went in the conference room, a real nice conference room, sat around that deal and said, all right, here's the move, boys.
Your back's not up against the wall to trade 4 picks and 4 players for Jim, who you don't know is going to be at some point, we all know this. January 27th, a random day could hit where Jim's out. Jim's out.
I'm not good enough anymore, man. I need to find somewhere new.
There's a real chance that Russ is the only one available in like a month and a half. There's a chance that he's the only one playing.
Well, James ain't going to be in shape by then, so he'll be all right.
But James might be out. My goodness alive. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
College football playoff rankings. They dropped tonight. The first night, the real ones that matter. Who's in, who's out. I got my top 4. See if these guys got their top 4. I got a little bit of a surprise in mine, and as well the Michigan Wolverines. I know y'all probably seen the controversy that's going on, the sign stealing scandal, and I'm not talking about the Astros. It got a little bit more hairy this morning. I'll lay that out and we'll discuss next. But before we do that, I got to tell you about advanced hair. Genetics, stress, hormones, aging, it's all natural factors that lead to hair loss. And so, look, if you're struggling with hair loss, there is a proven way. lot of people do. I disagree. They say that the only rankings that matter are the rankings that come. What is this week 8 or 9 in college football? The college football playoff rankings, the only ones that matter, man. None of this stuff matters. I disagree. I think the earlier rankings all impact what goes into the college football playoff rankings. I think it's great, content to cuss and discuss what other people think rankings are, especially top 5 or top 10 in college football. I think it's absolutely beautiful. But the college football playoff committee. They met Monday, and tonight, I believe, is when they're going to reveal the first college football playoff rankings. And it's a 13-person committee, Ron, and these committee members are directed through written protocol to consider strength of schedule, head-to-head results, and outcomes against common opponents. Obviously, conference championships, all that stuff down the road. But right now, strength of schedule, head-to-head results, and outcomes against common opponents. A lot of football left to be played, fellas, and I think a lot of people believe that this is going to be two Big Ten schools, Georgia and probably Florida State is where the other rankings sit right now, the AP and the AFCA coaches poll. I think a lot of people believe that's where the committee's going to land tonight. What do y'all think happens tonight? Y'all think the committee lands there? Or you think there's something that throws you a bit off?
Yeah, I think the committee probably goes with what we're seeing because that's taking into account the Georgia, Michigan, Ohio State, and Florida State. But I know I shouldn't let it because it all ultimately will shake itself out when you start to look at who has to play each other.
Right.
But I do think it frustrates me because the higher you are rated, I think makes the fall, softens the fall if you do stumble or something like that. I honestly think they should really look at who you've played, who you've beaten to go along with the eye test and how it's done. And to me, my top 4 is going to probably look a lot different than what the top 4 actually is, right? And I'm not a fan of living on what you did last year or in the past. I'm really looking at what we've seen this year because Georgia is number 1. The quarterback is different. A lot of their defense is different. And I'll be honest with you, to me, of the teams we're talking about, Georgia and Michigan have played the weakest schedules. Right, Georgia has one ranked team in it when they played Kentucky, and I don't even think they're ranked currently anymore. They were 20th when they played them, and Michigan hadn't played a soul. All right, to me, I don't even have Michigan in my top 4. I don't even have Michigan in my top 6. Mine is, and I'm not saying eye test wise, because that's the only thing you can go off of. Right, I think their best win is something like Rutgers or maybe Maryland. I think they beat Maryland. I think that might be their best win. They haven't played a soul, not anything close to a ranked team. Mine is Ohio State is number 1, as they got a road win against a top 10 team in Notre Dame, and then they beat Penn State, another top 10 team, when they played them. And I think both of them are in the top 12 right now. They would be my number 1 team. I think for me, Washington has the most impressive win against Oregon. And they've played some other really good teams in the Pac-12 as well. They're my number 2 team. Florida State is my number 3 team as they've got the win against LSU. They've got another win against Duke, and Clemson at the time was ranked. So I think they've played better competition. And then Georgia would be my 4th team. As eye test-wise, I'm really impressed with them. They are playing without their best player in Brock Bowers right now, and we'll see how that shakes out. But, their best win is against Kentucky. Now, they're about to play a tougher part of their schedule, but to me, I think you've got to award people for what they've done right now and this season, and not last year.
So, what are your top 4 again?
My top 4, in terms of what I believe what I believe most impressive wins and who they've played: Ohio State, Washington, Florida State, and Georgia. Those are my top 4, and I think maybe 2 of them. Well, I think Florida State, Georgia, and Ohio State will probably be in it.
we've got the same teams. I got a different order. I agree with you.
Oh, you got Washington in there.
Yes, absolutely. I agree with you that I don't like carryover from the previous year. But when you're Georgia and you've won back-to-back and you're undefeated right now, I'm sorry, man. I can't help but leave Georgia in the number one spot for me. I then go down to number 2, and I really like Florida State at number 2. You mentioned their resume: LSU, Clemson, Duke, and I'm gonna tell you, man, if you watch Florida State, they got the pieces, man. They got a quarterback, they got an offensive line, they got a quarterback that can run and throw it, by the way, and they've got 2 wide receivers that are in the top 3 or 4 wide receivers in the country in terms of coming out next year in the draft. I think Florida State has got the resume and the dudes. Ohio State is who I got at 3, and Washington is who I got at 4. Ohio State, because of, again, what you said, they beat Notre Dame and Penn State, and their defense is legit. Their defense is
and they've got a great player at wide receiver as well. They've got players.
Best wide receiver in the country to put it up blatantly. I got Washington at 4. I've said it all along. I thought Oregon is a team that, in terms of the top teams in the league that have just dudes that can line up and be as good as anybody in the country.
Oregon is a really good football team.
I think
that's the best win of the year, I think.
I think Oregon has it, and Washington went out there and took it to them. And so I got to give Washington, to your point, I agree with you. I think that's the biggest win of the year
Where
today.
Do you have Michigan in this? Because I think Michigan is going to be number 2 tonight.
I got Michigan first team out. And here's the deal. I agree with you. Their record's been garbage. And I like Big Ten teams. I hold that against them. Down the road, they've got. I believe they play.
They got Penn State.
They got Penn State. They got Ohio State,
and that's it.
So things will change there. It'll work itself out. But I've got Michigan. I've got Michigan number 5. Here's the one thing about Michigan. I do think J.J. McCarthy is the truth. I think their quarterback is the real deal, and I do believe that what we have seen of them. Ron, I looked at their schedule last night. Nobody's played them to within 24 points in a game. Now, to your point, they hadn't played nobody, but those nobodies, they have not been played to 24 points or closer, my man. And so I got to give them, while I knock them for the strength of schedule, handling their business in a very convincing manner, I got to give them that number 5 spot. And then beyond that, it gets real. It gets. I would probably have to go with Oregon, but at the 6th spot as the second team out. But you look at Texas with the loss to Oklahoma, but the win against Alabama, one of the better wins of the season by those top 10 teams. So it gets a little hairy in that 6th spot. Yeah. But my top 5, I think I'm pretty strong in.
Yeah, and first off, I think the NCAA is probably in the place they want to punish Michigan anyhow.
Yeah.
But, I mean, when you go out there and you say, man, I'm going to play East Carolina, UNLV, and Bowling Green in my non-con, there ain't a time, like it ain't hell, Bowling Green's down this year. No, Bowling Green's always going to be a team that you're going to dominate if you're Michigan. Oh, UNLV was East Carolina. No.
Yeah.
Those were all teams. The team in your conference, Ohio State, went on the road and played Notre Dame. I got to give some credit to that.
Well, that maize and blue, they're always going to try to get that in the college ball playoff conversation as long as they possibly can because of that brand, brother. But look, speaking of Michigan, because this is a big. The Michigan AD is actually on the playoff committee, by the way.
How about that?
And now the Michigan AD will have to sit out. He'll have to leave the room when they're discussing Michigan and what they're going to do with Michigan. But he is in the room, Ron. And I think that this brings me to the investigation that's going on right now of potential sideline sign stealing scandal. I'm not talking about the Astros. Everybody relax. Don't bite my head off. I'm talking about the Michigan Wolverines.
It seems
right
to
now.
be getting worse and worse.
It's getting worse. And here's
what
the thing.
we first thought.
I think initially there were some coaches coming out and were like, hey, man, it happens in college. I think Deion Sanders did it. I think Matt Rule even did it. Hey, man, people have been stealing signs in college football forever. They just keep pushing the envelope. I don't know if you've seen the latest, but get this, man. Central Michigan, these photos have surfaced from the Central Michigan State game, which I believe was week 1. And this Connor Stallions kid, he's already been, what do you call it with pay? Michigan.
Yeah, they dismissed him or suspended him without
suspended
pay.
him. They suspended him with pay, not without pay. They're going to keep paying him, but he's the guy
I think
that
he makes
chose.
$50,000 a year.
Sure, which he was probably making more every game that he was stealing signs at. But this staff member, pictures have surfaced at the Central Michigan State game of the Michigan staff member that's reportedly stealing signs on the sideline for Central Michigan with a pass that gives him access between the 20s, which is reserved for players and coaches and medical staff and things of that nature. Not former players, not boosters, nothing like that. They can literally see his badge, his sideline pass, and the letters that are on it in these pictures in Central Michigan. And he, by the way, he was next to two different staffers for Central Michigan all night long. All these pictures, he's next to the same two guys. So clearly they know who the hell he is and what's going on. Nobody's commenting on the situation, but I just got to believe that the thought of other coaches around the country going, oh, yeah, everybody steals signs. This is pushing the envelope a bit.
This is Astros like this is like pushing it. I'm just saying pushing it past the way that everybody else did, right? If you want to call it like Seth does, being better at it than everybody else does, that's fine. But there was. Hey man, we do some stuff. We watch some stuff. We look at stuff.
We watch some film. We may send somebody. We may send a scout to sit in the press box.
My favorite is Jim. He's rogue. He's doing this on his own.
Oh, Harbaugh, you talking about?
Yeah, Jim. Yeah.
Oh, he said. What did he say? He's too.
Really?
What did he say he was?
Just got him over there $50,000.
He said he's too one-track minded and too focused right now to give any thought.
He stuttered before 9 times where he said it. I'm not going to answer anything.
Chris Carter did teach us to have a fall guy.
Yeah. He found a fall guy. Got it. That's right there ready for you. Ready to fall for Jim.
He was on his own.
Man,
like it's a
what a mess at Michigan. I don't think it's enough to have impacted the first college football playoff rankings, but I do believe that they are going to be forced to make it if this stuff comes out in the wash and they are doing this. I mean, they
are doing it. I mean, Jim is trying to push one of my favorites, the conveniently stupid thing, the conveniently dumb.
What?
The Rick Pitino. I didn't know a brothel was being run on my campus to try to get recruits in.
Yeah,
Hell no, I did not know that.
I didn't know 18 to 20-year-olds liked sex that much.
How about this? They were putting that together.
Sources told ESPN that Stallions purchased tickets, not a stallion, but this kid's name is his last name's Stallion.
All right, I want a horse.
Purchased tickets at 12 Big Ten schools and for several other games involving potential Michigan opponents. A former Division III football player and coach told ESPN, this gets better, that Stallions compensated him to attend games involving Michigan opponents and record their sideline with his smartphone.
Again,
my man's going to D2 and D3 coaches and going, hey, man, I'll give you a little bonus if you let me use this. Let me just stand on your sideline and video the opponent, man.
Again, Jim wants you to believe
that he didn't know
that this guy just took it upon himself and as a self-motivator that he would say, hey, I'm going to do whatever it takes for this university, and I'm going to go on my own to start doing these things, and I'm going to fly to every Big Ten. And I'm just gonna, and Jim like, wow, look at all this intel. How did you know that? Have you seen the footage of the game? I think it was Ohio State, where
last year with CJ,
where they made some sign. They did the Ohio State like audible and did a different sign. Old Stallions is next to him, looking at his sheet, and then signals everybody. Then everybody starts signaling everything, and they get right in the right.
It's just a coincidence.
Yeah, man.
But Jim didn't know. I don't know how are you getting this information? This guy's a hell of a
this guy is good.
$50,000 worth.
Every time Jim tries to get a big money contract, something happens. Doesn't it? COVID cut his pay. Now all of a sudden he's in the middle. I thought he was going to be the highest paid college coach, and all of a sudden now he got a stallion out there to lose.
I'm waiting for Jim to tell us he ain't never. I don't know who this fella is. I don't know. As important as everything, as you know, Clint, coaches take serious. Everything, every single advantage or edge. You think Jim has no clue this.
You gotta
Jim, is that what he was doing? Is that how he got that?
Look, I know there's a lot of money in college football, and I don't even want to know what all goes on. I really don't, because I know it will tarnish the game for me. It really would. If I knew all these NIL and for sure who was paying guys and who was doing illegal stuff, like it would tarnish the game for me, no question about it. But boy, you got to be desperate. Sending a guy to a Central Michigan game and getting him on the sideline so he can film the opponent.
Got to get Michigan.
Giving
Michigan
signs.
State. Yeah, got to get him. And it worked out. Look at him. Look at CJ said. It worked out. All right. Coming up. Some more news on the injury front. And now it makes you wonder, how important is Robert Woods? Is Robert Woods that important to the Texans offense? We'll discuss that next.
every day. Live on Twitch and YouTube. Subscribe and follow. Then join the Houston sports conversation in a brand new way.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
See this on the text line. One of these times, man, we got to stop living in the. You gotta let a new year happen. Got to let a new year happen. Here we go. Clint Tyler, you'll love this one. Clint, somebody who watches a ton of college football. Look, guys, the Pac-12 is weak. None of them play defense. Who has Oregon beat? Who has Washington beat? No quality teams. Except for the top 10 ones that they've beaten. Going on the road to a team in Utah who plays defense in Utah, who they beat the hell out of. I was completely dead wrong on that one, which you picked. Went on the road and just crushed Utah. Who Caleb Williams couldn't solve, by the way. If either of them plays a top school from the Big 12, the ACC, the Big 10, or the SEC, they will get spanked. You got to take a deep breath and let that one ride, man. Washington and Oregon are real. And the Pac-12 is a lot better than it has been. Yes, it's been finesse and bad, but like Arizona, that ain't no sorry ass team. Arizona can play with the middle of the SEC. Right, Oregon State with DJ, you could away. He is. They are real as well as a good team to transfer from Clemson. Hey man, I'm just saying. I know what it has been. I'll tell you what. Right now, Washington is not afraid of Michigan. Oregon would love to get on the field with Ohio State. Oklahoma, who has been the top team in the Big 12. Listen, I love them. They just lost to Kansas. I think Washington, like when you watch Washington and Oregon, because didn't they play the same day as Texas and Oklahoma? I'm pretty certain Texas and Oklahoma played early at 11, and then they played later. You watched those two games, you thought to yourself, boy, that damn Washington and Oregon, they could stay on the field with Texas and Oklahoma. Is that really? Is that what you came up with? Nah, man. Washington and Oakland and Oregon are the real deal.
Yeah, they are the Pac-12 this season. It's a hell of a deal because obviously the Pac-12 is done beyond this season. But right now, I mean, it doesn't matter. They always play offense out there. They always spin it around the park. You look at right now the top defenses just statistically in college football. You got UCLA pops up, Oregon pops up, Utah pops up. You get over into rush defense. You've got two of the better rush defenses in college football. I mean, you've got some really, really good defense being played over there right now. And now, how does it stack up against the ACC, the Big 12, and the SEC? I don't know precisely, to be completely honest with you, but we'll find out as we move down the road here in college football. But I am definitely a guy that typically believes the Pac-12. The Big 12 falls in this category from time to time as well. But the Pac-12 is a team that's offense heavy, doesn't play much defense, spinning around the park. Whoever can light the scoreboard up the most and the longest wins ball games. But I just don't see that this year with the Pac-12.
It's like the ACC for years. Like, the ACC is down. Not Clemson, though.
Yep.
Not Clemson. Clemson can play with any of them, and I think Washington and Oregon can do the same. All right, injury update here with the Texans. This is coming from reports here. Aaron Wilson reports this. Texans wide receiver Robert Woods is expected to miss another game with a foot injury. So the thought is Robert Woods won't be available again against the Bucs. And listen, this was the worst offensive performance, I would say. I mean, the Baltimore game was the first game of the year. You're getting to know things. They have been rolling off a bye week, and they didn't have Robert Woods. And Do you think his impact was felt out there? Now that you watched the game, you saw it. Did you think missing him? Because before all the injuries, you said Robert Woods is the one to look at the most. But did you think this offense really missed him in that game?
No, I don't. I don't think they really missed him. I'm sure there was some level of impact, but I didn't watch that game and go, boy, if they just had Robert Woods, things would be better. It didn't strike me that way at all. No.
Yeah. So they're without they'll be without him again. We'll see what happens. We'll see how long it is that he is out for the year. But I hope they do a better job of replacing or the impact in the passing game overall. I mean, the passing game, that was extremely odd and disappointing to see. And you talked about it. What'd you say? Tank Dell had 3 catches. Right,
Tank Dell had 3 catches. Nico had 4.
And Dalton Schultz, who had been coming on, he had 1 for 5 yards in the game. Noah Brown came in and led the team in receiving yards. I don't know how much that has to do with Robert Woods, but hopefully the passing game in general, because we talked about the run game and it struggled really, but the run game was probably as good as the passing game on Sunday.
Yeah,
I mean the passing. If you look at the passing game, was not great.
Less than 250 yards total offense, and I think it was on both sides of the ball. Yeah, on both teams. Yeah, it was bad. I mean, if you look at this offense right now, and you say, okay, what is their identity? What do they do well? I think you're going to be at a loss. CJ has thrown it well. But I don't know what their identity is right now, what they want to do, and what they're other than trying to be a run first football team and ground and pound and everything. Obviously you counterpunch off the run game. I think we could say that's probably been the intention going into games, and then all of a sudden you open it up as the game goes along, and you can't run it. You got to open it up to win it. But I don't know who they are and what they're trying to do. I think they're a 21 personnel team, a 2 tight end team, a lot more than one would think, because they're trying to run the football. They're trying to get extra blockers in there. I just think we're in a spot where, boy, D'Amico Ryans talked about identity yesterday. Bobby Slowick and D'Amico both have talked about identity a lot this season. Man, I just think they're at a crossroads, man, where you've got to decide who you're going to be. And the one thing that I think it's blatantly obvious you're not is a run-first football team.
Physically going to do what the Lions did last night.
No, yeah, you ain't gonna do it. You're just not. You're not.
They probably want to.
You're not. You're just not. You don't have the ability to do it. Now, what I have seen you do well is spinning around the park.
You'll love this. Woods out. It's time to double down on Mechie.
What did Landry Locker say? Mechie ran 1 route last week.
One good hard one though.
Yeah. Yeah. No, man. I would. I'm at a point where I'd spread these jokers out. Now you can still run it if you'd like, but I'd spread these jokers out, and I'd see a lot less of Beck and Tegan Quatoriano, if it were me.
Well, you're not going to see a lot of Tegan Quatoriano because he's down. By the way, Tyler, I'm telling you, if they struggle passing game, I'm just going to believe it's Robert Woods. Their passing game struggles again Sunday. I believe they're under 200 yards. It must be Robert Woods.
Yeah, I guess you go and follow that up with the running. The running game problem is
got to be Damian.
It's got to be Damian Pierce.
If it's Robert Woods. If they come back and he throws for 145 yards, this Robert Woods they're missing him. They're missing him big time.
Hold on, Joe.
That's what it is. Ron, Cal, even to you. I've been waiting for this all day. Somebody else calls out Tyler.
What happened?
Somebody else calls out Tyler. You do not want to miss this. This is maybe the best audio I've heard in a long, long time. We'll discuss that coming up next. But, fellas out there, and hell, ladies, you as well. You've got special men in your life. We hope a lot of people are talking about Out there. Fight Milners. The Milner curse is completely alive and well.
It's real, folks.
It is. By the way, stay tuned and make sure you're listening. Your chance to win a pair of tickets. It's a Texans Ticket Tuesday. Your chance in the 5 o'clock hour. How about we do that? In the 5 o'clock hour, you'll have a chance to win a pair of tickets. Front row seats in the bullpen for Sunday's game against the Tampa Bay Bucs. Tyler, you had a rough weekend.
Very.
Week, not just weekend. Week, everything. Hopefully, John Mara last night gave you a little something of positivity because you had a tough week as the birth of a curse with your name on it has begun. You're not the only Tyler struggling.
Yeah.
Apparently, Dabo Swinney has had somebody push him to lose his entire mind. Now, I have not heard the question. There's a gentleman by the name of Tyler, just like Tyler Milner, who poses a question to the very successful head coach of the Clemson Tigers, who is struggling to his worst season right now at 4-4. Here is the question from Tyler's brother, Tyler, to Dabo Swinney.
You said
Oh.
it sounds a whole lot like Tommy Bowden, and I'll tell you one thing, Tommy Bowden didn't make the same amount of money as you do. You make $11.5 million a year. That's second in college football, if I'm not mistaken. I'm curious why that salary has led to a 4-4. And I know we're going to talk about, just being a couple plays away from undefeated and all that. Coach, before you categorize me as being in the 1.5%, I was going 2018, which talks about football. I was in the military, and I was overseas for the big run, and so I couldn't watch all the games, just try to do my best. But I always watch your press conferences, just for life advice, and I appreciate all that. Something changed after 2018. You're humble, you're hungry, and everything. And I always tell people, man, Dabo, just listen to his press conference. But after that 2018 national title, something changed, and there seems to be a lot of arrogance that came in. There's a lot of friends and family. I mean, 3 of the 10 on-field football coaches are external, experienced hires. Everyone else was an internal hire that had no experience before, or was a former player or friend. So I'm curious, why are we paying $11.5 million to go 4-4? And it's not just this year. It's been just the refusal to accept. All right. What's the name? Hey, Tyler.
Hey, what's this guy's name?
Oh God! This is so somebody let Larry call.
I get it. Now it all makes sense.
Oh, somebody let Larry call and ask Nick Caserio a question.
Yeah. So Sean and Seth had Nick Caserio on, and they opened the line.
Open up the line. All right, that's a caller.
Larry, let it rip.
Who let Tyler keep going?
This man was dropping scripture.
He said, I'd like for you to go take a look at Proverbs. I commend Dabo for hanging in that long. Who is the media person? Omar would never let that happen. Somebody's got to hold up a stop sign.
The media person had to be sitting next to Dabo, and Dabo had to be like, no, let him go.
Oh.
He had to, right? I mean, you could tell, like you can't. I mean, even you're the nicest sports information director that's sitting there with Dabo is not going to let that happen.
Yeah,
all right.
There's some people who had some dreams to tell Dusty something like this. Boy, I wish they'd have let Dusty.
That is so good, man.
All right, well, Tyler. Okay, now tell me if you think Dabo is justified for him going crazy. Hell, Tyler had to do this in 2 parts. Here's the first part of Dabo expressing his issues with Tyler Milner.
Why are we paying you $11.5 million?
All right, I don't know how old you are. Don't really care. All right, but let me tell you something. We won 11 games last year, and you're part of the problem, to be honest with you, because that is part of the problem. It's people like you that all you do is the appreciation. The expectation is greater than the appreciation, and that's the problem. And so, we've won 12 10-plus win seasons in a row. That's happened 3 times in 150 years. So if you want to know why, Clemson ain't sniffed a national championship for 35 years. We've won 2 in 7 years. And there's only 2 other teams that can say that, Georgia and Alabama. Okay? Is this a bad year? Yeah. And it's my responsibility. Take 100% responsibility for it. But all this bull crap you're thinking, all these narratives you read, listen, man, you can have your opinion all you want. And you can apply for the job. And good luck to you. All right? Hey, Tyler, I've listened to enough of you.
Hey, Tyler, I've listened to enough of you.
Oh, my God. Dabo. I think Dabo was nice.
Right?
I think he was. Now, Dabo let it go a little bit. Here's the second part to Dabo as he is addressed. He went on for 5 minutes with Tyler.
Hey, Tyler.
Tyler had to pare this thing down. Here's the rest of Dabo.
I started as the lowest paid coach in this freaking business. All right? And I'm where I am because I've worked my ass off every single day. And I ain't going to let some smart-ass kid get on this phone and create this stuff. So if you got a problem with that, I don't care. All right? I work for the Board of Trustees, the President, and the AD. And if they're tired of me leading this program, all they got to do is let me know. I'll go somewhere else where there is an appreciation. All right? It's not just winning. It's how you win. And we are this is a tough year. But we've had 12 10-plus win seasons in a row. 12. We lost to Tennessee last year. They won 11 games for the first time in like 20 years. We've had 8 11-win seasons in whatever, 11 years or whatever.
Just took out Tennessee.
We've won 2 national championships. Clemson went 35 years. All right, probably since before you were born, your whole freaking life. and we've won 2 in 7 years. Hey, Tyler.
He got to meet Bill Christopher. That wasn't Dabo anymore.
Some smart-ass kid.
At some point, yeah, that smart-ass kid, that's where it stopped being Dabo and it was Bill Christopher.
Hey, Tyler.
That was
that is good.
They can't let that whatever that is that they've been doing for however many years, they've got to shut that segment down where just random people get to call up and question. Now this person right now, you think about this kid here, this Tyler fella, he'd been sitting on this.
Well, how ballsy is he?
Oh, he had it. He had his scriptures ready. You know he rehearsed that.
Tyler's famous. He's on the ticker. Dabo versus Tyler on the ticker up here.
Tyler.
Oh my God!
Hey, I'm so glad you pulled up that the actual kid's question, because that
wasn't a question.
Because at first I was like, Dabo, I don't know why the hell Dabo's going on and on like this, but damn, you got to chill out, man. You're above this. After hearing that, that was warranted.
Hey, Tyler.
Listen, he made Dabo, who is clearly a man of faith, who goes through, and he'll quote. He got Dabo up here cussing.
Some smart ass.
You smart, like right there. If you play that second way, because when he got to smart ass, after that, Dabo left. Dabo
I ain't gonna let some smart ass kid get on this phone and create this stuff.
And when he kept on the rest of the way, that was somebody. Get on this phone and create.
At one point, Dabo says, I don't think it was in there, but at one point, Dabo says, "That's what's wrong with our world today. The adults have left building."
Yes.
And I ain't gonna let some smart ass kid.
What? Tyler? Hey, Tyler's had it. Tyler.
Well, I tell you what Tyler's going to do. Tyler's going to have a new job in the morning. All these clicks he's creating, he's damn sure going to be on something. Somebody's going to be paying him to make an appearance tomorrow.
He's lost his mind at 4-4. Could you imagine if he was a Rockets fan?
Oh, boy.
Good Lord.
Do you imagine if he was a Texans fan before this year?
Well, it makes you wonder if it gets worse at Clemson. What's the rest of Clemson's?
Hey, Tyler.
What is the rest?
He has just ruined it for everybody in South Carolina, who they had this nice thing going. They had a nice thing going. Hey, fans, come on out. Coach's show. Come on out and talk to the coach. Everybody's got questions.
It's usually at like a barbecue joint or something, you know?
You're right. Dabo had to stop that. No. Hold on. Tyler got something to say. Go ahead, finish.
Oh, he had to.
Say it with your damn chest, Tyler.
Hey, here's the rest of
Notre Dame.
Clemson. They got Notre Dame, number 12 in the country, up next. Right? Then they go Georgia Tech. Who did Georgia Tech just beat?
They beat Miami.
They beat Miami? Who did North Carolina just lose to? They got North Carolina after that. Georgia Tech just beat North Carolina. That's who it was.
Haynes King out there running show.
Haynes King out there running wrecking shop, and so they. I mean, look, Tyler, he better keep his connection, because Notre Dame, Georgia Tech, North Carolina. I mean, South Carolina's their last game on the season.
What you said in 4 games? If Tyler started a podcast right now, I'd go to it for the next 4 weeks.
Oh, yeah, that'd be appointment listening.
Like, I go to it for the next 4 weeks. That is, like, we run into fans like this that text in and talk every.
Yeah.
I mean,
hold on, so
that's the ballsiness that can't. I mean, I cannot believe.
Hey, Tyler.
That takes some real balls. When that kid
appreciate the drop for the show.
I know you're a man. Yeah, I know you're a man of God. But here, let me interest you in little proverbs here, real quick, Jack.
You ever heard a little thing called Proverbs 16:18, Coach? You read that one?
That's probably where like, at what point do you think Dabo almost jumped in to cut him off? Because he eventually had enough. Because if you listen to it, Tyler was still going.
He wasn't done.
He wasn't done. Dabo just stepped in and said, "All right, to hell." Like, I'm not. What the hell?
Hey, what's this guy's name?
That's not enough for your ass. What's this?
What's this guy's name? I like how he does. He's looking at his partner. Who's this guy?
Actually hit it out of the park in terms of how
God, could you imagine if Dusty could have done this?
I mean,
to
Dabo had all. I mean, you talk about Dabo with the bullet points, man.
Oh, he was ready. He got the stats.
11 games. 11-win season. 12 straight 10-win seasons.
Can you find Tyler? Can you get a hold of Tyler?
Now, there's an idea. I'm going to find this fool.
Please, Tyler. You want to get to number one? You want to be the number one producer in all of afternoon radio.
I want it so bad.
Not in L.A. and New York.
I
You
want it.
land us Tyler from
Tyler's got to be a media member.
Where's
He
Tyler?
can't just be a random kid.
Yes,
It
no,
was
that ain't
Tyler
no,
of
listen,
Spartanburg.
Tyler of Spartanburg. Play that. That ain't no media member. play Tyler again. Just give me the start of Tyler.
Easy. You don't think that could potentially be a media member?
No. Somebody's coming in a little
man.
bit. No way. Play Tyler. Let me hear the start of Tyler again.
You said it, Coach Swinney. It sounds a whole lot like Tommy Bowden, and I'll tell you one thing: Tommy Bowden didn't make the same amount of money as you do. You make $11.5 million.
No, that ain't no man. Cut that off.
He's got to be the
that's
Spartanburg Times or something.
That is a
Well, that makes it even worse. Well, what's Dabo doing? Dabo just sitting up there on a Tuesday afternoon taking calls?
Probably a coach's show where they have fans that jump in.
Some smart ass kid.
And they let some. I bet you they've been doing this for years. Where they let some fans.
Yes.
That's Kevin from Channel View. That's right there.
I mean, he's got to have some kind of credential.
He doesn't.
I mean, he's got to have a credential to something.
Have a credential.
Some
man.
smart ass kid.
You think that because that might have been Tyler. If they'd have gave Tyler a mic to go ask questions. About 5 minutes after that Miami ass kicking they put on A&M, he might have a few choice words for Jimbo.
The ticker would have said Jimbo versus Tyler.
Now, damn it, Jimbo. I pay a part of that money. I spent all my money. You come in and get your ass kicked.
I don't mind confrontation.
I can't take it. All right. The NFL trade deadline came and went, and the Texans did not make a move. Do you have any issues with the Texans staying pat where they are? And we'll get you updated on injuries that have happened for the Texans. More on that coming up next on The Drive. Before we get there, Texans Nation, Texans fans, this NFL season Crown Royal is making sure you know they're giving. my congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty, the Dilf, and Psycho T have the latest. And the latest is...
The Dilf. That still makes you grin, doesn't it, T?
It does every time.
I'm not going to stop doing it till he finally can lift up without doing it. But the NFL trade deadline, it ended today at 3 o'clock Central Time. And the Texans did not make any moves. I guess not a real shock or surprise, but the Texans did not make any moves. There were some big moves made today. Chase Young, as the Commanders are rolling through a lot of their young defensive linemen. Chase Young, he goes to the 49ers for a third-round pick. Sweat, the other side, he goes to the Bears for a second-round pick, as well as Josh Dobbs. The quarterback situation goes to Minnesota from San Francisco. There was a guard move to the Jags, which was kind of interesting when you think about the offensive line situation for the Texans as they lose potentially another center for some time in Patterson. There were some moves made, Clint, but the Texans weren't a part of it. Were you disappointed? 713-572-4610. You can jump in on this too. Were you disappointed that the Texans at 3-4 stayed where they were?
No, I wasn't disappointed. I mean, I think it's at the trade deadline. The kind of players that would move my needle would be the top tier players, and I think that's a shot in the dark for your team to go get one of those players. So disappointed? No, not one bit. Now I would have liked to have seen the Texans play, whether that's Chase Young or Montez Sweat or I don't know if Saquon Barkley or Derrick Henry really were available, but those are obviously positions of need. You mentioned the guard Ezra. Was it Ezra Johnson? Ezra something.
Ezra Cleveland.
Cleveland went from where'd he go from?
He went from
Minnesota to Jacksonville.
Yeah.
I'm not disappointed that they didn't go get anybody or they didn't pursue any of those players that did move. But as a Texans fan, it would have excited me had they landed one of those defensive linemen from Washington. It would excite me if they were to get aggressive at the trade deadline, because I just don't believe in, and I've said this with the Texans rebuild to this point, and we hadn't got to the point where Nick Caserio starts spending big money on free agency. I think it's going to happen this offseason. But, to just sit around and wait till these guys come available and hope they're available, the caliber player you need at the certain position that you have that need at is available, I think is a little bit risky.
Yeah.
And, you look at Chicago. Chicago's not in a position to go win right now. Clearly,
they're adding young pieces to
but
their
they're
team.
adding young pieces that they know are going to help them win in the future. And so those are moves to me that you can't wait until, I've got a little bit of money and it's free agency in the offseason. All right, I need a left guard, I need a tight end, I need a wide receiver, I need a running back, I need an interior defensive lineman, I need a linebacker, I need a safety. And it's one of those where you go, okay, let's hope they're all available at that one given time. That's just a little bit iffy for me, and so I wish the Texans would have maybe been a little more aggressive last free agency and at the trade deadline now, but that's just me.
Yeah, I think after the game Sunday, my aggressiveness kind of tempered just a bit, but I do hear what you're saying when in terms of, hey, man, whenever you can get your hands on, to me, in my mind, young talent, no matter what it is, if it's free agency, the draft, or trade, you go ahead and really entertain that. I would have entertained Chase Young for a third-round pick. But because I think that's a position, his age, that I wouldn't mind potentially having to pay him. I think that is a guy that can be an absolute difference maker at one of the difference maker positions. And you hope Will Anderson is one, and you could have him as well. But Clint, I'm actually kind of surprised now. In our next hit here, it'll make a little bit more sense that they didn't potentially go and maybe a low end blocking tight end or another addition for a late round pick for an offensive lineman to help with the depth. I mean, if Patterson, what we're hearing, a broken ankle to a fractured ankle, I mean, he's going to be out for a minute. Hell, I mean, we ain't seen Juice on a damn hamstring. So he's going to be out for a little bit. And I'm kind of surprised with the deal of, hey, man, we're playing Titus at left guard. And, I mean, at the very least, it isn't going great. I'm surprised they didn't just add something with a low-end draft pick to get maybe a tight end, that's a blocking tight end, or an offensive lineman, interior offensive lineman. That part kind of surprised me. But to me, it had to be something special to give up, some of those premium picks. And it looks like Nick and the Texans are going to hold that.
5 o'clock fire.
And as I said, this would make it more sense here when I talked about be a tight end. First off, Texans wide receiver Robert Woods, he's expected to miss another game with a foot injury. Brevin Jordan has a foot issue as well, Clint, and is going to miss some time. And as we said it before, Jarrett Patterson is sidelined as well with the injury as he was carted off Sunday. But the Texans had to place tight end Tegan Cotoriano on injury reserve with a groin injury, Clint. And to me, for a team that wants to run the football and loves to use their tight ends to run the football, Clint, I think Tegan's their best blocking tight end. Now, when you think about it, and Brevin Jordan's hurt, and anyway, and Brevin Jordan's, that's not his game either. But him, Dalton Schultz, he's their best blocking tight end. And this to me is going to, I think, at least force them to have to at least do something different. And he wasn't great when he was in there as a blocking tight end, but they're going to have to do something different, Clint, with him going on IR for at least the next 4 weeks.
Well, this to me, I've said it multiple times today. I think they need to spread the offense out. I think they need to live in 11 personnel and if not 10 personnel. See what Mechie can do. Stand up. Obviously, you got Dalton Schultz, but he's more of he's more of a stand-up slot tight end than he is hand in the dirt. And I think the big question mark on him coming in was could he get physical in the run game? I think that's been answered. He's not a guy you're going to lean on in the run game. So I would lean into CJ Stroud. I'd spread this thing out and see if you can run the football that way. No Tegan Cotoriano. It takes away one of your tight ends, obviously. As you said, your best inline blocking tight end, run game blocking tight end, if you will. That guy's gone, so it's not going to make a whole hell of a lot of sense to keep on pushing the envelope the way the Texans have of late. I'll be honest with you. I'd like to see less of Andrew Beck, and I like Andrew Beck, but I'd like to see less of Andrew Beck in that 21 personnel, the old traditional 21 where you got a fullback and a tight end in the game. And without Tegan Cotoriano, I'd like to see less 12 personnel, which there hadn't been a ton of it, but they have used it. So live in 11, spread them out, and let C.J. Stroud throw it around a little bit. So the Tegan Cotoriano injury, I think, plays to that as well.
Certainly doesn't help the run game.
Well, hopefully spreading it out does.
Yeah.
But yeah, not having a true inline tight end is going to be a little bit of a problem.
So, yeah, that's the latest injury as Tegan is the latest to go on to IR. Still doesn't seem like Juice Scruggs is going to be back. Juice Scruggs is going to be back this week. And we don't hear anything about Derek Stingley, do we?
Nope. Nothing. Not good, bad, or indifferent. Nothing.
Nothing. We heard from Juice. We heard about Juice. We heard about...
Kind of reminds me of Justin Britt.
Boy, don't say that.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Kind of reminds me of Eric Stingley. Kind of reminds me. I just thought about that. We got a rundown of Juice not being ready, and the IR and Derek. Who?
Huh? What?
You're a Tiger, but now you're a Texan, man.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, World Series tonight, Game 4, as the Rangers, who are 9-0 on the road in the postseason this year. They win last night, and just really one inning. They get an RBI single from Marcus Semien, drives in Nathaniel Lowe, and then right after that, a 2-out bomb from Corey Seager, and that was the scoring for the Rangers. They win 3-1 yesterday. They're pitching coming up big, and Max only went 3 innings. We'd always talked about getting to the bullpen. That's it. Well, their bullpen finished off the last 6 innings of that game to get them a W, but it did come in a loss, at least in a bit, and it looks like Tyler's luck is starting to turn around as Adolis Garcia is out for Game 4.
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
Hate to see it.
No, you're not.
Sorry, Arlington.
No, you're not.
Hope you heal up quick, Adolis.
Adolis Garcia is out for Game 4 of the World Series after leaving last night's game with a left side tightness. And I'll say it for you, Tyler, as many people are thinking, had his ass done that maybe a week and a half ago, maybe the Astros are sitting in the World Series.
Maybe a little different outcome.
That'd have been nice.
Maybe if the guy who didn't go off in games 5, 6, and 7.
All joking aside, it'd be a crying shame if he doesn't get to finish this run.
I hope he does. No, but he did look.
I mean, it's an all-time run that he's on right now.
It is. Game winner in Game 1, but it looked like an oblique issue. It looked like one of those issues he immediately grabbed for his side when he swung, didn't even make it all the way down. They took him right out.
Look at this guy.
You're sick, man.
I didn't say anything.
But I'm telling you, I know I'm afraid to look at the text line because I'm certain people are yes. Because if there is somebody for the Rangers that is enemy number 1, it is Adolis. Hell, they're booing his ass in Arizona. Every time he came to the plate, they booed him there too. He gets rubbed people the wrong way with that sizable neck. By the way, have you seen the photo of him with the Cardinals and then the photo of him today and how much his neck has increased? It's like those old photos you'd see of Barry Bonds. Barry with the Pirates in his head and with the Giants.
Interesting, isn't it?
It is pretty wide. It is.
His neck's as wide as Davis Mills is long.
Them boys going to find a way, ain't they?
It is. It is noticeable. I don't know what he's doing, but maybe he's really lifting. But Game 4 tonight, we'll see if the Diamondbacks can even this up, and the Rangers.
You've been lifting for a while. You seen that kind of growth?
We'll see if the Rangers can
hitting those neck pumps.
I'm telling you.
You know, I ain't seen no kind of growth like that.
That's what I'm telling you. Like that's how unnatural it is. Like you start pumping a little something in veins, and you'll start seeing that neck will swell up.
Making me think about start using.
I think you should.
That ain't creatine.
Nah, don't do that to your balls.
Do what?
5 o'clock fire.
What did he say?
Don't do that to your balls.
What's wrong with
steroids? Kind of shrink up.
I mean, nobody was recommending that you go in there and you Arnold Schwarzenegger this thing.
Well, I thought that's what you were. I thought you were.
That's what I thought we were at.
What were you talking about? A different red meat regiment?
Yeah, I mean, get your little HGH or something.
I'll go out on the limb that it wasn't just red meat and lifting.
Yeah, no, I wasn't talking about sticking a needle in your tail.
You wouldn't? I don't know. I don't know who didn't think that's what you thought I was talking about. I don't know. All right, college football playoff. The polls come out tonight quickly. I want to go through the horn. What is your top 4? Your top 4. What we think it will be is Georgia, Michigan, Ohio State, and Florida State. That's what the coaches poll is. That's what the AP poll is. What is your top 4?
Georgia, number 1, back-to-back national titles. 8-0 this year. Got to have them number 1. Florida State beat LSU, beat Clemson, beat Duke, and look awfully impressive doing it. Offensive and defensive line, weapons, quarterback, true dual threat quarterback. Florida State is my number 2. Ohio State is number 3. For me right now, again, they beat Notre Dame, and they beat – who else they beat? USC? Who else they beat? Notre Dame and Penn State.
And Penn State, yeah.
And then I look down, and at number 4, I got to ride Washington, man. When you look at what Washington's done this year, sitting at 8-0, and they're in a big victory against Oregon, that trumps what Michigan's done this year, which is play absolutely no by T. So I can't have them in my top 4. They're going to earn their way in there. I got Michigan number 5, first team out.
You got a top 4, Tyler?
I do. Georgia, Ohio State, Florida State, Washington.
Yeah, I'd like to judge mines by what you've been doing this year, who you've played, who you've beaten, and the eye test I think is a part of it. And for me, when I look at all those things, I don't necessarily, but like Georgia's been number 1. I don't think, and they haven't played a great schedule. I don't think they've been dominant like we've seen Georgia in the past. Like that South Carolina game, that was a fight for too long. That Auburn game, that was a fight, which is surprising of teams of their stature compared to Georgia. So for me, I still have Georgia in the top 4. I've got Ohio State. They've got the most impressive resume, in my opinion, beating 2 top 10 teams and 1 on the road. I then go with Washington. I think Washington has the best win of the year. And by the way, it'll get decided because they still got 3 ranked opponents left on their schedule. And I would go with Florida State with 2 ranked opponents they have beaten, and including Clemson, who I believe was ranked when they played them. And then I would go with Washington. Michigan, come on, man. You ain't even trying. I mean, you ain't even trying. I get if the Big Ten is down, but you didn't have to play.
Oh, they're trying.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, they're buying plane tickets and recording sidelines and all kind of stuff. They're trying.
They're
going to take several guys down with them.
They scheduled UNLV, East Carolina, and somebody else trash compared to them in their non-con. Get out of here. Yeah, they're out. All right, coming up, be listening. Ticket Tuesday. Ticket Tuesday, as we will be hooking somebody up with a pair of tickets, so stay tuned for that. And who do you place? Who's the number one person you would place most of the blame on Sunday's offensive performance? We'll discuss that next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about these cold.
The number one reason in your mind, in your heart, now there's a lot of them, doesn't mean that this is the only reason, but the top reason in your mind that coming off a bye week, the offensive performance that totaled up a putrid 13 points from the Texans offense, what was the number one thing that jumped out to you as why? You've watched it, you've watched film, what was it?
Well, look, there's plenty of blame to go around.
Plenty.
So this is not an easy question, but I would personally go with the offensive line. I just think it's inexcusable at this point in time. Honestly, at this point in time, it's some of the stuff that you see is so inexcusable. It's almost like you're being coached. They're being coached to do it a certain way. It's like Seth Payne, who was on with us earlier, was talking about. Surely, hope to God that it's not designed that way. That's how bad it is at times. And so, whether you're talking about the lack of physicality, or you're talking about what appears to be a lack of communication, that all of it's leading to very, very, very poor execution in the run game. I think it starts first and foremost with the offense. On top of the lack of physicality, the lack of communication, the lack of execution overall, you look at this and you go, okay, what position group on this team should be performing at a high level right now on this offensive football team? The wide receivers, I mean, hell, I didn't even know where you're going to get production to start the season. The running backs, Dameon Pierce, Devin Singletary. Hell, I was begging to sign Ezekiel Elliott to get a little power back there, right? The tight ends, we had no idea how Dalton Schultz was going to fit. Everybody else, Brevin Jordan was hurt. So really, all of the other units around the offensive line, you could find a reason, an excuse of why they should be they should not be playing well or may not be playing well. In reality, the only unit is the offensive line that we came into. Man, we ought to be really good up front, and they are struggling mightily. So when I look at last week's game, Ron, they had 2 weeks to prepare for the 31st ranked run defense. You got a ton of money invested in that position. You got veterans up there that should be leading the way, and you've got a lack of physicality and what appears to be the inability to handle the game plan mentally, the inability to communicate the game plan in real time, and ultimately the inability to execute. I got to put it on the offensive line, man.
That's a good choice. 713-572-4610. Who do you – if you had to think about it, you look at it, you saw that performance. It's the worst offensive performance, I think, of the season. Like that first game against the Ravens, I mean, that CJ kind of getting his feet wet. When you take into account coming off a bye week and against the opponent and how poor they were defensively in all aspects, for you to muster up 13 points. This was rough. Tyler, who if you had placed one thing, the biggest blame, where are you going?
Man, I think I'm going Bobby Slowick, but it's not even – when I say that, I'm not like furious with Bobby Slowick. I'm not losing my mind because of what we saw this past week. We have to remember this guy's a rookie just like CJ as far as play calling goes. He's never done it before. There's going to be a learning curve, and we've seen Bobby Slowick be successful guiding the Texans offense for 2 or 3 weeks this year. So let's not lose our minds, but if I had to say one person right now, it's probably Bobby Slowick.
All right, I see Bobby Slowick coming in here. I see the 2 running backs are to blame for Sunday's loss. We could not run the clock. CJ was tipping his pitches with all those passes being knocked down, as someone said, brought that in. I blame the biggest blame goes to Bobby Slowick for all of the conservative play calls. You know what, Tyler, you said Bobby Slowick. I see Bobby Slowick up here a few times, and I see another one said the O-line. I don't think they have any dog in them. How about I say this, Clint? You said the offensive line. I think all of the players offensively have a piece of it. The offensive line, as you just documented, just awful. Like so much so to a point, Clint. There's just no way that Bobby Slowick goes from dude is a weapon on the sideline for multiple weeks. Like, we're looking at it like we said it last week. We were thinking about, all right, will they get the running game fixed? And our thought was, I think they'll do something and figure something out because Bobby Slowick, what he has shown us is his ability to adjust to guys that are out, guys that are in. He's shown a way to adjust. To me, I looked at and I saw a lot of execution issues. I saw a lot of things of, I mean, they're just missing blocks that I expect my kids in Little League to miss. And I'm not kidding when I say that. Like, I could see, oh, well, you missed him there. Like, that's execution stuff. I know Bobby's not coaching that. I know the offensive staff isn't coaching that.
Hey, I agree.
Like CJ Stroud, I mean, you got, like, listen, you're a big boy quarterback. You're in a big game. Like, you got to hit some of those open throws. You got to find passing lanes, right? You got to, I mean, you had Nico Collins on a big play opportunity. You got to hit those. And I'm not going to say he had a bunch of them, but you got to hit open throws. That's the expectation with them. And, like, what is it? Do they run a scramble drill? Like, anytime he gets out of the pocket, like, I don't see receivers coming to the sideline towards him to help him. It's just avoid getting sacks and throwaways.
Yep.
So I just think we want to put so much on Bobby. And I'm not saying Bobby don't have nothing to blame. Bobby had a couple of things in there that was mystifying to me, right? Like one-on-one with Brian Burns against Devin Singletary on a third down pass rush. I don't understand that. But at some point, we got to look at these dudes. Like the offensive line. Like, these are veterans or guys that are highly paid, as you showed me on the film, just blowing assignments. Blowing assignments. You sit there and show me the two best guys. You showed me Laramie Tunsil and Titus Howard right next to each other. They both whiff or just don't even touch the outside linebacker standing on the line of scrimmage and the defensive end. And the ball's coming towards him. Like, that's not just Bobby. Like, the players have to execute. That to me was more like, it shouldn't matter what kind of game plan they put together against the Carolina Panthers defense.
My concern with Bobby is more about the adjustments that weren't made. Like, it was clear that you were struggling offensively. Whether you talk about the batted passes and how they were going to try to suffocate you and really, I mean, hammer down on the quick throws, force the ball out early, whatever, you thought you were going to have the ability to do going into that ball game, whether it's run the football or throw the quick game. I say quick game. Have your quarterback, get the ball out early underneath. Clearly that wasn't going to be the answer. Clearly you were struggling with that. The batted balls, clearly that they part of their game plan, which is going to happen moving forward now that it's on film, is interior defensive linemen and even defensive ends. They're going to engage their offensive linemen, the guy responsible for them in protection, and if they don't get home immediately, if they don't have a chance to get their hands on the quarterback immediately, they're going to stop. They're going to get their eyes on the quarterback, and they're going to try to jump and block passes. So what is the adjustment that you're going to make? To me, it's more disappointing in the adjustments that were never made.
Fair, he did.
With Bobby, I'm talking about.
But Bobby didn't. No, adjustments. It's something happened, but the execution's got to be better. All right, let's do it right now. Let's hope the execution is better coming up on Sunday. Caller number 5, 713-572-4610. Tyler will take care of you. This is your chance to go and watch your Houston Texans take on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in a big game on Sunday, November 5th at NRG. Call in now. Caller number 5, 713-572-4610. Your chance to win a pair of front row tickets, as Tyler will take care of you. Coming up next, we talked about this. We talked about Sunday's game. What though moving forward does this Texans offense need to look like? Clint's watched the film. He's got answers. We'll discuss that next.
All right, look, hair loss is a son of a gun now. Look, whether it's caused by genetic stress, hormones, or aging, which are all natural factors that lead to hair loss, it really doesn't matter, man. It's you look in the mirror, and it's painful to look at. The good news for you is there's a proven way to reverse those common and even rare patterns of balding, thinning, or receding hairlines, right? It's called advanced hair, right? Clint Stoerner here, and I got to tell you all about this groundbreaking technology. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment regrows your own natural hair. It even regrows your own natural hair in places where it's been gone for years. It's a hell of a product now, and they are. Advanced Hair is simply the best in the business. It works for men and women of all ages. So we're not excluding anybody. Anybody with an issue, when you look in the mirror, if you don't like what's staring back at you right now from a hair, Advanced Hair is the answer. Get your confidence back today. Get your swagger back today. Schedule your free consultation. Heck, you might even qualify for $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. At advancedhair.com, you can see the incredible before and afters. One-day treatment, life-changing results. With Advanced Hair, your new hair is guaranteed to grow. 832-688-HAIR or advancedhair.com. Again, that's advancedhair.com.
The battle of the top 2 draft picks goes to the Panthers. Not how D'Amico and the guys wanted to come back from their bye week. It's back to the drawing board this week with the Buccaneers up next in H-Town.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Bell Furniture and Beat Bell Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by Tachus. On 69, the East Tex Freeway, southbound before Kelly Street, it's a stall that has a left shoulder blocked. Traffic slowing you down? Does your internet slow down too? Tachus Fiber Internet offers speeds as fast as light over 100% pure fiber optic network. Find out more at tachus.com/radio. That's TACHUS.com/radio. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Hey, Harris County. This is Commissioner Rodney Ellis.
Commissioner Adrian Garcia.
This is Commissioner Ramsey.
And Commissioner Briones.
Harris County, your drive just got easier. We're introducing a special 10% discount.
We're making your drive more convenient and affordable with many easy ways to pay.
Putting savings right back where they belong in your pocket.
Get your free Easy Tag, get your discount.
Get your free Easy Tag today with a special 10% discount. Visit hctra.org. The 10% discount only applies to 2-axle vehicles on Harris County toll roads.
Looking for a quality rental? Houston, you don't have a problem. No, really. Realtor.com has...
Tyler's blocking them in there, man. All they want to do is go to the game and win some tickets. Come hang out.
And they're serious. Tyler knows my number.
Dead serious. Cap told me to tell Tyler what he's looking for.
I remember that.
Yeah.
Calm your ass down, Cap.
All he wanted to do was come up here, come to one of these events, man.
That's it.
One of our Sports Radio 610 events.
Gotta have faster fingers, buddy.
Can't let him get through.
I don't even know if it's faster. I mean, he's just got to time it right.
Yeah, that's true. You could call too soon.
Yeah, got to time this thing right. So congratulations, Ian and Katie. Enjoy yourself in a big game. By the way, it is Halloween this evening, and I'm gonna do something, fellas. And I kind of feel bad, but then again, I was kind of torn about the decision. But me and Courtney, we made the decision. We're not handing candy out this year.
Wow.
First time ever.
I don't blame you.
That we've not done it, and we're not doing it. And it's really because of how I could put it. Dabo led me. We got some ass hat.
These badass little kids.
Kids in the neighborhood. The last 2 years, we can see it on our cameras. Last year, one of the first cats, and it's always older ones. Like this kid looked like he was a middle schooler of some sorts. Came up there, him and his buddy, just took because we're handing out, we're doing candy ourselves, going with our kids going trick or treating, and then we got the bucket.
So y'all
out.
leave the bucket out when you're gone.
We leave the bucket out while we're going, and then when we get back, I'll hand them out. But we get out there, it's a healthy, big size bucket. Yeah, just took that bucket. Him and two of them just stuffed that thing right in there. And they
took the whole bucket.
Took the whole bucket. And except for some of the stuff they didn't want, and then they just went ahead and threw that across all over my front door and my entryway.
But they took the actual bucket.
I didn't take the bucket. This year they didn't take the bucket. They just took all the candy, threw my button down, threw the bucket down, and said hell with the sign. The year before, Courtney was really hot. They took her childhood bucket that she went trick-or-treating. She had a bucket when she was like 3 or 4 years old that she carried every year. She had the candy out. We used that every year. Put the candy out. We had never had no problem when we moved to Texas. But we never had a problem with that. And then somebody came in and took the whole thing. Stole her.
Y'all got that on camera?
We didn't have that one on camera. Didn't have it. But stole the whole thing. Like, I know she was hurt because I think she wanted to pass it.
Yeah.
So
sound like little a-holes.
The ass hats in Siena, those kids have messed it up.
I don't
and so
blame
we're no
you.
longer doing it.
I don't want
our
you-
light is off.
Yeah. I don't want you and Courtney to lose one bit of sleep about this decision y'all made. I think it's smart. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like this will get me in trouble. Like if I were you,
you'd hunt them down.
I'd sit right inside that front door and wait for one of them to come up there and empty the whole bucket into that deal.
So you would.
And I would bust out the door. I would snatch their pillowcase. I'd dump every bit of their candy, what they just stole, and what they've collected all night, back into my bucket and throw it right back in their face.
You would sacrifice going with Liv.
Now yep, I damn sure would. Take that pillowcase back to your mom and daddy and tell them if they got a problem to come on down here. I got you on film, you little son of a. Yeah, I would do it.
It is so. It is so.
There ain't nothing. There's nothing worse,
I heard
man.
Andrew said he did it.
There's nothing worse, man.
Selfish to do that, man. Just take the bucket, bypass that sign. Yeah, just take the bucket.
Because you just have zero. Like you have, if you walk up to a front porch and you take all the candy. Like besides the fact that you're taking all my candy off my front porch. I mean, you have no regard for the kids, the young kids that are coming behind you.
And now they've ruined it for everybody.
And I'm smoking out with all the
that kind of stuff bothers me more than it should as an adult.
The chocolate M&Ms that they left all over the ground that I got to scoop up. They didn't put the bowl in the spot that it was in.
I would be heated.
Yeah, we made that decision. I ain't doing it. And I apologize to the other kids. D'Amico, if your son or your kids coming in to our neighborhood, sorry.
Sorry,
not gonna come to that side. But if y'all,
I told you not to apologize, Ron.
You and
Courtney shouldn't apologize. No, hell, hey, it tighten your buddies up.
That basket, that one that took of hers.
I remember that upset her.
Oh, I bet
she was hot.
There's nothing worse than there's nothing worse than being a thief.
And you know, we got the.
I mean, obviously there is, but you get the point.
But we got little kids, so we wasn't going for hours. I'm like, damn. And my thing is, man, take it all, steal it all, steal these. Don't leave me to clean this up.
Let me
steal it all.
And I know I'm talking real big right now because mine's 19, 20 months old. Let me catch Liv doing something like that on somebody's front field. Let Ron Hughley come to me and go, hey, man, look, I don't want to be that dude, but I just want you to know. And Liv and her little friend in there stealing Courtney's bucket or stealing all the candy. Oh boy.
Oh no, hell
Did y'all see that video the other day? I'm telling you, man, wouldn't you? I mean, oh man.
In my mind.
Oh man.
Not for real. But
did y'all see the video of the guy? I don't know how viral it was. I just saw it on social. But apparently his daughter, and she looked to be 10 to 12 years old. She had been kicked off the bus for bullying once already, and she came to her dad and told her, "Hey, Dad, you're gonna take me to school tomorrow." And he said, "What are you doing?" She said, "Yeah, I got kicked off the bus." And he called the bus driver and said, "Yeah, she was bullying a little girl again." And he said, "All right, so here's the deal. I'm not taking you to school. You walking your ass to school." It was 5 miles. He followed behind her in the pickup truck and videoed. He was talking.
You followed her to make sure.
Followed behind her. You got to protect her. You got to protect her. He followed behind her for 5 miles, video and talking to the camera about it.
Hurry up.
I'm all about it. I love it.
You want to bully? You gonna walk to school? I absolutely love it.
Learning lesson.
Oh, man. I mean, I'm hot right now just thinking about Courtney's little bucket that she lost.
And then they came out and did a little green bucket. That pissed me off. I'll tell you. That pissed me off.
Welcome to Texas.
You didn't steal it all. Just steal it all, and you left the candy. That Ronald had to go and pick up. And then like he did. Come on, pick up all his kids. It's probably one of your friends.
Probably one of your
you do it as a parent, start blaming him for something. It's probably one of your friends, wasn't it? Figure it out. You go to school, you find out who the hell it was.
Ron, look at Ron's. He's scheming with his buddy. Hey, look, we're gonna go trick or treating about 7.
This is a great idea.
You come by there about 7:10, steal all our candy, put it in locker 102, and the rest of the year we got a stash.
We got this thing.
We got a stash.
That's a great idea to just sit right there and watch them jokers.
Oh, I'd be.
Because I open the bus up to hey, what you doing?
Well, I mean, the bad thing is, my luck, I'd snatch the bag out of a kid's hand, and his daddy'd come over, and he'd be a UFC fighter. So that'd be my luck. He'd be part of the Gracie family.
That's the type of kid whose dad is a UFC fighter. Like his son's the
doing
one
something like that because he knows his daddy can choke anybody out, any normal human being out. Yeah, that'd be awful. That'd be my luck.
That's all right. I'd find it. All right, coming up, no Halloween candy, so don't come by my house. Lights off around the Hughley house. Texans Players Show coming up behind us as Denzel Perryman joins the show. So stay tuned for that as ND and DP Sadu have that for you. As Denzel Perryman, what'd you say? He was the number 1 rated linebacker this weekend. He had a really good week, tackles and sacks as well. All right, we talked about the offense. Clint, and we talked about last week and the offensive line, coordinator, running back. For you've had 7 weeks to watch this offense.
Yeah.
That's a good enough time. You've had the bye week. How do you sense, or what do you sense they need to look like moving forward?
Well, more importantly, they've had 8 weeks, 7 ball games, 8 weeks to watch this offense. I think they got to spread it out. I think they got to spread it out. I think the mindset of the decision makers has to change. I just don't believe that this can be a team that you can say, well, we want to be a physical force at the line of scrimmage. We want to dominate the line of scrimmage. We want to run the football. We want to establish the run. I just don't think the mindset can continue to be that as you prepare for games moving forward. This needs to be a more CJ-centric offense, and what I mean by that is a little bit more spread. They do run a lot of 11 personnel, which is three wideouts and 1 tight end. I would run even more of that. I would disconnect Dalton Schultz and have him more in a 2-point stance in a slot type deal. Spread this thing out and see if you can generate some lanes, some space inside to run the football that way with these two backs that you have. I just don't think they can keep getting into ball games and wasting 8 to 10 snaps and 21 personnel with Andrew Beck and Tegan Quatoriano, or Andrew Beck and Dalton Schultz trying to run the football with this crew. I think they've got to change. Now, the game's going to dictate how many runs you have versus passes. I mean, that doesn't matter to me. I don't care what the end result is in terms of how much you pass the football. But the approach to your week of preparation has to be, let's go into this thing as if we're going to have to throw it 40 times. And let's make sure that we give CJ Stroud answers. And in the process, let's get see if we can't create a little bit of a run game by spreading defenses out more so, or create more opportunity in the pass game. I just think the